dreams. Awaken the power held inside of me. Harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Delphio sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Spark to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another day of the Overwatch League here on the APAC side of the world. I'm Ilios. That's right, I am back, and I am overjoyed to be once again joined alongside my co-caster, Avril. Avril, how you doing? It's been a minute.
It has, I've been through a few different partners while you were away, but, good to have you back here. Hope you enjoyed your trip overseas, but we're getting back into madness straight away, and I'm not talking mid-season here. We're getting to Countdown Cup. 4th stage, the final stage of the year. Can you believe it? It's been a quick journey. Yeah,
it's been blowing by pretty quickly here, and starting things off. Maybe a not-so-quick series. We'll have to just wait and see. This is going to be the Hangzhou Spark going up against the Chengdu Hunters, and with the new meta, who knows what the hell is going to go on, because Spark at times, again, continue to look really, really good, and then they start really dipping pretty hard, especially in the last tournament cycle. So we'll take a look at the overall standings and see where things lay after that last tournament. And then we'll set our sights on the future. But right now, Shanghai Dragons, of course, have overtaken the Seoul Dynasty, being able to best them in that last grand final.
And that's what winning the stage does to you. It was a pretty decent grand finals, to be honest with you. Longer than the kickoff clash. Equal distance to mid-season here. We went 6 maps, 4-2 for the Dragons. It was a mostly Dragons-dominated, I would say, stage in the Summer Showdown. But right at the end there, Dragons ended up dropping 2 additional maps, totaling 3 maps for the entire stage. That's right. The record, I believe, at the end of the entire stage was something like 28-3 in terms of how many maps won versus maps lost for the Dragons. So it was an incredible stage for the Shanghai Dragons with Seoul Dynasty pretty hot in their tails. The rest of the teams, though, really were outclassed by those two. Hangzhou Spark in particular. They are still currently 3rd in the season standings due to the fact that their mid-season and kickoff clash tournaments and stages were pretty good. But Summer Showdown, they went 1-5, so only picked up a single point in all of our previous stage, and now that gives the opportunity for other teams to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be grateful at that point that you had such a great start to the season just so that you still are in contention at the moment. We'll see how they fare now coming into this next tournament cycle and whether or not they're going to be able to bounce back to that previous Hangzhou Spark that was very much at the top of the standings in APAC. Well,
there we go.
I was going to say some new faces, but we don't have the faces to go with it, so some new finger guns alongside some very familiar faces. But yes, exactly. We've got Shide Alpha, of course, is going to be starting here for the Hangzhou Spark. Gushwei will be coming out the gate, but then we have Neko and Teru.
So this probably comes as a surprise to everyone that didn't catch up on, I was going to say off-season, but let's just call it a stage break here, where between Summer Showdown and now the Countdown Cup, the Spark made some changes to the team. They were not pleased with their performance, obviously with the 1-5 record shown in the Summer Showdown. They attributed some of the weakness to some complications of the backline. Coach Changun and Supervisor Anu released a video on the Spark YouTube channel, so go check that out if you want to get the full rundown of why they've made this decision. But the bullet points are essentially that they feel like they needed a shake-up in the support lineup. They wanted more options to play through in the support lineup, and to give some competition to Super Rich and Irony as well for a starting position. So they brought in Neko, who is their assistant coach. He's kind of doing a Jake thing from last year, and Teru, who comes in from Team Diamond in Contenders Korea, but also of Vancouver Titans the previous year before that as well. So this is what Spark are going to be doing in terms of moving forward. It's not conclusive that they are going to run Neko and Teru together all the time. Again, this is to allow them to have more options for this particular meta in Countdown Cup. So I would expect that moving forward, we should see a mix of those 4 supports in some regard.
I'll have to see if that's going to be the case, or maybe this is just the magic that they needed. We still won't have Teru. Got to get on a webcam at some point. But here's the starting 5 for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and there's no surprises.
No, well, they don't really have a lot of other options to play through, do they? They have Daisy still on the bench. Maybe he comes out for some stuff, and we are seeing some off-tanks come into play, but I think at this stage, Gaga's there, do it all. He is there, the Jode on the team in terms of, the tank that kind of has to play everything, that can play everything. I have high hopes for the Chengdu Hunters coming into this Countdown Cup early stage, especially because Chengdu as a team seemed to do well in the early matches and then falter at the end. Something about that last week for Chengdu is always not so great for them. In Summer Showdown, all they needed to do was win one game between Guangzhou and Valiant. They had to beat one of those two teams to qualify into the tournament. They didn't do that. They lost to both very tragically. So, hoping for the best now for Chengdu moving forward, especially now that we're moving into a Sombra Tracer-esque kind of meta, which is fantastic for players like Leave and Jumu, because my suspicion is that Leave gets to go back on Tracer, and Jumu gets to play his Sombra from last year, which, as you'll remember, was pretty damn good. Gaga gets to play Winston again, Monk onto Ana, Nisha playing some Lucio. Really, for Hunters, I think they've lucked out on a fantastic meta, fitting their hero pools, and so importantly, once again, the cream of the crop right at the top there, putting Leave on Tracer, so important for the team.
Yeah, like that. We got to see a little bit behind the curtain there from Monk, just trying to find his earbuds, it would seem, so that he can get in his seat and get ready to go. So we'll see how these two teams square off against each other. I mean, obviously, I had a little bit of a step away, so I'm a little bit out of the know. Got to watch a little bit of NA, but I never really judge NA too hard as far as, what is going to be the best, because it's North America.
I mean, they're playing Orisa now. It's hard to take them seriously. What's going on there? It's a bit ridiculous. Like, let's just chill out. Atlanta, let's just chill out a little bit, guys. It's a little bit crazy. We're not going to be doing any of those shenanigans over here, trust me. I hope, anyway. I hope to not hear my words on that one. Gushui Gaga, do not disappoint. No, they're playing Winston. Come on. We got Gushui in here. He's here to play Winston. You got Gaga in here in what is, from what I can gather, a Winston meta. We have seen some gameplay in Contenders Career as well. And now we've seen a bit of NA. It is still, I would say, mostly dive favored. You're basically seeing Sombra plus something else in the DPS line, whether it's Sombra Tracer, Sombra Genji, Sombra Sojin, and then you're seeing mostly dive tanks, exception of, some Sigma and Circuit Royale, etc. That's where he would get played. And then your supports is a mixture of Ana, Lucio, Brig, some double flex support in there as well. It really is quite similar to Mid-Season Madness, which I think you and I quite enjoy, because that was a brilliant tournament.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think so far, for the most part, like, a lot of them have been pretty good as far as the finals, at least, are concerned. So it's been a very entertaining year, and hopefully that doesn't stop as we get ready to go into the last tournament cycle ahead of the playoffs and whatnot. So Countdown Cup, please deliver, and please deliver unto us a Monk relatively soon so that we can get into the action, because that's what we're here for. We're here to watch the game. We're here to see these two teams clash, but until Monk has his earbuds in and his audio all sorted out, we're not going to be able to do that. So hopefully he'll be taken care of quickly. We can get back up on cam and then be able to jump straight away.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the Hangzhou Spark, because I kind of spoke to Chengdu's strengths in terms of what I expect out of this team. And for the Spark as well, right? There really isn't any more excuses for, traveling issues. You had Irony and Alpha E coming in a little bit late, especially Alpha E. Last stage, going through quarantine, arriving in China. I do feel for Irony a little bit, because it's like he's finally in China with the team, and now he's kind of benched. Again, we'll see on that one what the support situation ends up looking like in future maps and matches. Alpha, you most likely here to play with Tracer, which means for Shy, some decisions need to be made. You are the Spark. You know Shy's one of the better Sojins. Yes, she did cop a very slight nerf in the sense that she can't charge her railgun as quickly on non-player targets like shields. But for the most part, Sojin is still as good as she was in Summer Showdown, right? So I don't think teams are really shying away that much from the Sojin. I expect that Hangzhou Spark, if they want to succeed on Shy's hero pool, Sojin should still be a pretty top-tier pick. That being said, though, the Sombra needs to be talked about here now. Sombra has been missing from the first two metas that we've seen, because she just, three metas now, because she just wasn't good. Her numbers were not good enough. Now she hacks for nearly twice as long in terms of the silence duration. That's more than enough to enable a dive. Do we see a Sombra Tracer combo out of the Spark? And if we do, how good is it going to look from Shy? Because that has never been one of his power picks.
Yeah, that's definitely something that, has very much caught my eye. Because, I heard that there was going to be some buffs to Sombra, but just given the way that the year has gone, things have been looking at Overwatch 2, it's like, okay, well, That probably won't be enough, but apparently it was enough. I did not pay close enough attention, evidently, so I am curious to see who is going to be running that. I mean, the side of the Chengdu Hunters as well, because it's not really going to be in the wheelhouse of either of their DPS. So if they themselves
Jimmy
want
played
to be
it all last year. Jimmy played it extensively last year, so
but was it
I would say that
great?
should be
I don't remember it being that great.
Oh, I mean, come on. They were the only other team in APAC next to Shanghai that really nailed Sombra Traceable Dive.
Maybe I'm
from last year,
misremembering. This could just be,
I
turned 30.
You forgot about Countdown Cup. You forgot about some Summer Showdown's Countdown Cup. Chengdu, they were brilliant on that. They were one of the only teams to like legitimately beat Dragons at a BO5 in that Sombra Tracer mirror.
I think this is here's what's happened. I turned 30 while I was away, so I think that the brain rot is setting in. I'm starting to forget things, and also I think that I've just been Genji pilled by Jinmu because he's been so damn good on the Genji that I'm forgetting everything else that he's been good at other than Pharah. So maybe that's just the case. Either way, we've got all the players in their seats, headphones on, earbuds popped in as well. So we should be able to get underway, and I can stop embarrassing myself by forgetting things from the past. Here is our map set. We'll be kicking things off on Nepal for control. Then we'll go ahead and head over to Paraíso and then into Junkertown. Hopefully I said it right. I don't want to be like Jaws. And then Colosseo and Ilios.
Casters start the game. Okay, apparently we're going to start the game now.
All right.
Let's get into it. Paraíso is also a pretty strong Diva map. I will be interested to see, like, how these teams sort of work through the different tanks, because here's another major difference between the two regions. In NA, a lot of the teams do not have a main tank player anymore. Or if they do, that guy's like been permanently benched and he's not on the starting lineup, so you're playing your off-tank only. Which is why they're leaning more into stuff like Punk coming into play Junker Queen, a lot of Diva, a tiny amount of Orisa even. Here, I think we're going to be still sticking mainly to the Winstons, the Rhines, probably not Ball, maybe a little bit of Doom. We will see. It is going to be Nepal. It is going to be pretty much the exact lineup I said Chengdu would play Nisha on the Brings to the Lucio, but that's chill. Hangzhou playing a full brawl with Shy Sojin. And they've actually they pushed really far up. Chengdu still in spawn? Swapping? Farah? Okay.
Yeah, they've
this
moved back.
It's
It's going to be a Wrecking Ball swap for Gaga. Leave now going to be moving over to the Sojourn, and Jinmu is taken to the skies with a Farah. I mean, a decent way to punish, but with Hangzhou Spark being able to get first grab of this point, it's going to be a lot more difficult for the Farah to find some value here. We'll have to see how he's going to pilot this.
Gaga needs to contest this point, otherwise it will go over. Okay, there it is. Just a note, by the way, Ilios, there's no Sombra, so Gaga's kind of free to play ball here because he can't get countered by the Sombra.
Very true. Very, very true. Well, Jinmu finding a spot. Shy, caught out. He's completely disconnected from the rest of the squad. Jinmu as well going to be taking down that Immortality field nice and early. Dashes forward. Doesn't get the wake up there on a good way. Not sure if that's going to go punish, however, because Jinmu is just fragging out of control. See, this is the Jinmu. These are the picks that I remember him being incredible at. It's the Farah, and they make it work. He gets around the backside, finds Shy, and from there, it all comes tumbling down. That's now forced to swap, but Shy moves over to the McCree.
To be fair, the Farah is, if you were to associate one hero with Jinmu, you probably pick Farah, right? That's the number one. And then everything else is like 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe not 5. I don't know how Diva's hero pool goes, but we'll keep it there for now. Like you said, Shy coming back on the casting a little bit more, maybe stable versus the Jinmu fight. It is being pocketed by Nishas also. I don't know that it's going to go super well for them. This is a great response play, the Chengdu Hunters so far.
Yeah, you need to be able to get basically a 2-tap to be able to take him down. He's taking a nasty shot there as Shy makes his way out onto the walkway. He's trying to get these shots across, gets a couple taps in, but it's just nowhere near enough to get that elimination. Hangzhou Spark, however, dropping the point for now. The wall comes up, the barrage going to be layered in once more. It's going to be Shy, taken down. Jinmu with the barrage, finds the kill, and it is just death from above. Across the board, there is the wipe. Chengdu Hunters don't lose a damn person in the fight, they take it.
I mean, we're just straight back in 2021. This is exactly how Chengdu played, their entire compositions, everything they ran. Monk had those signature 3-man Byronets here. He just got a 4-man that we've seen here before. I'm all nostalgic today. I mean, the only thing we're missing is Late Young on the Diva, and then we'd just be fully complete. Chengdu Hunters looking like they're large and in charge here. Spark need to just kind of try and force his point with this Blizzard, but they lost a player.
Yeah, Anti's out on the 2 as well. Alfie getting tagged low and just will fall. Shy will manage to find one with the magnetic grenade. It's going to be Monk out of the picture, meaning that they don't have a nano boost, but with everybody else just getting taken down, they just don't stand a chance. It's now going to be final fight territory for this first round. Ults abound. Held here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They nearly have 5 to work with, but Chengdu Hunters have 3 of their own, so they're just not letting them get close.
This team almost needs to, like, Deadeye speed in to force Jinmu away so that he can't damage them as they rotate. The most difficult thing to do is to rotate on point without taking a bunch of damage from the fire. Once you're on point, you can Blizzard and play for Shatter. That's the goal.
Rail shot taking one low. Immortality field already out of the equation. Now Neko is gone as well. Both of the supports have fallen. There's a Shatter, but the push to the side. Gaga denies even the pin. Gushwei just cannot do a damn thing in this fight. And honestly, I think that Hangzhou Spark are going to regret not just being willing to meet Chengdu Hunters in the Winston matchup. They come up with something different. The Chengdu Hunters, they flip the script. They go ahead and say, okay, let's just swap over the far end ball. And they manage it so well.
Well, that's like the peak of Chengdu's strength. Like, Ball Farah is the absolute right at the, you know, the tippy top of the summit for what Chengdu want. That's the peak of the iceberg for Chengdu, really is what it is. Hangzhou Spark, I don't fault them for wanting to go towards a Rhine-based composition. I think Rhine-based compositions have a bit of merit to be played in this current meta. Village in the past has had some good value for it. Let's take a look at that massive fire again. But yeah, once they start to get on the back foot and they're struggling to deal with this fire, and by the way, Cassie's not going to be good enough to deal with that, despite what Silver players think. With the Hangzhou Spark, they lose with like 4 ultimates on board just because they have no value to beating this fire.
All right, well, this is looking a bit more normal now. There's handshakes done in the interim. So Winston's going to be out the gate. Gaga getting bullied around just a little bit here. Going to be hacked out, but Gushwei, he gets the hack and the anti-monk. Able to nail him. That's going to be the first blood found for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Jinmu cleaning him up. Shy's still going to be leading, however. He also does find Gaga. But position is there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, so first lockdown on the point should be theirs. Minor contention, but there you go.
But okay, should be dead here. Yeah.
Oh.
No, not quite. The recall save his life, but not quite winning the fight just yet. Hunters have control of the point. Low HP, but they've recovered. Allow the flip.
It's a quick flip. Okay. Well, not being able to kill Alfie costs them the points. And now it's going to be the Hangzhou Spark in control, taking the lead. Shy, invised, spots out Jinmu. Will be relaying that obviously to his squad, but he wants to get into the back line. He wants to find the dive here on a Monk. They get the hack. The dive is there. Gushwei falling low. Nade comes in as well. And some healing there from Nisha, and Monk manages to survive. No punish, however, found. So Hangzhou Spark still hold this.
Gaga placed the bubble directly on top of Monk, and Shy can get the damage, and Nisha with the body block as well. Brilliant stuff. Stick, possibly, not quite. EMP available for Shy.
Leave now. Pulse of his own at the ready. Doesn't even need it. Just gets on top of Alpha. He takes on both DPS with melee swings. Finds those kills. The cleanup is going to be there. The Chengdu Hunters will be able to wrest control away from the Hangzhou Spark. So 39% going to be established. Chengdu Hunters now moving up at 10.
I think Shy might have whiffed his EMP a little bit there. He didn't get a straight memp on 0, but he only caught the one player and leave, I believe. He was the only player hacked out that I could see.
I think so, yeah.
And leave with a double kill there will finish it off. And for the record, by the way, Chengdu Hunters for now about a round and a half have still only lost 2 players. Gaga and Monk are the only 2 deaths on this entire team over all of Village and now half of Shrine as well. Terra hacked out. Nano is available. Should be a Nano fight coming in for the Hangzhou Spark. Jinmu, though, look for this setup. The EMP just waiting for members of Spark to come out. He might even just do it now.
Yeah, he just pulls the trigger on it. There you go. Finds all 3 of the targets. Chasing around the back, looking for Terra. The sleep dart not going to connect. Monk, however, going to be traded off screen. Shy managing to get on top of him, so does manage to find that elimination, but it's going to be both supports here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and just 1 member lost on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga with that primal goes ahead and cleans up Alfie. Gushwei just going to try to exit, which it looks like he should be able to successfully do. Gaga goes for a little bit more with that final lead. We'll just be poking and prodding, trying to get the next primal ready.
Hacked out. Has to be a bit careful here, but again, only 1.75 seconds is the new buff on the silence duration, so Gaga still can jump away. Pulse Bomb available for leave now as Hunters take control 70%. They're nearly double to what Spark have. Just on the side room is leave, and as Spark approach, let's see where that Pulse Bomb does indeed land. A lot of folks on Terry. You can see that Terry is almost always hacked out.
Recall already used it from leave, so might have to play this a little bit more cautiously until he has that available. Somebody jumps in front of him and presents himself for a Pulse Bomb stick. So for now, we do see it still held. Gaga going to be anti out. The Pulse Bomb goes in. Doesn't manage to find Neko. That's going to get rid of whatever remainder of that rally was there. Nullifies it. Hangzhou Spark currently holding the point with 58 XP. Gushwei pulling back. Just trying to stay alive as Leaf continues to poke and prod around the backside. Finds Terra there for just a second as well. Dashes in, grabs the Mega Pack. In the meantime, Gaga has been taken down. The point getting ready to be flipped back into the side of the Hunter's control. But with Monk falling, Hangzhou Spark might just be able to hold this one out.
Hangzhou Spark actually flipped the point somewhere in the middle of that fight, right? Hunters were actually in control, but they lost it somehow. And as Spark slowly win that fight, they've been ticking up on percentage points this whole way through, so that's very, very favorable for the Hangzhou Spark in terms of catching up. Only 20% in that way now. We're hoping for a big EMP out of Shy, or, when I say big EMP, I don't mean like large quantity of members, although that would be nice. I'm just meaning like a couple players caught that they can easily take out. So some pinging here. He'll definitely pinging Monk out, getting Alpha E into the mix.
And the dive is looking beautiful. Shy able to clean him up. Monk also falling. Good cleanup. Both supports now out of the picture. Hangzhou Spark getting ready to retake the lead and maybe looking like they can take us into a third round.
Chengdu can still touch. They've still got Nano plus Primal to play through, so this last fight has the capability of being turned around, but they got to touch now.
Any touch? Okay.
Okay, wow, I was getting scared there for a moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're just going to start things off like this. Chengdu already, but now they do get the touch, and Chenmu, he gets it cancelled. What a sleep bet from Teru. He gives his life for that, but is it going to be enough? The man advantage still going to be there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and they have now taken control of the point, and now the onus is on the Hangzhou Spark. They do have the touch. COT is going to be forced out, but Neko is going to be taken down. Monk, the casualty right now on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Pulse bomb out from Leaf. Not going to find anything. Goes a little bit wide. Fight still continuing, however. Hangzhou Spark occupying the point as much as they possibly can. Terra doing his damage to try to keep Kushui alive. The Nano goes out. He keeps himself in the fight for a little bit longer. Shy now taken down. Gaga, the Primal, popped. He's antied. He's slept. He's in the corner. Hangzhou Spark need to win this out. They continue to try to move their way back in. It nearly ends, but they manage to get the touch at one last moment. Gaga with the Primal, however, finds a kill. They step off for all but a moment. And the Chengdu Hunters will be able to take the first map. Nepal is theirs, 2-0.
It looks like Gaga might have booped a couple players off. I'm not too sure there, but 4 alive for the Hangzhou Spark. They had already lost Neko. And that's going to be it. It's not going to be enough for the Hangzhou Spark. I don't think they had any more tools coming online. So, both teams at that stage had spent everything. It was all going to come down to a final neutral. Who was going to frag on out? And the Chengdu Hunters had the capability. It was getting tricky towards the end there, Ilios. They literally waited, I think, within like half a second of C9ing the Point Hunters. But they touch in time. They play through all the ultimates they had coming online in terms of Nano, Primal, the Pulse had already been played. Jinmu, unfortunately, getting slept by Teru's sleep dart to cancel the EMP. By the way, brilliant sleep from Teru. Ended up not being the defining factor there, but what a play nonetheless from the Hangzhou Spark. And a deserved mini comeback there, but ultimately still 2-0 for Hunters, especially off the fire on Nepal.
Yeah, a nice effort, and things looking a lot more close together when they do go ahead and play that, that Winston Sombra style with the Tracer in the mix. So could be a bloody bout as we go deeper into the series. We'll have to just wait and see. I mean, you did mention our next map might lend itself to a little bit of more diva play, so we'll see if that pops up or if we'll just be sticking with the resident scientists when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Next map is coming up in just a few. And we are back. One map out of the way with the Chengdu Hunters being able to take Nepal to 0. Now we look forward to see if the Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to tie things up, because it looked a little bit more tight-knit, a little bit closer in that second round, but the first one with the FAR coming up, absolutely not. So the Chengdu Hunters very dominantly winning.
And I gotta say as well, Ilios, even despite that second round of Shrine being much closer, Jinmu and Leaf still had an infinite KD. They were the only two players that did not have a single death on the entirety of the map, not one. 8 final blows and 0 deaths for Jinmu, 11 final blows, 0 deaths for Leaf. So Gaga and Monk and Nisha all had a few deaths each. Monk actually got targeted really hard. Seems like that's the common thread now for our Ana players or flexible players. They are kind of the primary target of dives. Leaf and Jinmu, though, flawless. I mean, they're able to get out. I mean, Tracer and Sombra are pretty tough to catch sometimes, but generally speaking, if you are the counter Sombra, maybe you can hack out Jinmu. Jinmu even got slept and had an EMP cancel. Didn't die in that moment, right? So very critical that for Hunters, they outplayed Spark quite considerably across the board in that regard. From the DPS perspective anyway. Alpha Yi and Shy, Alpha Yi in particular actually had only one final blow on that map, all the entirety of it, so pretty quiet start from Alpha Yi on the Tracer.
Well, now that we move into our hybrid map, let's see how much of this we can see, because the last time we came to Paraíso, it wasn't, maybe we had one that actually made it towards the third point, but I remember the first exposure to this map, I only got to see point A, because
full hold,
Dynasty, yeah, and I believe that might have been versus the Hangzhou Spark. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I can't remember.
Hard to say.
We'd have to go back into, go back to Liquid Beta and have a look or something like that.
It was one of these two teams, I'm pretty sure, actually. I think it was either Hunters or Spark. Well, let's see how they make it now when they score against each other.
It might have been Soul. It might have been Soul. Yeah, I think it was Spark versus Soul, and Soul must have full held or something, then did that fits 8-point Tracer stuff. So let's take a look at opening compositions for Paraíso. We have double Winsors on board. So as much as I say Diva, that's normally when you have an off-tank player as your tank player in the lineup here, because we have Garg and Gooseray, both renowned Winston players. Obviously, we're going to get a lot of gameplay from Winston instead. The more interesting thing to note is that there's no Sombra for either team.
Misha under some fire and will inevitably die. It's going to be traded on the brakes, however, as Leave with the Dynamite will find Neko. Gooseray now taken down. Big breakthrough here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Shai desperately tries to fight back. Will find Jinmu, so his first death of the series thus far is handed to him. That will certainly slow up the Hunters on this aggression.
Farming up a lot of... I'll charge for Jinmu, though. Not bad for a death so far. Monk as well, just working on the Nano. So we're kind of moving back into... Okay, that's a headshot from Leave. That will actually just open up the Hunters to make a play. I was going to say we're going to wait for Nanos. Kind of similar to what we had in Nano comps in Overwatch 1, but no, we're just going to go for it.
Yeah. Dynamite burn just to try to find Shy, but Gaga already got the job done. Cleanup is there. Jinmu just poking and prodding forward, just trying to keep them held back. Dashes away, keeps himself safe. The healing comes in. It's already going to be a second tick now, snatched up. We have this last second contest here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Need to see it sooner rather than later. There's a touch for just a brief moment. Gooseray now moving forward. Jumps up onto the high ground. The bubble going to be used just to try to keep himself safe. Hangzhou Spark now need to keep this thing occupied. 4.7% left to go here for the Chengdu Hunters to get the cap. The Dynamite's going to be absolutely massive. Jinmu plays off the back of it, dashes in, finds the kills. 2 in reply as Gaga and Monk will both fall. Alpha Yi is just not going to be able to keep playing forward. Sliver of HP finally gets cleaned up. The cap is there, and it is 4 minutes and 40 seconds as we move into the street space.
Just so well done by the Hunters there. No vertical pressure from Hangzhou Spark at all. I mean, you don't have a Genji on that team. You see Alpha Yi trying to just keep his feet on the point as much as possible, peppering damage from the back end while Gooseray's trying to make space, and Leave just setting up angles for a huge Dynamite. That was a Dynamite that catches the entire backline, explodes Neko where he stands. Now Chengdu Hunters have a major player advantage to cap that point. Some slowdown from the Spark. You respect that as we build towards some ultimates and play as well. Monk has now already used the Nano. It's Terra's turn to pop it onto, you'd imagine, Gooseray. Could be Shy though. Nano clocker time could be possible.
Yeah, very well could be. Feels like the bailout for Gooseray, who has been getting... I mean, just look at that HP bar right there as he tries to poke forward. The bailout, having the Nano there, help him stay alive. Certainly might be more valuable. Have to just wait and see. For now,
I'll have to go
contention
now.
There on the corner. Alpha Yi keeping it locked.
I was going to say, oh my god, this Leave is just pumping in the damn material. Be careful there. The payloads are almost around the corner for the final approach onto point, so at some point, Spark have to kind of make some moves here. At least they're somewhat holding onto high ground. Neko's under pressure, though. Jinmu's on top of him. And Hangzhou Spark falls back.
Didn't quite see where it goes. Gushway's trying to pressure the back line. Coach Gun there, Leaf trying to stay alive, but he does get juggled into the corner. Gushway inevitably finding that kill, but now he's going to be taking a nap, and in the meantime, the rest of his team's starting to fall apart. There's 3 kills found. Gushway, the Primal going to be expiring. He's trying to make his exit, and it's just enough for the Chengdu Hunters to be able to break through and start rounding the last corner.
Waiting for Monk to come back in as well. Nano's about to come online for this last fight. Spark as well. Trying to get 5. Hunters respecting it. They do not want to push before they have everybody alive. But a lot of ultimates coming online for the Chengdu Hunters. Again, like you, I don't really know where the bomb went, but it was enough to at least allow the Hunters to continue pushing. Leave got damage done regardless. Ate a full primal from Gushway. Hunters gave up a lot of space though, so Nano Blade to push on in and Primal if they require it.
It's 2 minutes drained away. They're looking to go ahead and add some more to the clock now. Nano goes out, just keeping him alive. Taro under fire, but Shy comes in, overclock at the very last second to go ahead and get the punish. Jinmu going to be taken down, Alfie, you traded out. Lee finding yet another headshot here onto the Tracer. Shy ignoring the Winston widely, just turning his sights over to the rest of the members of the Chengdu Hunters who are playing over near the card. Gaga comes to their rescue, however, drops down the bubble. 90 HP, and they manage to keep him sustained. He is still in this fight, and he is chasing it. He's looking for Gushway, but Gushway manages to grab the Mega Pack just in time to stay alive. In the meantime, it's going to be yet another trade out here onto the Brigidas. Gushway antied. Gaga this time will manage to get the better of him. As Alfie just dashing around here on the card, having swapped over to the Genji after dying on the Tracer. Just trying to keep things occupied, trying to get this locked in place, but he himself is taking an immense amount of damage. Can they keep him sustained is the question. Ducking and dodging.
So far, so good.
Seems to be good. Yeah, and that's going to be Gaga making his leap. Goes ahead, exits up onto the high ground. Hangzhou Spark.
Chengdu back out. Yeah, Chengdu have to back out now. They just could not kill Gaga. No, sorry, they killed Gaga. They couldn't kill Gushway. Chengdu could not kill Gushway at all during most of that fight, and eventually, Shy just kills everybody on the Chengdu Hunters. I mean, he starts out with that frag onto Leave during the overclock, I believe, or just as the overclock finishes. And then eventually, Chengdu have the play advantage. They're trying to chase down this one Winston player who refuses to die. And then everybody else in Chengdu, one by one, start getting fragged up by Shy and Spark with the player advantage on the respawn as well. Shy continues the rails. Took a while for Shy to come online, but once Shy's online, my goodness, is he fragging.
That he is. Was a big punish. Just help get rid of that Dragon Blade from Jinmu. Save Teru's life in itself is enough of a butterfly effect for them to go ahead and go on to win the rest of the fight and hold this card. From 4-minute 40-second start, now down to 50 seconds remaining. It's been a good hold, but Shy dead off the rip, and that is the win condition basically taking down the support, trying to retreat, but here comes the Primal Rage. Juggled into the corner, Neko doesn't stand a chance. No sleep guard available, Teru.
Nano
Just a matter
Blade.
of time. Pushed into the corner, he's gonna fall. Alfie does pull the blade, but he's got a sliver of HP, and he's just can't even get out of there. The dynamite burns him down, so it's a blade just for Nisha. The rest of the 4 Chengdu Hunters members are more than happy to go ahead and push this cart forward. Now 2 minutes remaining to try to get to the finish.
And the fact that you don't see Alpha U and Teru swap means that they had basically now wasted those. So this was not a case where they were looking to change heroes anyway. They just made the most desperate play possible, playing a Nano Blade 2 versus 5. Get 1 kill, which is probably even more than you'd expect out of a kind of 2v5 situation. Hunters will happily take it. The Hunters' timing for Gaga's Nano dive-in was flawless. Been killing Shy off the rip, as you mentioned, the most important play to get down first. That 5v4 is everything for the Hunters as they push on through in the final attempt. Now 120. Might actually have a couple attacks in there. We'll see how it goes, but it'll be the final stretch nonetheless.
Well, the dive yet again there. On to Lead, but this time he had some peel available. Gushway's well into the back lines of the Primal rolling. He's looking to try to get a corner here onto anybody that he can possibly find, but just knocking people away. Now he's got to make his exit. Goes down to 20 HP.
He won't die. He won't die.
He does not die. That was the crucial aspect of it. Shy, again, just holding on to this overclock. Slides away. Dive comes in. Gaga trying to outpressure him. Just forces position. Shifts him back. They get him break line of sight. The cart in the meantime being escorted forward here by Gaga. Now rejoins on the high ground. He's trying to keep his team protected, but he's actually going to get punished. Alfie managing to find the kill, stays alive, and once more the Chengdu Hunters going to have to reset. Now 30 seconds remaining.
That's rough as well because Hunters are trying to force payload distance to make sure that this Bob actually has value. So if they can get the payload towards that final corner where Bob has excellent sight lines, that's the max value of that. And for Chengdu Hunters and Nano Blade as well to force the space. Now we are definitely into final fight situation. There's Nano and there's Rally on the other side as well. So I think Jim is going to have to target Neko down, get Rally, get rid of the Rally, but now the Nano's just gone. Shy's got the kill.
Punk dead. Shy looking for more. Comes around the corner. There's the headshot. Leave is out of the fight. And this map, it seems like it's not going to finish. Or rather, the card is not going to make it to the end. Still is being pushed right now solo by Gaga, just getting as much meterage as he possibly can, but it is inevitable. As the nano goes out onto him, he will end up... No, it's actually on the Jinmu? Either way, Blade is pulled in desperation, and we'll only find one kill. The OT will bleed away all the same. We will not make it to the end of the game. Hangzhou Spark now as they get ready to swap sides will have a win condition in their pocket.
It's Nano onto both sides, Terran to Gushui, and Monk on the respawn onto Jinmu, but alas, by that time, way too late. I mean, that is basically the same value as Teru popping the Desperation Nano Blade onto Alfie for the B defense, but flipped around now for Chengdu's attack. Yeah, I mean, what can you say about that? Shy, snipes Monk, snipes Leave, easy as you like, and Hangzhou Spark will get a defensive hold on C due to the fact that Shy on the Sojin, as good as he was in previous metas, if there's one concurrent thing that always works for Hangzhou Spark, you can just apparently just rely on Shy for the Sojin. And I gotta say as well, for Leave, great job with the Ashe initially, but once you get to C, I think the sight lines start to get a bit stifled. Ashe's value in terms of controlling high ground and being annoying from those kind of angles stifled as well. Bob doesn't have good angles until you get to, I would say, the end of C, when you're trying to get that final push in. You shove Bob in the corner, and he sees a decent amount of stuff on that final approach. Leave probably could have gone over towards either a Tracer or a Sojin as well to challenge Shy more efficiently. You could definitely tell that Ashe, at least from my perspective, had less value on that C push, which is definitely a bit of a problem area for Chengdu. But then again, maybe it doesn't matter what he plays, because if Shy just kills everybody, then, you know, you just lose.
Very true. I mean, it's two just equally huge deadlifters on either side playing the hit scan right now. As Alfie just going for a pop shot, swaps over. It's going to be the Tracer for him. Leave was having a good time being able to get the beat on that Tracer's head. On the attack, let's see if he manages it here on the defense.
You say deadlift, but that's actually happening now. Shy is 12 out of 22, so he currently is deadlifting.
Oh, there you
See
go.
if that continues with his move on forward. Same comps again, but this time Jinmu on the Tracer, so a bit of more of a rarity from the Chengdu Hunters. You don't normally see Jinmu on a Tracer. We'll see how that works out for him. Leave already under pressure down.
Okay, yeah, Alfie this time getting the better of him with the Tracer. Gaga, quick leap up here onto the high ground. Comes back down. Really just duking it out with Neko, but Neko is enough. He manages to find that kill. Shy, antied out, does end up falling. Still looking to push that a little bit more aggressively, but Jinmu gets around the back, does find that elimination in the end, but with Nisha falling, it's going to be a big opening here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. You can start occupying the point and ticking up.
They need to just wait for respawns now. Like, they'll have all 5 available for the final push. I think they can retake. Gaga's alive, Jinmu's alive, right? They have the opportunity to touch. That's all, only thing that matters here. So happy to give away 2 ticks and then come back in for that contest. And they will have a Nano as well to play through, and slightly ahead in Teru, most importantly. They'll probably go into Gaga.
Root dashing down, not contesting for now. Gaga getting pushed back over onto the point itself, actually. A Shy heavily under fire, but now moving up, trying to get the pulse, but it's a slide away. Slyly, Shy will make his way out. Cap still coming in. Jinmu taken down. Shy finally does get punished. Gaga finding that elimination of Primal. Here from Gushwa, just juggling Leave into the corner, looking for that kill. Eventually does find it. We're taking low, taken down. Gaga finds the kill. Looks like the Chengdu Hunters might be able to win this out just barely enough to be able to hold this.
Can't quite find the targets yet. Gaga's kind of caught between chasing Alfie and going for Gushui, who, by the way, was on 1 HP again, but once more just refuses to die. Alfie gets taken down by Jinmu, and Gushui gets away. But the most important thing is that Hunters do hold. Gushui holds onto Primal. Super important for remaining fights here, and 2 minutes is gone, but successful retake nonetheless.
Yeah, very nicely done. Solid hold already, setting up the Hangzhou Spark to have less than what the Chengdu Hunters started with.
Oh my goodness.
On their streets phase, but what a shot. Leave out of the fray. Jinmu tagged low. The dive coming in once more. Gaga just trying to force Shy's position. He just caused him to change around just a little bit here. He's still under fire. He desperately needs some help, but there's no help to be found. Neko finds the kill in reply. Does manage to take him down. Also gets Monk for his trouble. So, hey, I can set the trade up in the end. And that will finally be the cap. So just shy of 4 minutes here, locked in for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as they go ahead and grab the card.
Yep. We'll see if it's enough here, because again, you might not have to finish the map, but you do have to get to the end. The final corner is where the resting place of Chengdu's attack ended. With the Hangzhou Spark, can we get any sort of snowballing coming through? The rally was obviously burnt. Nano available. You can just play that one Dragu straight as per normal. We'll just allow for some free car push for now as Chengdu set up predictably on top of this green roof, and kind of just wait for Spark to get into dive positions, as Hunters are happy to allow this push to go on until they're ready to go.
Shy charged up, looking for a rail target, spots one. Just goes a little bit wide there on the head. Can't find the instant kill, but okay, he wants to slide forward aggressively. Kind of botches it by bonking his head there on the doorway, but still, it's just pumping out damage. Finds Gaga in the end, is looking for Jinmu, tags him low a little bit more. Get the finish there onto the Tracer, and Jinmu eventually just dives into the line of fire. That's going to be the team kill, with just Teru falling, I do believe. Hangzhou Spark now breaking through, getting ready to round the final corner.
A couple of whiff shots on Lee, but the nano clock still rips through Gaga. Knife through butter on top of that. Winston and Chengdu Hunters will at least still have players left to play through for this final engage and retake on B.
Ooh,
Gaga's primal, Alpha kind of lurking on the side. Yeah, there we go, now they dive.
Split. It's completely segregates 4 members from the rest. Is cutting him in half, and Jinmu again just jumps right into the crosshair. Here's some of Alpha Yi. It's melted down. Shine finds the rail headshot there on the Gaga. Once more getting the punish, and Hangzhou Spark looking like they're going to have a pretty breezy time getting here into point B. The cleanup continues to be found. Not a single kill being picked up here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, just getting ripped asunder. A great sneaky play there from Alpha Yi and Gushue.
Well, I was going to say, is 4 minutes and something enough for B? Cherry's out, but how about 3:30 for C? Yeah, that's definitely more than enough. Hangzhou Spark have full capability of finishing and winning this map. Now, it's within their hands. They must simply get past a Nano plus Primal coming through from the Chengdu Hunters. Leave, by the way, now swapping over towards the Sojin. Better to challenge Shy. Has been struggling on that Ash for the second half of the game so far. Spark working on the next round of ultimates, including Neko on the rally. Payload still slowly pushing on through. Hunters biding their time.
They are one step at a time here. Jinmu nearly with the pulse bomb could be a big opener, but already the pace is going to be slowed down as Teru gets picked off. Nice backline dive here, seemingly from Gaga and Jinmu to find that elimination. Get that kill. Hangzhou Spark just waiting for the reset.
Again, Primal is always going to be an effective delay tool, unless the rest of Chengdu are just dead and then Gaga's not doing a lot there, but otherwise looking pretty good. Jinmu with a brilliant stick. We're looking for that first blood and he finds it.
Well, Neko says, hey Teru, you're back. And then he just explodes. He just gets Thanos snapped, evaporated out of existence, and now they have to wait once more.
A 10-second delay for a whole pulse bomb. I think both teams are somewhat okay with that, but for Chengdu, just forcing Spark back is at least a small win. You can see how patient Shy is as well.
Ooh.
Found that Ray on to leave, but too long in the range, couldn't get the kill.
Oh, Gaga. They have him in the corner. He's trying to make it happen. Rally in response. Neko stays safe. Gaga makes his leave, knows that he has overstepped if he stays in that position. Goes back in for a little bit more, however, and he gets the stomp out. Teru taken down once more. He did let the Nano rip, but now he's out of the fight. Gaga trying to limit this a little bit, but ends up getting punished. Shine finding that kill to help the overclock. Picks up one. Leave has his own rolling. Needs to find some kills, but Alpha Yi gets on top of him. The pulse bomb is beautiful. Cancels Leaves. Ult shuts him down. Gushue goes chasing forward, just making sure that Nisha gets pushed back all the way to the spawn room doors. He does have a rally. The cart's still inching forward. Gaga delaying it as much as he possibly can, but now he gives his life for that.
Threatening the cap now. There's not a lot left to play through. Nisha has to pop rally and hope for the best. No, Gaga here to delay. Payload's nearly there. 3-man push. And Chengdu is stuck.
Jinmu need to get the touch. He needs to have it here. And he will. 2.64 meters left to go. Gaga now arriving here on the low ground as well. The rally rolling from Nisha. Ultless. Everybody else, but Jinmu now builds up that pulse bomb. He tries to get in behind. He tries to get the stick, but it goes wide. No damage going to be found either. Teru for now going to be antied out, but that will expire. Still 56 seconds to chew through with a little bit of rollback happening here for the cart. Getting ready to go past 5 meters remaining. The push is coming through yet again. They push it right back into 3 meters now. Just making sure the Chengdu Hunters have to stay glued to this one. Gaga continuing to try to contest, gets antied out for a moment. The bubble comes down, keeps him protected. The rail shot at the ready. Shine looking for a prime target, looking for somebody he can assassinate, just like Nisha. Gets him in the head, takes him out of the fight. Now it's all on Monk. Leave, picked off. Gaga and Jinmu trying to hold forward, but the healing is just not going to be there. Gaga crumbles under the pressure, ends up going down. The ante is out onto 2 members of the Spark, but it doesn't matter. There's no one from the Hunters there to try to play off the back of it. And the cap will come through. The Hangzhou Spark will go ahead and tie us up 1-1.
And even had Shy not gotten the final frags to allow Spark to push across the finish line, Teru and Neko both had support ultimates coming online. They were just about to use them. They did end up using them towards the end there. Chengdu had nothing really to use. They were waiting for maybe a nano from Monk, possibly a pulse from Jinmu. time was not on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. It was for the Hangzhou Spark, and Hangzhou Spark will very firmly be able to get that cap and be able to get that tie up in 1-1.
Well, a series on our hands we do be having 1-1 as we get ready to go into our next map of Escort. We'll see how things fare from there, but already looking a hell of a lot closer than that first round of Nepal so very long ago on Village, and that's what we like to see. Hangzhou Spark, though, very much heating up, Shy in particular as well, looking incredibly deadly right now. So if things continue to trend in this direction, the Chengdu Hunters are going to have their work cut out for them. Leave in particular, the one who's going to be looked to try to deal with Shy on that Sojourn. We'll see what happens, though, when we come back from the break, see who is going to be able to take the lead and take this to match point. And we are back. It's time to continue this series, which is currently tied up 1-1. Hangzhou Spark answering back, able to take map number 2. Now the onus is on the Chengdu Hunters to reply, because they were looking a little bit wobbly there, especially on the defense on Paraíso. So we'll see how they fare as we get ready to move into our escort map of Junkertown.
That's the thing, right? Because attacking, they seemed okay up until the last point. It's really that entire defense. Aside from A, which they had a successful retake, and A was okay, but the rest of it was falling to pieces. Shy, kind of with the meat cleaver in hand, he was chopping Chengdu up into pieces as well. It seemed like it was just so much for Chengdu to deal against, and it was far too much backbreaking indeed. Jinmu, unfortunately, does not look comfortable on the Tracer compared to Alpha Yi. Leave, still playing a lot of Ashe there, when I think, wasn't able to get a lot done versus Shy, and maybe the Sojourner would have helped out a lot more. Although even towards the end there, seemed like Shy had his number anyway. Gotta head into map number 3 here at Ilios, and some substitutions coming online. Daisy in for Gaga, Burner in for Gushui. We're going to be playing off tanks. We're going to, I believe it's Junkertown. Could be on the Sigmas. That would probably be the prime reason, because otherwise, Gaga can play Zarya. He can play... what else would you maybe play here? I think probably just a Zarya. I mean, some teams might even think about a Junker Queen, but I think it's that or a Sigma. Both teams, generally speaking, look like they just want to get off the Winston for now.
Yeah, I guess just yet another gentleman's agreement. Just go ahead, shift away from that one, and see what they do have prepared for us. I mean, Dicey, like you say, the Zarya, if it were to come out at some point here, he has shown a good amount of proficiency on that. That was his debut pick all the way back on King's Row forever ago at the beginning of the year. So if he wants to bring it out again, at least you have some confidence in his ability to be able to perform on that pick, much like Bernard. So it's very much the same there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but you're expecting the Sigmas, so we'll see if they do deliver. Because if nothing else, Chengdu Hunters, always a team that kind of delivers, the package that you didn't order. So we'll see what they have for us.
Right. Sometimes, though, you're hoping if it's a food delivery, you get an upgrade, like you get something bigger and better than what you ordered. In a rare occasion, does mean that somebody else missed out, but here, I see no other reason to bring in Daisy, because, as I said, if it was for Zarya, Gaga would just play it. So the only specialist hero that Gaga doesn't really play is the Sigma that Daisy does have in the back pocket. Hangzhou Spark are hovering over the Junker Queen. I don't think it's impossible to play this here. We've seen, like, Punk, by the way, on Boston Uprising played mostly Junker Queen in his match versus the Houston Outlaws. He's on the Uprising. And it's not that she's completely out of the meta. She's just a niche hero now. She's one of those heroes that you would only play in very specific situations. Maybe as a, I don't know, like a comfort pick as well. But no, I think if you're going to be playing Burner, you're going to be playing Daisy. Really, it's got to be Sigma versus Sigma. And here we go.
Yep, out the gate, there's those barriers that we know and love so very much, especially when Widowmaker's in the mix.
But at least there's only one.
Yep, exactly.
So happy about that.
Only be one. Or there could be only one. Mixing up my quotes here. Highlander.
See if Alfie stays,
that most of our audience probably haven't seen.
Yeah, it is pretty old. When are they going to remake that one? And
They already have.
Oh, really?
I believe there was a TV
I'll wait
series.
another 20 years and watch the third remake. Alfie's still staying on the Hanzo for now. I was going to say how long he might stay on this one for, but being that we are in a double flex Sigma mirror matchup here, the Hanzo will have a lot of value in breaking shields, so that's going to put a bit of pressure onto Daisy and the rest. As Chengdu Hunters, this is kind of the position they want to be the lockup. Now Spark coming onto that left side with leaving Shy and a duel.
Yep. Bit of a slow and steady rotate around the left side, but there is the shot onto Monk. Thought he was safe, thought he was getting behind cover, but Shy manages to find the head just a bit too quickly. He's just well taking a nasty shot to the body. We'll go ahead and answer back. Playing through Daisy pretty much. Gets the headshot across. That'll shut him down for now.
Alfie is still kind of lurking around the backside. You can see on the left side of Leaves POV, and he spots him now. Oh my goodness, Alfie on 1 HP. I think that was it maybe a body shot from Leave. Had it been a headshot, Alfie would have died for sure. By the way, look towards Nisha and Neko. We are getting around the bend for the Ant Mectresses now. First ultimate's coming online. Neko slightly further ahead, and Spark will use that to push out.
Leave just trying to make sure that he is covered in case Alfie tries to get up on top of him, which he's not too far off. Yeah, it's pretty massive. Only 66% built up there for Bernard. The flux going to get used by Daisy. Pulse bomb out from Jinmu. Not going to be able to find the elimination. Bernard cleaning up the immortality field as Monk has been eliminated. It's going to be the cleanup onto the supports. And Chengdu Hunters just going to be falling apart, broken apart at the seams. Leave, yeah, he's got an infra sight, so he can just basically see all of his teammates die. Jinmu able to pick up 2. Just trying to get them in this, finds the third. And suddenly, this is very winnable. Jinmu buying so much time here. Now has the cart contested, has some answering, covering fire from Leave up on that high ground as well. Bernard popping that grasp there, just trying to get some shielding as much as he possibly can. His own flux now at the ready. Sends out the accretion, not going to get the tag, but here comes the rest of the Hunters, and Bernard was not ready for that one at all. Turns around, and they just barrel him over. Chengdu Hunters managed to hold on the back of Jinmu's heroics.
How's he done that? How's he clutched out of the Tracer? Someone that doesn't even normally play the Tracer. He's come on through. Basically solo. It's him and Leave on the high ground, trying to deal with Alpha E. Jinmu, the only player on the ground with everybody else gone, holding the entire payload. Kills 3 on his own, basically. A little bit of help from Leave. And then gets a 4th kill as well. He's on a 4K kill spree. 0 deaths. And now you see the value of the Tracer coming on through. He's the guy that saves the point.
He's holding the line for the team. Now, this is looking a lot, okay, well, I was going to say a lot more possible, but Jinmu is dead, as is Nisha. Now the onus is going to be on Leave. The Shy, however,
well,
very much coming up. Huge finds both of the supports. And, well, it was looking like maybe they could pull hold off the back of Jinmu's heroics. It's like, well, Jinmu died first, and then it all spiraled out of control.
I'll tell you what, lightning does not strike twice. That's what we learned.
Apparently not.
It does not strike twice.
Yeah.
Or any position, not for the Chengdu Hunters. No Jinmu clutch, no Hunters win apparently. And Alpha will get a late kill onto Monk, who at this point has been close to Trance a number of times up, but just can't catch a break, and the kills don't slow down for Alpha Yeet. Which means just further positional control for Spark, further free push for Spark, and no shot for further kills, which means again no shot for Hunters to regroup as 5. That's 3 separated deaths in a row now, all maximum staggers basically.
I mean, look how pushed forward the Hangzhou Spark are right now. They have complete and total control, basically, of this entire B stretch. Just behind that secondary spawn room, pretty much the only spot they do not have. It's going to just be okay. Transcendence for Transcendence. The Flux on the back end here from Daisy gets a pick up on the Bernard. Slaps him down. That'll be the kill. That's a good start here for the side of the Hunters to try to regain some semblance of control. Nice little bounces here. As he just a double take and says, oh, that was Alpha Yeet. Okay. Spots him out. Turns around, gets the elimination, and that will be the Hangzhou Spark effectively flushed out of the point.
It cost them a bunch of ultimates to get there, but they will get there in the end. And look at the payload distance. It's about 2/3 of the way through Junkertown, and that was before any real fights occurred on B. That was just 3 separated solo kills from Hangzhou Spark back to back to back. What kind of space can Chengdu hold now as we look towards Amictresses on both sides?
I question the use of that Transcendence here from the side of the Spark, because there was nothing really to force it out. Daisy had not pulled the trigger on the Flux yet. The Transcendence expires, and then Bernard ends up dying to the Flux on the back end.
I just wanted
to challenge. Itchy trigger finger.
I think Terra just wanted to challenge Monk, and that was it, you know. Transfer trance kind of deal. But you're right, the extra Flux really did turn the tide of that battle.
60 seconds remaining.
Certainly costly.
Now we're down to 1 minute.
Yeah. Hunters just effectively draining the clock. Infrasight still held, but seems like Leave with a pretty damn good idea of where everyone's at. Okay, Alfie's dead to a poison trap.
Alrighty.
I'd love to see a replay of that.
How about a replay of that one? Damn,
yeah,
that was a good shot.
Okay, yep. Scrap the previous one.
Give me the replay of Shy versus Jinmu, please.
I mean, shades of Taimu in Apex Season 1 right there. Great point blank shot.
Reminds me of NYXL Pine on this map. Alright, well maybe not as flanky, but we'll see. In any case, it was just an insane shot. You love to see those.
Alright, Daisy taken down. A breakthrough kill here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They need to be able to play off the back of this one, but Echo's going to take it down, tries to leap up onto the high ground. And look at the HP bars on the side of the Spark. Everybody is just drained so very low. Yep, the kills continuing to be found. The supports for the Hunters under a bit of fire. Nisha trying to stay alive. Dash over to the cart, Alpha Yeet. Make sure that they at least have the OT forced
and there's still a Flux.
Tries to inch this one forward. The Flux is still there for Daisy. Bernard has one of his own, but he needs a respawn. He needs his teammates to be able to buy enough time, and I just don't know if it's going to be possible. Alpha Yeet dashes out. The OT starting to bleed away. Shy going to be taken down. The Flux coming in. And that's just going to be the kill found. Monk getting the headshot there on the Taro. Again, a nice little tap through from the side of Alpha Yeet, but he will not be able to survive long enough to get the blade online. He ends up getting taken down. And that is the hole just in front of point B with the Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, look, I mean, when Chengdu really dig the heels and that was too difficult for Spark, you would think it was going to be a Spark kind of bulldoze on all of Junkertown after what they did on A. When they get Jinmu down, they start barreling through the A capture into B. 3 solo kills in a row. No fights for Chengdu, just insane free push all the way until the end. And then one turned around fight from Chengdu. It was, the 2 trances being burned, Daisy solo fluxing burnout to maintain, to finally win a fight and get some point control back, some map control back. Hangzhou Spark never really found positioning again. I mean, despite Shy's heroics, getting solo kills, that insane headshot onto Jinmu, when you have this Chengdu Hunters backline control, Leave getting a lot of frags, actually Leave doing a prime job on a Widowmaker on that B point, with Daisy holding strong, not dying, and having fluxes ready to go. Chengdu gonna be completing a pretty impressive defense on B in what was originally looking like a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, and now we're very well poised to be able to take this to match point. That final section of Junkertown, usually we see, point A, point C. Those are the 2 really heavy spots. Point B, most of the time you see teams make it through there if they get to A. Not this time around. So Chengdu Hunters, a very real win condition here on the map for them to be able to move up 2-1. Shot starting to fly. Leave once more here on the Widow, but it's going to be Shy, who again gets the better of Jinmu. Great opening headshot playing off on this far right flank.
Jinmu can play Hanzo as well. It's within his hero pool. I mean, we remember that fondly from even, I think, the 2020 season where he really showed it off. I think, no, actually 2019. In either case, all the seasons he's played, he's been able to show it off a little bit. Genji is instead going to be the pick. So, I don't hate it. I think it's got some reasonable value. Still doesn't quite have the ability to outpoke and burn shields and get past the double flex Sigma of Hangzhou Spark, but the flank pressure is what Chengdu Hunters have been relying on and winning from. So now we've gotten to the end of this kill box area, trying to get to the open. Jinmu needs to start pulling some weight to get them past that area. He's already in the back.
The Immortality field gets cleaned up, but Alfie gets taken down. Nisha finding that kill, Leave with a quick little pop shot, looking for a target. Spot anybody the first time, misses the shot there on the Shy, who is under fire, and Jinmu gets into the back. Finds that elimination, now is just farming off these right clicks as much as he possibly can. Leave out of the fray, but seemingly the rest of the Chengdu Hunters are going to be nonplussed about it. They find the kills as the Genjis go ahead, meet and do battle around the corner, and it will be Alfie making his retreat.
And something Jinmu did really well in that fight was just kind of find Shy among the chaos. When Chengdu start pushing up and Daisy and Burner are caught into a bit of a 1v1, the supports are all looking at the tanks, right? No one's really covering for Shy. Jinmu used that moment perfectly to take down the carry of the Hangzhou Spark, give Leave free sightlines as a Widowmaker attacking, and now Hangzhou Spark, they didn't have the confidence to come back, and I think they maybe were a little bit far anyway. Burner possibly wasn't in position, so yes, they concede the A point, but what they pay for is allowing them to now have slightly better positioning on the initial B approach. So this entire high ground on the left that we can see here, give up the point on A, but they'll have at least a better fight on B.
Well, eventually they will have to collapse down. The cart already inched well past the gate. So Alfie spotting Jinmu. Knows that he's low. Wants to go in for the killing blow. The dash will do it. Flux out, Teru. Nice little follow-up there from Daisy. Finds both of the supports actually off the back of that one. What a play from him. Suddenly, I was going to say that initial pick coming in from Alfie might not matter too much, but the kills are still being found by the side of the Hangzhou Spark. So the all-in play here on the high ground, conceding point A, does work on the first volley, but there's still 4 minutes to chew through if they want to win this map.
It was nearly Daisy being saved there, but both Nisha and Daisy will fall along with the Immortality field, and Jim's going to be careful not to get tagged by one of these D12s. As Chengdu Hunters kind of force a reset here, and they've lost all map control, so they're going to try and reapproach this high ground, front to back combat. Oh, Neko went down to 1 HP there, didn't die though.
Oh, and Jinmu, hit with the accretion, ends up falling. Bernard, good for the follow-up. Alfie, Blade at the ready to try to match. Finds Monk there for a quick little shot. Again, Hangzhou Spark just continuing to win out. That's now 2 fights, effectively 1.
Chengdu's still holding on to ult, so you can say that Spark win that one just off the back of that Matrix alone. And the fact that Burner just kind of rocks and kills Daisy. Well, this is where it now really counts. I'm sorry, not Daisy, it was Jinmu that actually got caught first. In any case, Chengdu now pushing up. It is Infrasight for Infrasight. Trance is likely to be burned here, waiting for the Blaze to be actually played in this fight. That will probably be the impetus for the Transcendences.
I mean, you have that, but Daisy also now has the Flux on the back end, so you can pop one and set up the Blade now. as there's the trance. Neko, however, shot Daisy, good for the follow-up. Gets a kill. Blade now going to be pulled. Jinmu looking for some targets, cutting away at this Sigma. One final slash. There you go. The kill is found. And that is going to be the defense is widely broken. Let's find some picks here from the DPS. And Shy, he delivers on one. Jinmu going to be taken down. Blade going to be pulled from Alpha. He gets leave. They look for a little bit more. The card's still inching forward. Getting back into that initial position is looking a lot more impossible here for the side of the Hangzhou Sparks. And now they need to play from the back of the point.
Shy hit an incredible shot. He's got one to Nisha here as well, but the incredible shot was the one for Jinmu, because if you saw from Jinmu's POV, he was like half a meter from being safe to the shield, the dice being put up, so he was basically there. I think half his body might even been covered. Shay just finds the top half that wasn't covered in the microsecond between him being covered by the shield and unfortunately being killed there. And for the Hangzhou Spark, I mean, that is a massive difference maker, because now Hangzhou get to play for their respawners. They actually get to hold some very aggressive high ground. They're way ahead of where the payload is.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because now the payload is being stolen away from them. Monk pressuring from down below, and right now it's just the Hangzhou Spark kind of surrounded on all fronts. Jinmu poking and prodding away, and they desperately need to get over to this cart right now. Someone needs to be able to get the touch, but I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do so, because everybody, the supports, they've been left alone in a room with Jinmu, and he is just slicing them up, and yeah, a bit overzealous there from Hangzhou Spark to try to reposition. They say, hey, it's been working really well from us, this entire defense on B. Let's go back over there. They do, but then they lose the cart. It gets stolen away. Alfie, after respawning, cannot get back over to get the touch in time. And that is the map taken away by the Chengdu Hunters. The lead is now theirs.
Yeah, and that's an incredible, by the way, I think map, generally speaking, from Jinmu especially. He controlled space, he allowed the clutch to happen on the A-point defense as the trace it, and then the attack as well. He really was the guy that set up most of those successful pushes, killing Shy at the start, allowing Chengdu to get that advantage, and then towards the end there as well, he and I think one other player was aggressing that sort of back line, very forward hold from the Hangzhou Spark, going for their, what was it, at Matrix window play, and the Chengdu Hunters trying to sneak the payload away while Jinmu gets the work done there, and he just cleans up that back line as the Genji. So brilliant stuff in Chengdu. Like you said, lead 2-1, and that was a great map.
Well, now in the lead, match point is theirs. Chengdu Hunters, can they close it out as we get ready to head over to Colosseo for our push map? We'll find out. Hangzhou Spark, though, need to dig deep if they want to extend this into a 5-map series. We'll see if they can do it when we come back. All right, welcome back. 2-1 the lead right now for the Chengdu Hunters as they were able to close out a win on Junkertown. Now we set our sights on Colosseo to see whether or not the Hangzhou Spark can pick up a win on push to extend this into a 5-map series. Could be 5-map Friday. Maybe it's back on the board. It's been a while.
We got Soul Valiant. We got Soul Valiant after this, so you know if it's going to be 5-map Friday,
It
it
could
better
be
in this
5-map
game.
Friday.
Hey, you know what? It is Valiant. They like going 5, so maybe. All right, let's talk about this next map. Gaga coming back in for Daisy. As far as we know, Burner is sticking in.
Yes.
And jury's don't know what that means. Now, Gaga coming for Daisy means that we are going to play more main tank picks for Colosseo. And even if it's Zarya, and I think Zarya is currently a very popular pick on this map, Gaga is the guy that's going to play that. So, but I would have to guess that if Gaga's in, they're going to try the Winston. I think Winston would probably be a primary pick. And then beyond that, we'll have to see what it looks like. For Burner, could be Doom, could be Zarya. I suspect it'll be Zarya. For everybody else, I don't know if Sombra's coming back. I think Jinmu might try the Sombra again here.
That could very well happen. Just watching, I don't even remember which teams it was yesterday. I was watching NA. It was, 5 in the morning. So, just trying to keep my eyes awake so that I can try to readjust my sleep schedule a little bit more.
NA viewing.
Get some more rest, because I've been going to sleep, waking up like 5 hours later, so the jet lag has finally caught me. I usually elude it, but it's been a little bit more rough, so it's just saying, like, I need visual stimuli to keep me going. So I was like, let me watch some NA, watch some Sombra play here on Colosseo, and also watched Doge get absolutely mauled in that series, but it is what it is. Anyway, we'll go into Colosseo now, focusing up, and Benar seems like he likes to flash the Junker Queen every now and then. He shows us the Zarya as well, which is, I'm in agreement with you. I think the more likely outcome.
Remind me, what did Doge and Punk play there? Was it Junker Queen versus Diva or something?
Don't even remember. Brain was barely functioning.
Fair enough. So
Just like it is right now.
It's going to be one Zarya and no Sombras, so both teams are going to stay away from that. Jinmu, to be fair, I think Soja and Genji, pretty damn good here. And in some ways, despite there not being Junker Queen, Spark can kind of play that comp similar to it. Obviously, they don't have a Lucio, they don't have a Junker Queen, but the Zarya is like kind of a step in for that. You can still play this aggressive DPS tank style gameplay.
Okay,
Shy can still do that.
Yeah. He can just rail Jinmu. Just kill him. Why not? That's going to give Alfie a nice little window to, catch up, I suppose. He's still down by about 2% at the moment. So his own poking and prodding, not finding nearly as much value. But crucially, he does stay alive. Rail at the ready. Shy taking the slide out. Keeps himself safe for a target. Sees the ping from his teammates. Knows that Leave is playing up around that high ground. Isn't able to spot him, though. So can't find the challenge from Northern
Monk's
kill.
one.
That dive into the back again. As you say, Monk falling low. Gaga just trying to turn some attention onto himself, which he does so effectively. And the bot for now is going to be locked in a neutral position. 2.22 meters is all that has been gained.
Oh, Burner. Okay, Burner does cleanse that off himself. He's not anti anymore, but you're right. Still very low and gets cleaned up there. Chengdu now the advantage.
Yeah, a massive window for them. Go ahead and start gaining some distance. Neko as well going to be taken out. Alfie falling. 3 quick kills found for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Now they can go ahead and start shifting the bot.
So good from Monk. He got 2 back-to-back firos there. One to Burner, one to Neko. Both ended in kills. And the Hunters are almost kissing the spawn doors of the Hangzhou Spark. This is the first major momentum and payload push we've had for the entire map so far. And despite Jinmu dying early to Shy's rail, I think you'll remember the initial neutral, Hangzhou only got 2 meters off that. So Chengdu held very strongly. And we're moving into Nano play now. Nano Blades, in fact, online for both teams.
Yeah, just about to be. Jinmu 5% away. Alfie has his. He's going to pull it first. Tries to get on top of Nisha, but now it's going to be the beat coming through. Anti-House 2. Jinmu with a blade of his own. Dashes in. Finds 3 quick kills. Looks to cut down for Nar as well. The bubble saves his life for just a moment, but Jinmu will find it. Can he get the ace? No, he cannot. Leave. Takes one away, but it's a team kill, and that's going to be the butt scratch, as we so efficiently and officially call it, coming through from the bot. Checkpoint.
I'm still just going to call it a cap. I'm just still going to call it a cap, personally. Not going to lie to you. Here on the APAC broadcast, going to say it how it is. Here comes Leave on the overclock. Shy would love to burn it.
trying to finish him off. They don't manage to actually pick Bernard. He does get top back up, and now he does have that grab at the ready. He's going to let it loose, but it whiffs. It doesn't connect onto anybody.
Nene would be proud.
That he would, wherever he's watching from. Well, despite the whiff, it seems like the Hangzhou Spark will be able to win out the fight. But it's so much distance off of one initial push here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. 87.88 meters.
Right.
That is monstrous. It was one
that
fight.
was off. Well, I think it was two-ish fights because there was also the Nanoblade in there. So we count this initial mid-fight.
Sure.
Then in the Nanoblade exchange,
That was
right,
barely a fight, though. That was a slaughter.
Well, Chengdu did all the fighting. Hangzhou apparently had their hands tied. And now Shy will be the first one down here as Chengdu continue to maintain control. And they're about to clean up all these kills, surely.
I mean, this was the undoing of the Hangzhou Spark. The whole last tournament cycle was Shy dying first. He is such a big win condition for them. Him out of the fight just means that there's not enough throughput of the damage. There's only so much that Alpha you can do as again he was poking and prodding. Jinmu, yeah, he's got the whole team backing him up. He's just charging forward. He is able to feast.
And as we wait for the respawns, Hunters will be looking for 100 meters. We're about to hit triple digits rather. Less than halfway through the map. And Spark are on 2.22, so they are so significantly behind. They're now more than 100 meters behind. At least they still have half the map to get it done, but Mike, I mean, at this point, you've got another Nanoblade coming alive for both teams. Does Jinmu just feast again?
He's going to go for it. Blade for blade. This time, does get antied out, does get slept, so something tells me he's going to have a little bit of a worse time. Okay, he actually gets woken up. Now he's in the back line here with the supports. He's trying to get the finishing shot onto Teru. Can't make it happen, but Gaga is there for the alley-oop. Bot, in the meantime, has been stolen away and is shifting back over towards a neutral position. It is still making its way down the ramp, however, so Gaga could buy some time, but he wants to make his exit, rejoin back with the rest of the squad.
And they stole another 10 meters in the middle of that. I thought they were going to end at 102. It's now at 112. So 110 meter gap between the two teams. Spark have so much work to do ahead of them. I mean, Hunter's got that done in, what, about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes, roughly speaking. So Spark basically have to use the entirety of the rest of the map to get it done again. That long road starts now off the back of a rally. It's the only thing they got.
Okay, here comes the aggression. The beat comes out. They're looking to try to get rid of Neko. They're booping it away. So the rally, that green HP is not going out onto his teammates. The cleanup comes through. Alpha and Shy now out of the fight. It's just Bernard trying to stay alive as Gaga fearlessly pushes forward. He's got
Gaga's got both supports here.
Locked into a corner, yeah. Jinmu trying to reinforce. He just gets slept for his troubles, but it's still not enough. It's just a matter of time as Teru will manage to take one with him, but the bot again is getting ready to be pushing forward as Chengdu Hunters are looking for the cap.
115, 120 maybe even here. I don't know if they're going to make too much distance given that Spark are right there. I don't think they can get a cap done either because Chengdu have to wait for respawn, so yeah, they will give it up. 116, but every single time Spark lose a fight, they lose just several more meters as Chengdu sneak it away. And worse still, Spark have to reset their entire distance, and so they can't even get back to neutral. Every single time they take a fight, it's back in this sort of midpoint, this neutral midpoint here. They can't make any distance. Look, it's still 2.22. They can't make any distance.
Yeah. I mean, still a decent amount of time left in the time bank here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but just given the way that these fights have gone, it take more than a miracle to try to turn this one around.
Well,
Nisha getting jumped on, however, that is going to be a good start. Find that kill, but can they get more? Bernard with his own primal rolling, that will now expire, but again, Gaga into the back line, does find Shy. Jinmu going to be taken down, so it's not without a trade. The bot, however, still going to be firmly locked in place. The Chengdu Hunters refuse to give any distance over to the Hangzhou Spark. Dive in, Lee will be taken down. Alpha Yi. Yep, nice dash through. Alpha Yi, however, does get traded. Nisha getting some revenge from the previous kill. Bot now getting a little bit of distance, a smattering of it here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but the regression is instantly there. Gaga into the back line. He's going to be antied up, but it doesn't matter because he's got that primal rage to rely on. Now it's going to be popped. Bernard just trying to zone everybody else back. Just trying to take them a little bit lower. Gaga, the primal, getting ready to expire. Leaps out at the very last moment, keeps himself safe. The bot has not gained anything here for the side of the Spark. Now the blade is pulled. Jinmu instantly finding one. He's looking for the second. Neko, a little bit too elusive to stay alive. Blade now going to be resheathed. And Jinmu will end up dying, but in the end, Shy will fall as well. Neko slept, killed. Nisha starting to frag out of control in the Lucio. And the bot once more is heading over towards the Spark spawn room doors.
That was incredible. That's like Neko walking up for the layup and Monk just slaps the ball out of his hands. The Chengdu Hunters will only, I mean, look at this. They just use They're just using Gaga to just shove the payload back into deep in Spark territory, and then he's just going to leave. By the way, Jinmu's come back on a Storm right now to be extra annoying. And I think for the last couple of minutes, I mean, build an EMP and win from there, it's looking pretty damn good. At this stage, even if Chengdu lose the next 3 fights in a row, Spark would still barely even get a cap going, and they should delete Shy.
It is beautiful. There has been times when Chengdu Hunters have struggled during this season where we said, where's the communication? And it seems that things have broken down, especially during the C9 moments that they've had many of throughout the 2022 season. But right now, it looks like the comms are crystal clear with those dive setups. Anisha does dive. It's going to be no beat in this fight. Overclock here from Leave. Widely not going to be able to find too much now. Is going to be antied out. Bernard goes back in for a second dip. Does find that kill. Monk as well. Left out here by himself, but he actually wins out the fight. Takes out Bernard. Nothing is
Monk has
for
been
free
good today.
here in this fight.
I mean, by the way, Alpha, he barely made it out alive as well. He got hacked and nearly died within that hack, but managed to dash away. And I think collected Nisha as a kill on Collateral, just trying to dash to safety. Spark have saved up a number of ultimates, really good ultimates as well on their approach. And this is now the most amount of distance they've had the entire map. The bad news is they got less than 1 minute to play through. Shy will finally get his revenge. He's been knocked out clean by Jinmu for most of these fights. He will now find that kill. If they can get past Gaga, they can make some real distance.
Comeback here from Hangzhou Spark would dwarf anything that we have seen before. The parting of the Red Sea, water to wine. This would take it.
I'd add into the Bible.
Yeah,
Hangzhou
into
Spark
the holy scriptures of every religion. Let's just throw it in. Yeah, they've got a plethora of ults to try to utilize. That's going to be the Nano Blade. It's instantly shut down. Alfie is dead. Bernard going to be taking a nap. Gaga charging forward. Just boosted up. It's 2, now 3 kills found as Leave takes down Shy. No miracles today, it would seem. Bernard doing his damnedest to fight back. We'll find 2 additional kills, but Chengdu Hunters with a dominant start just absolutely crushed the Hangzhou Spark here on Colosseo. Since Push came out, since we started this year, this has been the map for the Chengdu Hunters where they seemingly always excel. The Kings of Colosseo do it once more and they close the series 3-1.
Yeah, we see Hangzhou Spark there. They walk up to the port, and unfortunately, Noah's Ark is full out in the flood as the Hangzhou Spark as they get swept away here. 3-1. A brilliant map in the middle for Hangzhou Spark to take away, but ultimately, we're here to talk about the Chengdu Hunters on what looks like it could now legitimately be their return. I still am going to hold my breath a little bit because we often do see Hunters do well at the beginning of a stage, then kind of falter towards the end. So now the big test will be, can Hunters keep the momentum going? That has kind of been their curse as well. They look good to start with, they look poorly at the end. And this meta, however, more so than pretty much any meta that we've had so far this year, I think favors them really strongly. A lot of fantastic picks that they're all very proficient on. Any meta we can play a lot of Winston as well, play a lot of Genji, especially Sombra in here for a player like Jinmu. You want all that. Any opportunity for Leave to play either Sojourn or Tracer, you want all of that.
Yeah, it seems to be really good for them. But also, we should say, you know, with the Hangzhou Spark trying out a new support line, so maybe we'll see some adjustments. Maybe it's just, you know, shaking things off, first match back and everything here for Neko and Teru. So we'll see some more of them and see how they continue to develop. But it was competitive at times for sure. Colosseo, definitely not so much. But there's one guy right now on my brain after the end of this series, one guy who very much helped lead the Chengdu Hunters to a concise victory, and that is our player of the match.
Resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Hello and welcome to the Watch Point. I'm Danny. I love Orisa. Please give us more Orisa Lim. And with me, of course, in the Watch Point truck, we have Jonathan Reinforce Austin and Scott Costa Kennedy. What's up, brothers? How are you guys doing?
Good. I'm ready for some more Orisa Overwatch.
Yes.
I think we've all agreed unanimously that everyone has to play Orisa.
YouTube chat, spam
Yeah.
the pasta.
What's
Come
the
on.
pasta? Yeah.
It
Orisa
was
throw.
Orisa throw, Orisa
Spin.
Oh,
Spin.
Wait,
Orisa
spin?
slam, Orisa win.
Yeah. And it's the galloping
classic.
horse emoji.
I would love to see more of that. But before we talk more about Orisa, I'm pretty sure we're going to do that a lot today. But yeah, yesterday we kicked off the Countdown Cup in the West and saw some teams still juggling with the pieces of the meta. But now we turn our gaze to the East, a region which always has a different take on the meta as well. APAC started their Countdown Cup last night, and the first match was Hangzhou Spark versus the Chengdu Hunters. There are a lot of questions about Hangzhou, and before we even get into gameplay, they made some big changes to the support line.
Yeah, I think these came a little bit out of left field to most people. They coach Neko from the Hangzhou Spark decided to take a player role, and we also had Teru, originally from the Vancouver Titans, a DPS player, played a little bit of support at the end of his season. They have come in to become the new support line for the Hangzhou Spark. Some of us were questioning whether or not they would get playtime or if they just wanted to have an infinity gauntlet of players. But we saw overnight they did play, and honestly, they were fine. It wasn't great, but they were fine, Johnny.
What's going on?
I mean,
don't get
This
it.
is your team. Come on, you got to defend this.
I can't defend this. I really can't defend it. You know, they played all right. You know, great, awesome. But super rich in irony, like up until, you know, after the mid-season madness, everything looked fine. They were like a top 3 team in APAC, you know. They barely lost to the Philadelphia Fusion in the mid-season madness as well. Like, things were looking good for Hangzhou Spark. Yes! They went 1-6 in the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
Couldn't sell that one, could you?
That was just, Jotes was just not the Hangzhou Spark meta, and that's fine. Like, why are we pressing the panic button and signing a coach as the new main support player and picking up a former damage player as your flank support player? Okay, look, benefit of the doubt. They're an Overwatch League team. They know better. They're probably going through some stuff that I have no bloody clue about what's going on within the Hangzhou Spark, and they thought this was the right decision. All right. But it didn't look great. Chengdu Hunters run away with it. And look, this is a Chengdu Hunters team that I think we've been waiting all season for them to really like come alive. I mean, they have Leave, all right? He's the reigning most valuable player in the entire league. So you want to see Leave pop off like he did here, for example, on Junkertown, right? And Chengdu Hunters, I don't think it's a surprise, like when they beat the Hangzhou Spark or when they beat the Philadelphia Fusion, because this is what we want to expect from them. Still, though, I can't help but feel disappointed that the Hangzhou Spark are now 1-7 in their most recent 8 matches, especially the way they started this year with Shy, of course, looking amazing in the mid-season madness. I really would like them to perform better than this, but Chengdu Hunters, I mean, they're fighting for the playoff hopes, right, Costa?
Yeah, and Jinmu, honestly, he has been really the linchpin of this roster of like, is he going to be comfortable? Is he going to find success on this roster? And this is actually a great meta for him when you think about it. He played a little bit of Pharah on Nepal and it worked great.
All that Pharah. It's
No,
helping
Daddy,
him out.
not too
One
much.
round.
It's helping him out.
Just a little bit, but he also can play the Genji.
Right.
He can play the Sombra, another hero he's known for. He even played Tracer on Junkertown, and it actually looked pretty good.
Oh,
So,
that's what you love to see.
honestly, when Jinmu's playing well, the Chengdu Hunters are playing well. So honestly, they could have a good run here, and then the sky's the limit for the Chengdu Hunters.
Is this the stage?
It might be the stage.
What do you mean? Well, this is the stage. There's no stage tournament. Like, are you just going to be good in the matches?
Johnny's a hater. Don't listen to him.
Why do you hate Chengdu Hunters?
Yeah.
No,
What did he do to you?
Oh, look, I was the first one to say that I'd
Hex
like to
is
see
fuming
Chengdu
right now.
Hunters
You know
in
how-
the playoffs as
how
well.
much Hex
Costa
loves
said he didn't want to see Chengdu in the playoffs.
Okay, I want to see
did?
this Chengdu in the playoffs.
Okay.
I'd rather see this than the Spark right now. Honestly, I'd rather see Chengdu than the Spark in the playoffs right now.
Don't worry, Chengdu. I got you guys. I believe in you guys. All right, let's move on to the second match that we had in the Eastern region. It was the Seoul Dynasty versus the Los Angeles Valiant. The Los Angeles Valiant are the only team in the East on the outside looking in at the play-ins, so they need to start picking up wins if they want to catch the charge in front of them. But Seoul is a pretty good team. More importantly, very versatile. The Dynasty shut out the Valiant 3-0. What did we learn from this match?
I know we say this all the time, but this
What did we learn?
3-0 does not represent how close this match was. You
Oh,
know?
really?
Just play the
I
line.
think I heard this
as-
before.
Yeah, I think you've all heard this before. But honestly, the Los Angeles Valiant did just lose their head coach in No Hill, and a lot of us were questioning, are they going to be prepared for this meta right now? But they actually came out and played a very good game. They started out with the Winston Ana mirror. Seoul Dynasty played this almost exclusively throughout this entire series, but the Valiant, they could hang with them in this matchup. Easy Hunt and Becky continuing to oppress us on multiple different heroes, but Seoul Dynasty somehow just kept getting away with these overtime fights. The Valiant were in the advantage and the driving seat for a lot of this series, but Seoul Dynasty always managing to claw their way back time after time. And I'm kind of curious to see how far the Valiant can go at this point, because yes, it's the Seoul Dynasty. This is one of the best teams we have in the East, and this is a great meta for them. They have Smurf on that Winston, they have Prophet on that Tracer, Fitz on that Sombra. These are all signature heroes for these players, so I would not be surprised to see Seoul being one of the best teams in the East, and the Valiant push them to the limit. So can the Valiant start to make a run towards the end? We know they're not that far away in terms of making it into the play-ins. It's not unrealistic to see them get a few wins on the board and potentially make it into that spot.
That's no hill to die on.
Boo! Boo
God,
this
be a man
man!
and die on that hill.
Oh
Do
my!
it.
I'm not gonna die on this hill. My days with the Valiant and supporting this team, they have come and gone since I've been there. But honestly, you
Ty
should
Sunday,
keep
though.
an eye on this task.
True that.
Ty Sunday is rooting for them.
Tay Zonday, me and Tay Zonday, we're believing.
Best friend. All right. So after those two matches, I think it's time to look at the Eastern region standings, everybody.
Yeah, and as you
I
can
think-
see here,
Yeah.
sorry Danny, I don't want to cut you
No.
off. They're only 2 points away from the Guangzhou Charge to make it in. The Charge are a team that has had mixed success. They obviously had a great recent tournament, but they have not looked comfortable in a dive setup. So they got to be careful and get some wins on the boards to keep their lives going for this upcoming playoffs.
I'm actually very excited to see Shanghai Dragons too playing very soon.
Oh yeah,
Live Sombra.
Oh yeah.
Woo! Bay Winston.
All right, that's how things look in the East. Seoul now sitting on top as teams figure out the meta, which may end up being very map dependent. Before that, we have to talk about Seoul Tank, under the radar, legit MVP candidate, Smurf. I mean, you briefly talked about how good Smurf is, and I think it's no question. Everyone knows how great a player this guy is. And for me personally, I think Smurf joining the Dynasty and Seoul Dynasty finding so much success this season, I think he was a huge part of it as well.
Yeah, look, okay. I don't know how the Roll Star voting is going to go down this year, because obviously we cut down on one tank player. So, we don't know how many tanks we're going to vote in if Roll Star is returning. But Smurf is a Roll Star to me.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, he is the definition of a tank Roll Star. I'm going to be honest. I was a skeptic going into this season with Smurf picking up all these different heroes and being the lone tank for Seoul Dynasty, and I was wrong. I was honestly wrong. Smurf has been amazing for the Seoul Dynasty this year, and I think it's pretty much only him and Hanbin in the conversation for who is the best tank in the entirety of the Overwatch League. So that just tells you how good of a tank the Smurf is. And like we knew already that, of course, this Winston is amazing. These juggles are spectacular. Orisa, we knew he was flawless from the beginning. But all the different heroes he's played this season, just take a look. Junker Queen, 34%.
Wow.
Obviously, that was like an entire stage. Winston, 30%. 12% Zarya. 9 or 10% Sigma. And like, look at the win rate itself. Avril, we put
Reinhardt,
this over before.
100% win rate?
Yeah, that was a hefty
Don't
3
look at the
minutes.
usage.
Yeah.
100%.
Why did Super even play on the
That
San
was-
Francisco Shock? Smurf's
Exactly.
the best.
Yeah, that was like half of point A, on Reinhardt. No, it was more than that. But still, I think this graphic just goes to show how amazing of a player Smurf is. I think sometimes people, because I say that I really like Hanbin,
Yeah.
they think like I underrate Smurf or I don't appreciate Smurf as much. Here, I'm just here to tell you, Smurf is a top 2 tank in the league. That's an incredible achievement, and I have the most utter respect for Smurf.
That's because he's a constant, right? Like, we don't praise him all the time because he's always done it. So you can't just keep praising him every single game.
He's the Eastern joke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe it.
We got Hawk in the West, and we have Smurf in the East.
I believe
Yeah.
it.
Dominant and more importantly, versatile tank play may be the key to unlocking the Countdown Cup meta. When we come back, we'll take a look at 2 teams in the West, one looking to rebound, one looking to ride the momentum as we preview Florida Mayhem versus Los Angeles Gladiators. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Watchpoint, everybody. Later today, we've got a banger of a match as the Florida Mayhem, off of one of their best tournament results from the Summer Showdown, will face the winner of first 2 stages of the Overwatch League 2022 season, the Los Angeles Gladiators. Now, Los Angeles actually missed the Summer Showdown tournament. The meta just simply didn't suit them, but they made some changes voluntarily and otherwise. But sadly, have to say goodbye to a fan favorite.
Yeah, there's a couple of players we need to talk
Right.
about for the Gladiators, but Paddy Pan is obviously a big story, and not just this season, but throughout the entire Overwatch history. He was a young gun. He was 14 when he was beating up on me and Johnny, and everyone was always waiting for him to come of age. Turn 18. He finally makes it to the league, wins 2 stages, and retires.
That's a Chad move.
That's a Chad move.
Comes in,
Unreal
wins
respect,
2
brother.
stages, like, I'm out, peace.
Yeah, obviously, there is the underlying thing of there is rumors that he had a wrist injury, so maybe that's one of the reasons he's taking a step back. So whatever he does, we wish him well, but he definitely left his mark on the league.
Yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And there are other players, other things happening in the Los Angeles Gladiators as well. We have Ans leaving the team as well. What are your takes on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost actually pretty similar to Paddy Pan in a way, because I mean, Ansan obviously he had like the best hit scan season in the entire Overwatch League history in 2020. Like, we've never seen someone play Overwatch as good on the hit scan role as Ans did in 2020. But he came back this year for the LA Gladiators, and he really showed that it was not like a one-off season. He is still fantastic on that role. He had its ups and downs, but I think the statement win was really the mid-season madness when he came into the finals for the LA Gladiators, and was a big difference when they were going up against the San Francisco Shock in that finals. I think Ans carried on some of those maps like Gibraltar, Dorado, and having Ans, seeing Ans have those impact maps when it really mattered in the finals of a big tournament. That was truly epic. So I am very grateful we got to see Ans play once more here in the 2022 season.
Same. I mean, Patafan and Ans will be leading the team, but I think Gladiators are in good hands because they have someone named Happy to fill in that gap, right?
Yeah, I don't think there are many teams who could lose 2 superstar DPS players and then be like, it's fine, we got 2 others. So obviously Kevster is an incredibly flexible player, but the one I'm looking at for the Gladiators to make sure they can shore everything up is Happy. Obviously, recent signing coming in. He can play the hit scan. He is a phenomenal hit scan, but in his career, he has played a lot of different heroes. I don't know when 15% Zaya came out. That was like
Goats.
early. Oh, that would have been Goats, of
okay.
course, yeah, in the 2019 season. So he has played a lot of different things, but as you see towards the bottom, he has played Tracer, he has played Sombra, which might be important in this stage where those heroes have become very prominent. So Happy will have to step away from that hit scan role a little bit and play some other things and flex his muscles. And will that be successful for the Gladiators? We'll have to find out.
True. All right, let's take a look at the other side. Reinforce. This Florida team has a breath of fresh air in a somewhat stale meta in the Summer Showdown. They ran some double flex, and the star of the show was Surmajet.
Yeah, I mean, wrapping up the Summer Showdown tournament, we praised Surmajet's Lucio for improving on that role, but I think we forget as well that, like, throughout the qualifiers and the tournament itself, really, Surmajet has had an amazing Zenyatta. Like, it was lethal. And so if we take a look at some of the stats from Surmajet on the Zenyatta so far this season, you can see yourself eliminations, final blows, offensive assists. He's top 4 in those categories. All right, look, I bring up this stat card to praise Surmajet, and immediately you're like, he's 17 out of 19 when it comes to deaths,
Hero damage, 17 out of 19.
Look, you win games by killing the enemy team. So I don't care if the damage isn't there. I don't care if he dies himself. He gets the final
How do you
blows.
get the kill if you don't have the damage?
He gets the final. Look, I don't care. Like, have your damage players do damage. You know? Zenyatta, it's all about wrapping it up. You know, wrap it up, sip him up, sip him up. That's something like Matt Morello would say. Zenyatta, look, his Zenyatta was sublime. Really, I just want to hit home this point and actually do some analysis and not just blabber. But Florida Mayhem, they played a lot of double flex support in the Summer Showdown because that is what they're good at. RuPaul as well, sensational honor play coming up from him. So perhaps with that, they have a bit of an advantage coming into this match in that they have a lot of double flex support practice. We saw double flex support yesterday. Perhaps a key to victory for the Florida Mayhem.
Absolutely.
Maybe this was their plan all along. Use Summer Showdown as a practice.
As a training way.
As a training, yeah, like real hardcore training.
They got top 4
Or
in
the
a training.
Countdown Cup. Yeah.
Stage. All right.
Yeah. All right. I may not be an astrophysicist, but I want to talk about a certain someone named Space.
Wow.
Okay.
I think this could be the meta where we see Indy come back in and play. He's been on the Sigma for the team this year and played some Junker Queen, which Reiner was pretty vocal about not liking. But if you look at his career, as we're seeing, he's a diva. I mean, diva in a good way. Diva in a good way. So he, brings some versatility, and of course, Reiner can come in to play the Doom Wednesday.
Orisa?
Ryan. Did he play
Legendary
Orisa?
days.
1% Orisa, 50 minutes?
Maybe back in
I'm
the
telling
Valiant
you.
days.
Come on.
man.
Yo, Indy!
Come on.
Do it for us!
Bring it out. Bring it out.
Bring it up. I mean, but what? I mean, Circuit Royale is back in the map pool, so I'm definitely sure that if Gladiators play on that map, I think it is going to be Space. And also, Diva, right? Like I said.
Diva.
So Space.
Good hero.
Guys, be on the lookout for Diva, not Diva, and Indy and Diva as well. All right. Well, I may not be a guitarist, but I want to talk about picks. Get it? Guitar picks. All right. Never mind. Make sure you make your picks over at pick'em.overwatchleague.com, and if you didn't do it all year, now you can earn league tokens. 3 tokens for guessing the match right. Score doesn't really matter, so you guys don't have to worry about that. Just guessing the match right, okay? Today's token match is Toronto Defiant versus New York Excelsior.
Easy.
Oh.
Yep. You
I think
feel
New York's
that time,
got that
then
one,
go and
guys.
do that. You said it's easy?
Yeah, New York.
Pick New York.
100%.
Pick New York, guys.
You can't just give out the answer like
I'm
that.
sorry.
But I mean, yes, guys, trust us. We're professionals. It is New York Excelsior.
Yaki. Top 3.
All right, now, I'm no aviator.
Stop.
No, wait, this is the last one.
Okay, let me hear it. Let's hear it.
I am no aviator, but I do want to talk about the London Spitfire.
I hate it here.
Really? I thought it was pretty good. No London aviator. All right, we're just minutes away from the Paris Eternal on the brink of elimination versus the London Spitfire. We'll break down that matchup when we return. Welcome back to Watchpoint. Our first match of the day is the Paris Eternal versus the London Spitfire. And to help us understand the gravity of this situation, we are bringing in some outside help. A real expert. It's Dr. Standings, everybody.
Doctor. Stat. As we can see here, everything to play for. We're trying to get above the green line and not be below the red line. We can see the New York Excelsior, a team that is going to be playing soon. They have to get a bunch of wins under their belt if they're going to make it into the play-ins, while everyone else, Houston Outlaws, London Spitfire, Toronto Defiant, Atlanta Reign, Florida Mayhem, all trying to get their lock-in for the playoffs.
All right, let's take a look at the Paris Eternal. Reinforced. Paris is out with a loss, and that's it. done for the season, no chance of even making play-ins. But this is a team with players, who have some contender titles. So who are you looking at to get this thing done?
I'm keeping an eye on Lucamino here. Lucamino is someone who's been around in contenders for a long time and been successful. This new Paris Eternal roster, they were picked up because they were great in Jotes. And if we take a look at Lucamino's player profile going into the Overwatch League, yes, they won the 2022 Summer Series North American A-Sides with Odyssey in the Jotes meta. You think, great, awesome, fantastic. But Lucamino, he was actually successful even before that, back in 2021 as well, with Redbird, for example. He spent some time playing next to Ultraviolet, who's now part and having success with the Atlanta Reign, right? So Lucamino is someone who's been around in contenders and found success, and I'm looking out for him to continue this success in the Overwatch League as well. We might be out of the Jotes meta, and that was a large part of why they were picked up in the first place. But Lucamino, he can still prove it to us that he deserves to be in the Overwatch League in many different metas as well, and playing different heroes as well. So, I'm excited for the Paris Eternal. I'm looking forward to see what they play in this meta. I'm looking forward to see how they perform. They might not have a great chance of making the play-ins this year, but you're still playing for their future careers next year.
And I think that's the important thing, right? Like, there's these players, they got a tough deal. They came into a roster in the middle of a season, in the middle of a stage. It's hard to perform with that little amount of practice against the best teams in the league. So it's about just sort of getting their legs. They've had this break to sort of get their grounding. Hopefully we can see better performances. And I'm looking at a player like Dove, someone who has been on this roster for a longer time, to really sort of come in, sort of be that veteran presence, I guess, a little bit.
No.
He's been on the team one of the longest, but he's also going up against players known as Shax. He's been around since 2019, being that Tracer pinch hitter specialist. So I'm looking at this head-to-head to see who's going to get the edge. Tracer's been played a lot so far in this stage, and I expect to see both of these players going hard. Dove has had his best performances, in my opinion, on the Tracer. Will he be able to step up and push the Paris Eternal to be competitive with some of these other teams?
Yeah, I think it deserves mentioning that sometimes we don't really set the stakes and we don't really talk about it. But it's really hard to get into the Overwatch League if you're a contenders player.
Yeah.
So now when these players are here, yes, it's very unfortunate that maybe they didn't get the proper chance, it's been the wrong circumstances for some of them, didn't get the opportunity. But you gotta capitalize. You gotta make the most out of these matches and prove yourself and show it that you got what it takes when you go up against the likes of Shax, right? So, I find these matches very interesting because this is their careers. This is what they practice for. This is what they put so much time into. And I want to see them, be rewarded for that practice time.
I mean, I also agree, and also, Shax is not the only problem for the Paris Eternal, because looking at the tank side, London Spitfire has Hottie, and not only Hottie, they also have Poco as well. And London is, in a nice position where they have two tank players which can, cover nearly all positions. And because we haven't said his name a lot, I'm gonna say it again, but League veteran Poco is waiting on the bench and can play Sigma, and obviously can play the Diva as well. I think what Poco is like space on the Los Angeles Gladiators. Just like them, they have all their tank situations covered. I think London Spitfire as well has them covered. We haven't seen Poco as much this season. We saw little bits of him, but I think this stage might be a stage where we see a little bit more of it. I don't think he's gonna come out and play more than Hottie. I'm just guessing. But yes, but I mean, I just my point is I like both of them. I wouldn't mind if we get Chatty or Poco.
The real question is, are they going to play this Reinhardt?
That's the thing that's most interesting. Yes, but I
do it.
Yeah,
do it.
So if Hottie comes out today,
then
can we guess that it's going to be Rush?
No, it could be
Winston. They have
Winston.
played some Winston.
Yeah, it could even be Junker Queen. We saw Punk play Junker Queen.
That's true.
Yeah.
True.
I don't know. I'm an analyst. I get paid to analyze. I have no idea. I don't know.
I don't even think London knows.
I'm gonna try Hottie, because we all know that Hottie loves Reinhardt. So if I see Hottie, I'm gonna go for
we want to see the Reinhardt.
Rush.
Come on now.
All right, so let's move on to our next thing. I mean, of course, this is the most important thing for the pre-show. It's time to see our predictions. Were there any bold preds?
Did anyone go crazy? I went this. I'm a simple man. London Gladiators, Toronto.
No, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, look, I think there's a small chance that Florida Mayhem gets the upset against the LA Gladiators. I mean, Florida Mayhem coming off like a big win, like we said. The LA Gladiators, you know, what tells me the Gladiators are gonna come out to be great on Sombra compositions, for example? Like,
But dive compositions, this is their bread and butter from the kickoff clash in the mid-season Madness tournament. Like, that's where they were the
it's a little bit different. A little bit different.
Just because they struggle in the Jost meta, I don't think they're going to struggle in the same way they did in the last stage. I think they should be back to previous form.
I don't know. I think, you know, are there any chances of any upset on any of these matches other than
New York Excelsior, Yaki, top 3, come on! Come on now! Come on, Excelsior!
That's the match that we have to prep for, that the people have to prep for, right?
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, I'm not the host here, but, you know, we are going to talk to the resident New York Excelsior expert.
I think for today, everyone is on the same side, but there might be other people who think otherwise, and we'll find that out, because it's time for the matches, and for our first match, we have Matt and Mitch as our casters. Hi, everybody!
Hello, Danny. Hello, everybody. It's just us. There's not really much of anybody else here.
Aw, damn.
You guys, I was talking to production.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
everybody.
sure. Yeah, say hello to production. The Paris Eternal. Does anyone give them a shot today? You know, they could keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, if you, Matt, you gonna believe in them? What's the upside? Give me some Paris Eternal hope. Like, how are they gonna get the dub today?
You know, it's tough. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the dub today, Scott. I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to be very difficult, I think, for the Paris Eternal to get a dub.
So you just posed the question. I posed the question back at you, and then you said, I don't know.
That's right.
Like,
So
come on,
both
you
of
gotta
you-
give me
Well, I
something
was
to
trying
do.
to see if any of
Absolutely
you guys
nothing.
would be
He's trying to get a
confident.
bite.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so boring. They pick all the favorites.
So hold on.
You know,
All right.
like-
Okay. Matt, apparently you're the resident New York expert. So can you give us some
Evidently, yeah.
thoughts on what we should expect to see from this New York team? Do you think there
who
might
the
be one of the
hell
teams that actually try and play Wrecking Ball? That was Kellen's bread and butter back in Korean Contenders. I'm just putting it out there.
Look, they're at the point in their season, New York, where they can do just about anything. If you want to play Wrecking Ball and you think you can win in that, go ahead.
Oh,
Don't try
as in
and
like
play
they're
the
allowed
meta.
to. They're allowed to.
Yep.
Not that they can actually pull it off, but they're permitted.
No.
in your
Yeah,
opinion.
we don't know if they'll pull it off. I'm
Okay.
saying, if that's what they want to play, just get out there and do it. I mean, they got nothing to lose.
Matt, you're
This
cutting
coaching
edge.
is awful.
You are cutting edge, man.
What?
I think it's great.
Oh well, I mean, if I was coaching these teams, there'd be some other things that I would do before
Oh,
strategy,
my
right?
God.
But like, I mean,
Okay.
yeah,
Listen,
okay.
there's been more waffled here than a freaking brunch house. Thank you guys, for absolutely nothing. Maybe we'll
What did Scott
get
say?
back
Scott
to you
said
guys.
pinch
Nothing.
hitter. We were surprised. He
Oh yeah,
knew.
he made a sports ball reference. Actually, I did kind of
Yeah,
like
we were
that.
surprised.
All right, look, you guys. Johnny said my job is to be an analyst, so we'll give you something to analyze, and we'll come back to you guys and get your thoughts on it so far.
We might
Matt,
give you something to analyze. Who knows what happens in this
well,
series?
we might not. I think that for our perusal, we have an interesting matchup here because,
Yes.
look, it's basically a foregone conclusion that the Paris Eternal aren't really going to make play-ins. It's
can
an
run the
outside
table.
chance.
They can
have
run
to
the
win
table.
out. They have to win out. To be fair, and I'll say this for them, it's nice for them now to come into the Overwatch League or come into this stage kind of on an even playing field because they, alongside
Yeah.
every other team, have had to develop a response to what this metagame has provided. So they've had the same amount of time, in fact more than teams that have been to Toronto to try and come up with something here based on their sort of forewarning of what a patch would sort of look like. So I'm curious to see the fruits of their labor there. But an ex-Paris Eternal player is showing up on the other side of the field, Matt, of course.
Oh, yeah.
We should expect to see Mr. Khan here for London.
Well, I think when you talk about Paris, I wouldn't really judge these players like in the Overwatch League and just kind of their skill in comparison off of what we've seen thus far. We know they've had success in Tier 2. We've seen in little bits and pieces success here in the Overwatch League. But to come in the middle of the season into this type of scenario where your team has one win, I mean, come on now. Like, you can't expect them to just turn around and go undefeated right away and play that level. So I think you need to give these players a lot more, slack, right? Coming into this type of situation is really difficult. And I think if you gave them a full off season, proper, kind of like the coaching over that period of time, I think they can definitely be much better than what we've seen.
For the foreseeable future, this may be our last matchup between two European franchises, Matthew. So we'll see if there's any chance of settling some grudges here. Now, these players obviously probably pretty familiar with one another. But the Paris Eternal are building towards next year. And with this roster, they're hoping to make an impact. So this year is all about getting used to match conditions and finding a way to start the gel here. And then they can hit the ground running. These matches are still important for this roster here, especially up against a team like the Spitfire, who's been known to frustrate even the best teams in metagames where, for example, you've been able to play Reinhardt, right? This London Spitfire team, everyone gets excited. It was a meme until it turned into something people just got genuinely excited about, is Hardy on the Reinhardt. I think Scott pointing out that Shax now has a place to come back in here and make an impact. Pretty incredible Tracer player. Was actually instrumental in Scott's Valiant's win against the Vancouver Titans at the height of their power. If you think way back, I think it's like 2019 now. So that's one really key game that Shax was involved in. He's looking to continue to make his mark here. Poco's still on the bench for now. But I think if we see like Circuit Royale, there's a good chance that he might get brought in. And bear in mind, Hardy's Junker Queen was also pretty darn solid as well. But I know everyone's excited to see the Ryan. We don't know yet if that's going to be the case.
I mean, for me, it's seeing Khan in the lineup today, right? First time with the London Spitfire. I mean, how could you not play him in this series, right? I mean, going up against the Paris Eternal, you got to let him get a little bit of revenge, right? So to speak. Seeing him come in. Also, this is something that we talked about when they picked him up, right? It allows them to, retire the bone back, right? No need to play backbone on support. All right, what we got going on here? We got some glasses shenanigans here.
Okay, all right.
Where's Khan's glasses? Nuki, come on. Where's his glasses? We can't have everybody with glasses, but they're all looking around.
Khan is a straight shooter, okay? He ain't here to mess around, you know. I mean, it's his first game. I understand his teammates maybe, chilling, but he wants to sort of prove. He wants to hit the ground running.
I would appreciate this much more if they committed to this. I have no idea whether this is allowed via comp ops, so I'm not endorsing it. If they're allowed to play with sunglasses throughout the entire thing.
They got Google glasses on.
Can they play the entire series with sunglasses on? I would just love it. We went to Landon's POV at one point, and he's got his sunglasses on.
If they play the series with Sunny, okay, Compops might have
taking this match from outdoors.
What are they going to do, huh? London,
what?
Look at us cement themselves. What's Compops going to do? Ask nicely for them to remove their sunglasses? Come on,
we
have blue light. We have
the
blue
sun
light shielding.
On Ilios can be blaring at times, but please remove your.
These guys have been practicing hard for this stage. The monitor lights may as well be the sun with how long they've had to spend in front of their PCs. That's probably the only form of light they've really had to deal with now is this London team, right? They're 11-7. A real play-ins prospect, even further than that. This is a team that started slow. Reinhardt got brought in. We got very excited about London. They've continued to improve now with a serious weapon in the backline being added.
Hello. You know what? Hardy has put in so much time and effort this season to obviously round out his tank pool. I think it is definitely showed off as... yeah, looks like at least here at the start, it'll be something a little bit different than what we saw yesterday. So it'll be Tracer Sombra with a Winston in play, Brig Ana backline, and Paris Eternal. They'll actually be running with the Baptiste Zen with a Diva here. So a little bit of a different look at some compositions today.
The game plan is dive the hacked target for London. I mean, Hardy really wants to be wherever Spark is to complete that kill, but there's an immortality field they're going to have to contend with every time they engage. So forcing that out is going to be pretty darn important if they want to make sure they can stick and not have Hardy get overextended in order to find a kill. Malthal here wants to contest the point somewhat. Now Krawi's going to have to come and help, but this could be an issue. Very low is the Diva. A lot of eyes turning in the direction of Krawi there as he tried to contest it. London get it for free, essentially. Carney's hacked, but Krawi's going to be forced away again. He's hacked.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is tough for Krawi as he tries to actually fly across the point to make a play. Gets hacked from behind, so stops midway, stuck on basically the point. So Hadi in a little bit too deep, and that's why you want the Bap Zen in this type of composition here for the Paris Eternal, right? They try and get aggressive onto the Zen. You have the immortality field there. Baptiste gets some extra damage here in this patch, and you're able to take out the tank.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we alluded to at the start of the round, right? That's the one thing that kind of messes up London's dive, and they probably want to try and force that immortality field out in some way early before Hardy makes a full commit. Fight like kind of breaks down a little bit there, and I get it. They probably think that they can run over them with Krawi out of the picture, but yeah, slight overextension there. London have to respect Paris here.
Not a lot of great uses for the Amp Matrix here, though. Maybe it's like something that you kind of have either solo or just you and this Zen. where I think you have better uses for the nano boost here from the London Spitfire.
Oh my, Rack Attack just disintegrated there. Sparky hit the whole backline with that EMP, and you can see that Shax and Hardy were all there. This is a team pretty darn coordinated, hard to deal with the London Spitfire when they get their ducks in a row. They've got some catching up to do though, as Paris were able to sneak in after that unforced error.
Not a ton of counterplay there, where that EMP comes through and the supposed supports are hit by
What
it.
do you prescribe, Doctor?
Go again. Just get some go again on it and you'll be fine. As that's what they're going to have to do. As though Wub has his own EMP, so maybe you can actually just flip this back rather quickly, as this has been a pretty close round.
Shax wants to play forward and constantly keep chipping the paint on Krawi's mech. He's headed back towards the back line, so Shax says, right, no peel here via those rocket boosters, let's get busy. Wub gets picked off here. He tried to make something happen in the back line. He got a hack onto Khan, and Krawi was there. But maybe the lack of Malthal, who was busy maybe trying to keep tabs on Shax or something else, meant that the Eternals dive just nothing.
And that's brutal for Paris, right? Ant Matrix used. Okay, so we're going to see some more changes. So, yeah, you had Ant Matrix use Transcendence and also the EMP. So, now you have Luka Mina go over to the Zen and Rack Attack on the break. So, playing a little bit more of a defensive backline here. You're not really focused on trying to keep, obviously, your targets alive for long. You just, big damage burst players down. Nice.
Shax trying to pulse. Yeah, that's nice. Looks from Krawi able to eat up that pulse. Hardy now, just jockeying back, but it's a stick on Khan. He's not going to survive that one. Shax was hacked briefly, but he's actually able to recall just in time. But the pressure's now on for the Paris Eternal. London happy enough to concede here, as they were very close to sort of winning the round. And I wonder if seeing the Brig Zen here, Matt, changes the way Krawi has to play. Can he be nearly as aggressive?
I don't think so. You just lack a lot of healing, right? I think you're waiting and almost kind of expecting the dive to come in from London and then playing defensive,
no.
but you're going to lose Wub and Multiple. You didn't even have to use the nano to get these kills, too.
Oh, and Hardy gets the nano boost. In he goes. Luke Mino with Krawi trying to back away here. We saw Rack Attack with a backwards shield bash. That's when you know they're trying to get out of dodge. He's going to bubble that. Oh, does he get it? Looks like it. Hardy's able to break line of sight either way, so it doesn't quite matter. That's throwbacks to old... that's some Juicer Gaming. XQC showed us that bubble on the mech trick a while back. Krawi desuited. Wub in trouble as well, as Sparky's just going to round the corner and start plugging them here with the Uzi. Sparky just getting free reign on the point for the time being now, and London controlled it. So it's really Paris's game to lose here if they step off. Luke Mino, has the Transcendence. He doesn't want to use it right now. It's less than ideal, but he needs to shrug off the hack and needs to get busy with the rest of his team. London, take their time. Hardy actually allows the point to be flipped here.
Yes, they're not able to contest it for that much longer, so now with the flip over to Paris, they have a real chance here, Mitch. You have this EMP back online again.
Wub needs to connect. There it is, and he links up with Krawi. That's exactly what you're looking for. Somehow Shax is still able to punish Luke Mino, and the dive for the London Spitfire is almost as effective. They get two, but it should be the Paris Eternal walking away with this one and making this a pretty darn close round now. Luke Mino switch over towards Lucio. His time is short. Obviously no prospect of a sound barrier here as the London Spitfire come in and a pulse bomb. Rally could be difference makers.
The rally for both teams is coming online rather quickly. Is this going to have to be a touch here for London, as kind of turned here late in favor of the Paris Eternal.
Shax needs to connect this one. He's worried about getting hacked though and getting caught out in the open. He gets the stick despite the defense matrix being in play. Steal, nurse from the men, and able to get a lot of damage on Crow, but it's going to be healed up pretty quickly. Rack Attack forced to play for the Vestiges. It's going to be a biotic grenade dropped on him. That's right, Khan finds the perfect target. Kind of shuts the rally down, and Landon's able to wave the flag. It's not a white one, though, as the London Spitfire are digging their claws in. Close round, good fight in a solid contest. The London Spitfire will take it.
Yeah, I think now with some time, you actually see Paris Eternal looking way more organized and together, especially with a little bit of a meta change, as you know, they almost upset the London Spitfire there in our first round, but London able to take it at the end with some changes coming from really the Paris Eternal throughout. As looks like maybe some more changes here. Is Lucamino still on the Lucio Brig with the Echo is a kind of an awkward spot to be in.
There's no way to stay with this. It's not a bloody chance.
The Ana Brig with like Echo Tracer is a possibility, right? I think we saw some Echo Tracer yesterday from the Atlanta Rain. It was really successful. We'll see. Looks
Comfort
like
pick here for one, Matt.
Yep, yeah, and this is a good comp from the Paris Eternal. A little bit different than what we saw. I think the Atlanta Reign ran it, you know, with the D.Va at times, but I believe they were running it, you know, potentially even with the Orisa, if I remember correctly from yesterday. But still, the Echo, when we saw it from the Atlanta Reign yesterday, very effective.
All right. Again, it's a matter of whether D.Va or Winston has more impact on the counter dive. As Bob's going to go over the top here. You see Krawi go straight in. Immediately, you hear a shield bash as Landon steps up. Going to shield Khan away, and Mouthful is actually going down here. So, bit of a dodgy dive for Paris as they tried to start things off. Now, it gets a little scary. Paris are not fully disengaged, so if there's any sort of stagger here, it could be dangerous. Mouthful obviously triple blinking as fast as he can to get back to the fight, but Sparker obviously can see low health targets through walls. He knows where Wabi is just because he was low.
So they leave him.
Just in case.
Oh, yeah.
Well, can't do too much from over there. Eventually, though, once he gets to the backline, it could be a problem. But they know he's coming. They knew it the whole time. Wab maybe not aware of this. He just, gets his wing clipped and gets dragged down.
So one thing you can also look at here is Shax picks up Malthal as London just getting really aggressive, pushing into the spawn. So what they've been doing a really nice job of is they've been hacking Crawley as he comes in, and then right after that, hitting him with a biotic grenade. So he not only hacks where he loses, because you lose his defense matrix ability, right? Then now he's also anti-healed, and he can't really get out. And
so it makes Khan useless.
Putting a ton of pressure on the Paris Eternal.
It makes Luke Mino, useless if he can't really do much else than try and heal from across the map. Hardy got anti, but he's just straight chilling. Gonna wait around the bubble here. Back up slightly. Primal has to be used here. Focusing beam, I know what I've had in mind, but Hardy was ready to answer that. Oh, Malthal! He's not able to blink out. He just gets caught by a mean left hook from Hardy. I think that's far from done. Krawi realizing without frontliners, there is no point. And the Paris Eternal turn tail.
I mean, you can see, though, from Hardy's play on Winston and some of these other tanks that at the beginning of the season, we were talking, like, not really they're the best out, right? Like, just the improvements. Right there, the Primal is used as, like, an emergency, right? Because he's so weak in getting with the focusing theme. And just to get the more health to get back up so it's not doing as much damage. But he's able to actually turn that into 2 eliminations, right? He gets the one on the Tracer and then puts Wub in a terrible spot to lead to the kill on the Echo. You just see the kind of the evolution of Hardy as a player.
Tough for Malthal. Obviously wanted to blink through the door, and I think he was just unable to stick it. London, this is virtually spawn camping here. Yeah. EMP, Krawi, nowhere to go. No choice but to stand and fight. Will be desuited. Self-destruct to try and refresh that mech and get to the point quickly as Wab's able to find Shax. Hardy spots Malthal across the point. Sees, oh my god, the guy! He just shielded that bio nade. Perfect read from Hardy. Wab now duplicating, probably primarily for access to that biotic grenade. Has that denied him? Another one here, sure, might be annoying for Hardy, but it's not the team-wide one he was hoping for. 99% to 15 now as Paris trying to push the Spitfire away, and I think they'll be happy enough with a calculated retreat.
Yeah, it was interested in what like London's plan was here. You know, they fall back to Landon, it looks like, and I was wondering if he was actually going to end up using the rally and everybody coming back in, but he actually ends up like trying to step up onto the point, which is, I mean, they've already given it up, right? Contesting it doesn't really do much of anything at that point. We just need to go back and reset with the team. So, some nice shots there from Wub. Take Shax down to basically nothing.
Krawi's able to break the hack there, but Shax still wants to push away and force that defense matrix resource. Shax had so many options for a pulse bomb there, but he's against all of them. So calculated and patient here. He might be looking to shut the D.Va down. Makes sense. Krawi gonna go low. Immortality field was removed by that pulse bomb, but still good damage done. Malthal doubles back for the mega health pack here, but a few of his teammates are in need of that kind of administration as well. Hardy has Primal, Khan close to a Nano, so it'll be Primal into Nano Winston potentially. That's really hard for Paris to deal with. Point will get flipped here if they're not careful. Krawi trying to make use of that amplification matrix as Hardy is the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yes, Malthal's the one contesting the point, and the EMP comes in, and right away, Shax with some help, able to get both supports. Wub falls, as it was a really good contest here from the Paris Eternal, but it just seems like maybe a little bit too much here from London.
Yeah, I think that's going to be that here. The Eternal may have a stall here via Lucamino, and yes, they get that overtime. It'll be Rack Attack, has the shield bash forward here onto the point, which is never ideal. They've lost the Lucio, and it will be a biotic grenade on Krawi and Rack Attack respectively. Make it nigh impossible for them to contest. Wub can come through from the right-hand side, maybe hope for an instant kill, but really, this ship has well and truly sailed for the Paris Eternal. It's a matter of cleanup. I've got to say, Matt, this is a team, look, they look pretty comfortable on these kind of heroes. Not a terrible meta for them, but the Spitfire are, as always, a step ahead.
Yeah, the Spitfire obviously take care of business here in map number 1. I thought the Paris Eternal, that was some of the best we've seen them play in a very long time. And I think it's because now you've given these players an opportunity to adjust, to get used to the kind of nature of the Overwatch League and just kind of the pace of the game here and some of the teams and just kind of comps, where I think you're going to see much better showing from them based off of this in this tournament.
London Spitfire, though, start on the right foot with a Winston composition from Hardy. It looks pretty solid. Shaq's back in the mix, has been impactful, and of course Khan is always deadly no matter what colors he's wearing. Look out, Overwatch League. The London Spitfire are here to play in this Countdown Cup. But first of all, they're playing up against the Eternal. Stick around for map 2, everybody, right after this. As expected, a strong start for the London Spitfire heading into the Countdown Cup, as it is a metagame that suits them rather well, especially players that, you know, prior to this were sat on the bench waiting for their chance to shine. One of them who sat in map number 1 is Backbone, and he comes in here for map number 2. Might mean that we're getting a bit of Genji flavor, and he has his own Sunnies as well. Love to see it.
Yes, we'll see what they have him play here in this second map here on Eichenwalde. Maybe you kind of think about Shaxx on Sombra now with Backbone on Genji for, you know, some high ground control possibly. Let's see what they decide to do. I think, like you kind of said, you know, that London started off well, and it's not really that much of a surprise. I'm more surprised about, you know, Paris Eternal, right? This is a team that I know 1-17. These players, for the most part, not responsible for the 1-17. Right? They're responsible for some in the 17 call. You know, they're responsible for some, but not all, right?
Not a lot of them. The vast majority are not their fault. No.
Yeah. Not at all. And they look to have a really good performance there at map number 1, where this may be a much closer series than I think any of us anticipated here coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, it might even have, we don't really know this, of course, but as far as how close they played the Spitfire, it might even be above league average performance from the Paris Eternal in the first match.
Absolutely.
It's an eye test result, though, so just take it with a pinch of salt. Was pretty impressed with, you know, Paris Eternal, obviously in the DPS role, and Krawi has a tough job there, obviously constantly being that hack target and having to still be able to peel back for his team, and we actually saw him have to sort of change his approach a couple of times, and that was signified by a you know, shuffle of supports, right? We went from like Brig, Ana to Zen Brig, and you know, sort of more defensive slant from the Paris in that Ruins round. Okay.
Malthol just described his mouse as musty. I've never,
ladies and gentlemen, the very finest from coming up from Overwatch contenders over the last couple of years now.
I have never used that word to describe a mouse
musty.
before.
We broke the ball. Okay,
well,
game time now.
like
Is the Eternal coming out on the Orisa, Matthew?
Yeah, we saw a lot of this yesterday. Some poor results early on, but as the day went on, and I think the Atlanta Reign showed, definitely a pick that can be powerful in the right hands. As you have Wub on the Hangzhou here, so interesting that you go with the Hangzhou pick. Good for some long-range damage. Hottie just eats a spear to the face.
That's just one way to say hello, isn't it? My God.
Yeah.
Krawi dispenses with the pleasantries here. Javelin spinners, he tries to create a bit of space. He's trying to get it so his team can set up behind the broken tank module there. He's done his job. I mean, this is what Orisa can do. Shaxx is able to pick up Wub in the backline. So now in a longer fight here, Paris, yeah, getting a little bit uncomfortable. Krawi pressuring Khan down. He's definitely managed to get himself into the cookie jar here, but he's being ignored, completely ignored.
Yeah.
But that may work against the Spitfire here. We'll see.
You see how much though Orisa's playstyle changes, right? In
so
Overwatch
scary.
1, in Overwatch 1, obviously used just kind of very stationary. I remember in the early alpha, right? Which is like I think kind of more of like this variation of Orisa.
Sure.
Like playing against False and see him come on like a flank and stuff, and like when Orisa gets in the mix and can just kind of like battle it out with the spinning spear to deflect some damage. You know, obviously the spear to pin on a much lower cooldown now. She can be pretty devastating and tough to deal with.
Trying False mix me up with Reinforce 1-9 in Toronto for Flannery.
That's easy to do.
Yeah, sure. Mouthful there. Putting on the pressure from the back line, and eventually the Paris Eternal, I mean, they're sowing utter disarray here. Backbone, rather, is able to drag Wub down. The question is where's Hardy operating at the moment? They're not able to do too much from where he is, so checkpoint taken by Paris here. This very in-your-face, brawl-style setup works pretty well.
And can you play like the Winston into this, right? Landon making the change here over to the Zen. So you feel like you still want to play this Winston. You need a little bit more kind of like damage output, right? To deal with some of these characters, specifically like the Orisa is just so sturdy, I believe Danny Lim used yesterday.
Yeah, sturdy. Yeah, that's right.
And you kind of mix that with the Brig and then the Immortality field.
Oh,
very
Terror
difficult
Surge!
to go in on. Oh.
Okay. Landon got nanoed there. Hardy eventually able to take Krawi down. He's thinking, oh, hang on, did I just try and solo ult the enemy team? No, I did. What a fever dream.
He got like bioed instantly. He was like very dead there. As I still think that's like the one part of her kit that I think people are obviously still trying to figure out how to use effectively is like the Terra Surge, right? Kind of like yoinks players in. I think the longer it holds, like a little bit more damage output. Big EMP here.
Wow. It's nicely done. Very disruptive, and yeah, Shaxx is able to find one. Here come The Flying Fists. Crowy is going to be sectioned up for the rest of his team as he has found himself, for the most part here, hacked from
Look at
behind.
this. I mean,
But yeah, that's a lot of damage.
hacked.
Hardy.
He's hacked, taking that much damage, you know, extra, and they're not able to deal with him. I mean, I thought Lucamino had a really good fight there. You know, the Immortality Field able to keep people alive through the EMP, and then right there, you know, Ant Matrix able to keep Cry alive. Oh, not able to keep him alive there. He attacked in Bioed.
But somehow getting landed, though, that lack of mobility. I mean, when Landon gets caught up on the bridge or inside the castle, it's unclear which it is to the Spitfire commit. They drop down on Wub, and Mouth is going to be hit with a Bionic Grenade that's going to be forcing a recall here. Rack Attacks rally and try and send him and his 3 teammates forward, but Hardy gets away with that one. Not quite! Luke Mino, nicely done. I don't know how he found those shots there, but Baptiste able to connect. And now the London Spitfire in a bit of a weird spot here, backing away, getting ready for another offensive play.
And I like the switch to the Diva here. Lets you control the high ground a little bit more. You saw Hadi constantly being able to control that high ground.
Right?
Yeah. In previous tournaments, right? Not in the Summer Showdown, but...
I feel like Hardy might prefer that here. I mean, you know why the Spitfire switched to the Zen, right? So they'd had to poke the Orisa down. So maybe their composition's not so optimized for dealing with Diva right now. It's, you know, maybe having a Brig to farm easy whip shot and inspire healing off of might be better. But Luke Mino's Immortality Field is down. The Pulse Bomb finds its mark, or so we suspect.
The Biotic Grenades from Khan have been on point. Yeah, he gets, you know, another Biotic Grenade, this time on Cry yet again. So, able to hit a few big Biotic Grenades. I tell you what, though, pretty good, all things considered, from the Paris Eternal, right? Big ultimates invested with the London Spitfire, with, like, you know, EMP and the like, and they're still able to kind of keep the cart moving, you know, gaining a ton of progress here with, you know, 1:35, pretty close. You know, maybe like one more fight here on this bridge to be able to take this second checkpoint.
I mean, Paris, the only way they had to get value out of Orisa on this part of the map was running into the Spitfire setup on a high ground. Just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I don't think we really need to explain why it's a little weak against a high ground comp. But having the Diva here means you play a little slower, you play a bit more team-oriented. Look at the defense matrix cone given to Mouthful so he can actually safely play towards his own front line. Pulse Bomb is good. Hardy, oh, he was so close to having the Primal Rage, and Landon clearly not intending to... Okay, I guess he was intending to Transcendence, just not to keep Hardy alive. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Landon staying fit for the time being, and Backbone just shreds through Lucamino on the cart. But yeah, that backline after the Transcendence, a bizarre Transcendence, might I say, because they didn't use it to reposition, Matt. They used it to try and stand and fight up there.
No.
2v3, I think it was.
Yeah, very odd. Is Hadi playing off to the side here, trying to take as little damage as possible, and then wants to use the Primal, but it may not even be necessary. Oh no, he ends up propping it there right as the EMP goes off. You probably almost didn't even need it. Maybe you needed just for the health to be able to stay alive, but looks like they pushed them all the way back. As I think Backbone and Khan have done a great job in, you know, really making Cry's life so difficult in, you know, the hacks of the tank, or whether it's Lucamino, and then followed up by the Biotic Grenades has been massive.
So what now for the Eternal? Tough to get value out of this Ant Matrix. Here's a Dragon Strike. Okay, through the castle, primarily. Decent amount of damage on Backbone there. Looks like he's struggling somewhat. Shaq's trying to do it with the Diva. It's going to be Hardy that gets the nano boost here. There's an Ant Matrix. Goes up on the side. Crowy desuited though. Self-destruct here, you'd think. Shaq's able to LOS that for the most part, but takes a fairly big lick of damage. Might have been a whip shot that sent him backwards there. Hardy is
controlling.
get back
and help Shax. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, Hardy, I think, was controlling Luke Mino's position, just trying to keep him away from the fight, I think. He eventually has to come and contest, but Malthus Pulse Bomb missing there is pretty much, yeah, the death knell for the Eternal on the attacking side. Not bad, Matt, but they really ran out of steam after that Orisa comp sort of started to show its weaknesses.
I mean, at one point there, London had Shax on the cart to contest, and he was going up against like a rallying Brig and I believe one other player there.
There's a Diva there. Yeah.
Yeah, not able to deal with Shax is being able to stay alive through that. It's massive. It allows everybody else to kind of like roam around, pick up some kills. Hadi was up on the high ground forever. Doesn't have to go back to contest. So
I mean, Shax didn't die
on the Tracer
at all that round.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising. He's so good on the Tracer and so consistent that you think like any meta that Tracer's going to be relatively strong. You know, the London Spitfire are going to be pretty good at, pretty competitive.
A lot of pressure on Wub in this last round. I think Wub actually accounts for almost a third of Paris's deaths in that round. Obviously on that Hangzhou getting pressured down by Shax and Backbone quite frequently. Really hard to see that Hangzhou actually have, you know, as much impact as he would have liked to, as London don't really sign the social contract, the agreement to allow Wub to just play from the outsides of the fight and just sort of focus and tunnel the Diva or Orisa, as it were. So, good awareness, London. Know where the real threats are. I mean, it was pretty blatant how much they were ignoring Krawi when they were defending.
Oh, without a doubt. So we still, you know, seeing Backbone come in here for map number 2, right? Playing a lot of the Sombra. Wonder if there's another kind of composition they may potentially be looking at as we need to see the Hottie ball here. What are we seeing? Shax go back and make a change. So landed on the Ana this time. Yeah, and they'll play the Wrecking Ball here. So
I thought this would be Kellen, but Hardy Ball was actually something we saw a lot last year, and he really had to work on this. I mean, talking to Nuki, he was like, I mean, the work rate from Hardy just to sort of get comfortable on Wrecking Ball was really quite absurd.
This does put Khan on the Zen, which we know how good he's been on the Zen, you know, for the Paris Eternal in the past. And look at this, they're just trying to like set up and execute a dive here with this ball up on the high ground.
Hardy, B-roll and Immortality Field there used as Krawi was hacked. Hardy will wait for this Discord Orb to expire, and then he'll go for another crack here. So definitely a big mobility advantage here for the Spitfire. Krawi, while he has a speed boost, it's only conditional, it's short duration.
They're not able to get like a hack on any of the targets there, so weren't able to collapse on anybody. And that time Khan ends up a little bit closer to the high ground and he gets taken out.
Krawi hacked there, so he actually got his Javelin spin interrupted, then Biotic Grenade here. Interesting idea from the Spitfire. You see the Hardys hoping to flank around and get a nice pile driver. You'd think on where the supports are standing, not where sort of Wub was playing from. Wub seems unperturbed right now. Easy shot on Shax.
Yeah, and they were able to pick up Khan before, so the Hangzhou paying off, not able to really pressure Wub at all as he's able to pick up these early first kills.
This means what? The only tank we haven't seen the last couple of days would be Ryan, right?
And Roadhog.
Roadhog, of course. How could I forget? My God.
Yeah. The solo Q special Roadhog.
Here's Air Matrix, so Hardy might have to respect this. Pulse there left on Krawi, but he fortifies. Backbone's able to get rid of Malthal, though, winning that matchup. Not easy to do as a Sombra, I suppose. Here's the pile drive. We actually managed to catch the Baptiste there, but we'll only create some space. Now, the idea is to make it so Krawi can't be kept alive. But the Fortify, that's nasty stuff. Eventually, they drag the horse down.
It's got to be scary for Lucamino to look at as a nanoed Wrecking Ball flying through the air right at him. Like a missile is Hottie getting close to those mines, and then they'll have an EMP. So, look, I think pretty decent defense from the Paris Eternal, all things considered. Like, this is a composition that don't know how much practice they have playing against. And they'll stay on the Orisa here. They'll play the Orisa. They're coming on with some pretty big ultimates. So they're not out of this, right? They had a pretty good push here, almost getting checkpoint B. So they have some time to work with.
Translocator spot there, interesting for Backbone, assuming Malthal won't come across it on his flanking travels. Wub just gets that pick off there for the high ground. Khan down, means that the Spitfire are looking to reset for now. Building up to some big ultimates, both teams. This next fight is going to be pretty fruity.
And can you just avoid Cry? Is that kind of like your goal here if you're London, right? Like, if he's going to play on the low ground by the payload.
Ooh, that's going to hurt the morning! Oh, it was all of a sudden, Matthew, this one gets turned on its head. Yeah, Transcendence for Rack Attack. Yeah, that's brutal stuff. Shax is Shax is like the guy in the ad with like the tape that's supposed to fix a leak in the tank. Slaps that thing on and just sends the Zen packing. And oh my, Paris just got obliterated.
Yeah, and Rack Attack's going to switch over to the Brig now. Not going to be playing the Zen as a little bit squishy when you're going up against this composition, right? With like hacks, EMPs, the Wrecking Ball, the Zen, like a lot of burst damage potential here from the London Spitfire.
I want to point out that Landon's on the Anakan on the Zen here. Another one of his really, really nasty picks. No need for Bone back to come in here. Landon, however, looks like it's pin the Javelin on the Ana time.
So yeah, I mean, it's huge to get this early first pick off. That Minefield's going to get them down from the high ground here. So they're also going to lose Rack Attack again as Lucamino's going to be forced to use an Air Matrix, and he's going to get one through it.
Oh my God! Okay, Backbone had to translocate out of that one, otherwise he was going to get sparted. All right, Krawi, speed boost himself here. trying to control the castle. So much of Orissa's plan here, Matt, is to try and garner attention, give your opponents a reason to actually want to pay you any notice.
With this kind of composition, though, can you just avoid the Orisa? Like, I think now it's a much better setup as Wub gets a pick on the Landon. You're playing around the Orisa, right? Before when they had it on the low ground, they were able to just access the high ground. And
oh, that's dirty!
Yeah, that's
yeah,
nasty.
he knew that. This is what I was saying about the sort of translocator positioning for Backbone. Nicely done there. Malfoy able to read that. So I feel like Wub's getting a little bit too much free damage done here, Matthew.
Always plan an exit.
I mean, he's just being able to get these pick-off headshots from range, right? Which, like, Hanzo, you know, you can do that, right? Just kind of coming around a corner, being able to just pick somebody off.
Alley-oop. Hardy trying to pressure the Hanzo position there. Mouthful spots Shaq. Backsaw on the card here as London trying to inch this forward. Their composition seems fine. A little awkward in some senses in terms of getting everybody in the right place. A little bit of split here. Hardy gets nanoed once more. Yeah. Khan has the transcendence in here. Mouthful communicating that to the rest of his team here. Terra Surge, Hardy rolls on out of it. Now up to the bridge. He sees a couple of players looking pretty juicy as morsels. And Wub got picked off by Khan already. Always a threat on that Zen. Likmino, yeah, showing off that increased damage from Baptiste. See, it's going to be enough for the Paris Eternal as Hardy, for the time being, is just trying to hold position on the card here, maybe buy some time for the rest of his teammates. But this is awkward. Very awkward stuff from London. They get the Baptiste, though, Matt. Landon's in deep trouble.
Landon's a lot of trouble as they do end up getting Lucamino, but he provides enough damage and healing to keep enough players alive for Paris to hold here as potentially steal the second map.
Orisa on the verge of winning yet another map in the Overwatch League, and Krawi hasn't really shifted, changed heroes on this defensive half. It's been tough for the Spitfire to deal with, but that's an EMP there onto the front line. Bub's going to fall first, but it's traded. Krawi has so much damage to offer, and it's all delivered to Backbone's cranium. Lucamino knocked up there by the pole driver, but Hardy thinks twice about trying to stick around. Has to be Shax to contest for now. Rack attack will go back to the carding. Nor Hardy, he'll have to return one way or another now, and Malthor another pulse bomb will be huge. The last one was transcendenced off by Khan, but it did strike true. Malthor knows if he gets enough damage here on Hardy, it would be an insta-kill. Still in overtime, pulse bomb a little bit wayward there is Backbone. We didn't really mention the Soldier 76 pick coming out. Rack attack is down to Shax. He finds purchase with that pulse bomb, but Malthor is able to work Khan down eventually. A lot of pressure onto the back line of the Spitfire. And now it's Hardy having to contest with that immortality field. Landon trying to play from the back, but it's going to be tough to heal Hardy consistently.
Landon got one.
He got one. He's looking for another as well. Krawi's seen better days. Terra Surge and now a knock off. Hardy able to use some nice tech to stay up there as the pile driver keeps him alive for now. Again, every time he dodges his enemies, he's also dodging Landon's healing. He just needs to buy time, Matt.
Landon's got an Ant Matrix here coming online. He's going to have a great alley to shoot from.
Immortality field on the backside. Hardy gets skewered there by that Javelin. And Krawi now wants to surge forward, but knows he needs to wait a little bit. There's a lot of damage on the table right now for the Spitfire, but here it is, Malthor's down. The Baptiste is missing for the Eternal. Safely, Lucamino trying to get damage here, but the Transcendence is popped by Khan again. Shaq's trying to contest the card here as Krawi might have to turn around in just a moment. The Discord all making his life hard.
Here comes
Khan
Hardy.
gets rid of the Zen. Oh, Khan! He's got another one! Rack attack falls, and now Krawi trying to deal with everybody surrounding him, but still, in a 2v3, he's being ignored. The pressure now is going to be on to see Lucamino so low in the background. Krawi eventually is down to the London Spitfire. They're going to break through somehow in a 2v5. They buy enough time. Here comes a pile driver. Wub going to get burned to the ground, and the Paris Eternal absolutely fuming. This one got away.
Oh, that is a gut punch there as Paris played so good on defense. But what may be the longest fight in OWL history outside of GOATs happens here on the bridge is really, you know, Shaq's able to contest for as long as he did there was unbelievable. You know, Hardy's still in the action. I thought Landon switching over to the Baptiste, right, and getting the Ant Matrix and being able to use the Immortality Field in like a 2v3, 2v4 at times. Just sick stuff there from the London Spitfire to battle back in map number 2.
Yeah, pretty insane stuff. Great fight there. Love the interplay between Hardy and Landon in those final moments of the London Spitfire, showing us some more of that individual flair. And a Wrecking Ball win as well. Love to see it now as the series goes to 2-0. Let's see what the next map has in store for us. Paris are going to need to come up with something a little more effective.
the rally, they got the help, and they're going to collect this map. It's whapping it with a double pulse. Yeah, look at that dart hitting the old skewed happy. Right, it's just done away, hit it. Here's Eternal Viking.
Summer Showdown may have ended, but the Happy Genji skin is still bringing the summer vibes. You can grab this Summer Showdown legendary skin for just 200 League tokens. Don't miss your chance to slice and dice in style. And I don't know about you, but I'm still feeling the heat from summer. We might be officially in fall right now, but this has been a spicy matchup, Matthew. So many different tanks picked, but also the last moments of that last map were just, oh my goodness, that was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And again, London very clutch to end up winning the round. Paris almost won that map with a significant deficit in final blows, but here's Khan. I think he finds a two-piece here, Matt, to set this up for his team.
And I mean, this is deep. This is deep into OT. Like, we're, you know, probably a minute or two into overtime at that point. There's that two-piece there with Shax and Hottie on the point allows everybody else to make a comeback here for London. And you kind of see the winning moments there as they get the cart across the line. You saw Cry when we were actually on the cams, leaning back in his chair. You can see it just kind of takes a lot. I mean, out of players with how intense those type of moments are, as London has found themselves up 2-0, chance to close it out here. But this series has been really tight, I think.
Oh, I mean, a quick aside, as Dove gets subbed in here for Wub. Obviously, Dove, a player who we saw show us a fair bit of that hit scan prowess when he came into this Eternal roster. You're the London Spitfire. You see what's going on at Paris, right? You know that they're sort of, you know, making some changes. You are using Backbone as your Zen player at the time. You see Khan as a free agent, you snap that off. You absolutely get him into your team. What a difference he's made from the very get-go here, right? Another dimension to a London Spitfire team that's already showing a ton of depth here. I mean, this is a legitimately frightening team.
Oh, absolutely. I think the getting Khan, we talked about it last stage, how impactful it would be, but it's obviously, it kind of falls a little bit on deaf ears when he's not playing, right? They didn't need him to play the Zen there. But this is why you do it, right? The meta changes so fast. You need a player who can play Zen. You don't have to put one of your, you know, flex DPS, who you clearly want to play DPS, right, with Backbone, in that role, and you're able to sort out this, like, pretty glaring issue with the team, which could be massive come the end of the season, right? You know, if Zen continues to be played.
Paris, I really quite enjoyed their take on sort of Eichenwalde. It is obviously, you know, a bit of an odd map in terms of what comps it can sort of dictate. There is no way. There's just no way. This must have heard us talking about Rodon here. Let's Spitfire here. So they still have Hardy, obviously, on this Winston, right? Now having access to the Winston means you can do, they're pretty dirty, like sort of spawn camp, defense hold here. That can force your opponents sometimes to have to like use a TP to the high ground and sort of force this off. We could see Mercy with the Ashe pairing here for Paris. That would be quite curious, yeah.
And London decides to just not play any D.Va, right? We've seen teams opt to play some D.Va. They have to just play the Winston instead, play from the high ground. So, let's see what Paris decides to do. They'll have...
Yeah, you have to do this.
Yep.
Wait.
Okay, we go low ground here.
Oh, interesting. Okay, variation on that. Krawi can't really pull anyone down to the low ground, and oh my goodness, he just gets ranched there by Backbone. And maybe Shax was involved there? Yes, it was both of them.
I also
think solo there is a Thonka.
Well, Dove is also up on the high ground here, where like maybe they were trying to like bait the TP. They think more players would take it and create a sightline for Dove, like out of the spawn. He gets hit with a biotic grenade right away too, so
that's true.
Maybe that just doesn't work out to plan there.
All right, Dove finds the shot, gets rid of Backbone here. Wasn't even... It was assisted nicely, of course, by the Discord Orb. Dove want to play it slow and steady here and clear a lot of these angles as he tries to approach with his team. He knows his backline's about to suffer a bit of scrutiny. Very quickly, Hardy just gets out of his way. So, Paris able to move up here to a degree. I'm curious to see if the Spitfire try and catch them setting up on this high ground, because they're all going together.
Yeah, so they've gotten some payload progress, and now they opt to rotate back around, play for this high ground.
Oh, no.
That biotic grenade is so sick.
What a setup from Khan. Dove.
Yeah.
No idea what hit him.
That's a few times throughout the series. I mean, we talked about it with the Sombra and, you know, play with Khan on the Ana and being able to get those biotic grenades. I mean, that time doesn't even need the hacks, right? Just putting so much pressure on the high ground just with those biotic grenades.
Oh, Dove, nicely done. So coming back out of spawn, he catches Backbone just sort of strafing left to right on the high ground. Yeah, nicely done. And again, because the Eternal have this Orisa, they can still advance even in a player deficit. And they have been doing so. Shax eventually gets rid of Dove again. Malthal knows that he has a big opportunity here for a stick. Gets it.
Oh,
it has to be a nano for Landon.
It's a nano, yeah. It's so interesting, though, how they just want to avoid the Orisa, right? As the Karch's moves here for the Paris Eternal, they opt to actually just go back and fight Dove as Rack Attack gets the nano here. Nano Transcendence is looking good for Paris on offense.
Oh, no!
Well, they gave up so much progress, dude. Like,
yeah.
London let them take that progress to go get Dove, and then, like, by the time they got back, like, Paris had, like, almost gotten it to the end, and then also had ultimates available, so surprising, but not entirely surprising there that happens.
I don't think you can fight Orisa with this London comp, right? Unless you, like, yeah, okay, so Cry was on his own when he got hacked and just got blown up here. Dove just sneaks around and gets a solo kill as far as we can tell. And it feels like London have to try and work around Crowley, but he's not allowing them. He's not giving them that choice. He's constantly putting himself in the line of fire in these fights. Rack Attack's already picked off Landon here. And look at this high ground for Paris. They're trying to make best use of it here. I think Hardy got speared as we saw Crowley just descend from that high ground, but this hack on Dove here means he's pretty much done. Hardy has a lot of health and probably wants to try and contribute in some way to this fight, but instead it's to the high ground he goes.
Well, I tell you what, though, Dove has done tremendous on this map coming in. And he's been able to pick up Backbone a few times, and then now we're going to see the Soldier 76.
Mobility, I think he's fancying. He's sick of getting caught out, I think, by sort of hacking bionic grenades and such.
Yeah, they have been diving him, and he obviously doesn't really have that much help, so maybe the Soldier just to be able to get out a little bit on his own. But, dude, he was so impactful on the Ashe. Like, even if he's, let's say he's dying, right? But he's able to get whether it was Backbone or Shax first, and he was getting them pretty consistently, right?
Here's a switch.
You'll take that attention from the rest, but maybe a little bit more of a change here is Cry goes over to the D.Va, so they did this on Eichenwalde when they need to get control of the high ground.
Yeah, obviously D.Va can't do too much except go around the outside. This time, into the courthouse is Dove. Contesting the card here when they can are the Spitfire. Hardy's going to get the nano, looking for the back line, but straight away, look at this. Great defensive setup here for the Eternal. Crowley is slept. So Hardy would be able to get him without being redirected, but he opts not to do that now. To disengage, and I don't know if Luke Mino realized that the Spitfire was sort of backing up on this. So Crowley's nano, really just some decoration to light up the streets as they advance. And they are advancing, let me be clear on that. 2 minutes here. Great little nano, rather biotic grenade. And Dove's able to find that kill on Shax with a Helix rocket.
Yeah, now, can they actually take the second checkpoint? Maybe Backbone is able to live and you come out of the spawn here with an EMP, or they decide to give it up. Yeah, Sahadi going to be nowhere close to coming back. So, to be London making the switch, Landon over to the Zen now. So we've seen him play a little bit more Zen today in certain compositions here with Khan. So, what, 3 minutes to get it towards the end? I mean, that's pretty good for Paris.
I've got to appreciate that we are seeing the return of Soldier 76, right? Someone who featured heavily in the kickoff clash because he was kind of broken. He's very powerful.
Well,
but yeah,
that
great
was
to see
with
him
the,
back.
Yeah, and it's a big EMP here. You imagine some kills following this up.
Oh,
Primal.
no.
This is not the spot you want to be in when that Primal comes. He was very strong early on because of the DPS passive that gave the speed with the sprint, right?
The guy's counting
sick
backwards.
prediction, yeah. Without that kind of bonus speed, I think still sprint and being able to just move players along pretty strong. Right there, gets hacked, killed instantly, is still pretty strong. I think, though, is Soldier the best hit scan option? I mean, you think about Ashe in certain situations and Cassidy. At this point, Soldier may be it for kind of what you need to do in terms of hit scan, especially if you're going to try and play a little bit more aggressive.
1:51 on the clock here. Paris have done well to make it as far as they have. We have, dare I say, attack visor, pulse coming up here. Maybe even a nano visor. London here. Playing a dangerous game, getting Shax and Hardy up so close, but they're able to get rid of the mouthful here. That was actually defensive. Landon staves off the Tracer. Now the Eternals' offensive options becoming sorely limited. Dove doesn't have the sidelines, but still wants to go for this tactical visor. Okay, pushes up. Hardy's bubble obscures some of him and prevents some of that damage. And, well, didn't even read his own because Luke Mino gets absolutely punched by Landon.
Yeah, just nothing, right? I mean, no sightlines there with the visor. Sort of like, I think when I was just talking about like how you kind of value the hit scans, and yeah, let's be Dove with a switch to Sojourn. Like Soldier's ultimate, I think at this level of play is just very easily dodged unless you like kind of combo it with like a nano and really get him into the mix. Where you look at like somebody like Ash, right, with Bob, where Bob can at least be used as like an off angle, take space, move an objective. Where I think Tac Visor may be a little bit lackluster.
Mouthful for a moment dueling. Shaq's doing what he can to slow things up, and make no mistake, he's doing a decent job at Krawi there. Just slaps him back down to earth. Translocate out for Backbone. So offensive pieces off the table for the next moment for the Spitfire, and Rack Attack is able to find Backbone as he made that translocation. He's been caught a couple times coming out of Translocator. Landon, a little, yeah, quite far forward of Hardy's bubble there. I guess this is why. So in like a 4v5, they're going to go for the Transcendence. Here is Backbone as hop, skip, and jumping back into the fray.
And you're going to have a nano boost here for the London Spitfire. You can probably use this on a Hottie. You're getting very close to an EMP.
Oh
some
my,
good ultimates
so
here. Oh, and then the recall, the dodge.
Oh, he's so nice. Unreal. And yeah, not much Luke Mino can do there. Hardy was coming for him. The Sojourn switch for Dove. Nano boost as well for the extra durability, but it's not going to stop you when Hardy comes to play. That's the end of the line for the Paris Eternal.
Still, I mean, I feel like we've kind of talked about this throughout. Like, they're pretty good on Ilios for the Paris Eternal. Good push by them on Eichenwalde, and a good one here on Dorado. Can they hold on defense, though, right? Like, that's kind of been the thing here, where they've not been able to hold very strong on D.
It might have something to do with their choice of composition at times, though, as well. Like, again, if you have like an Orisa run at you and you have to switch to some sort of poke setup, think back to Eichenwalde, right? They switched over towards like the Zen Ana setup, and Hardy had to sort of sheepishly work his way around the Orisa. A little bit hard to slow the cart when the very thing you're trying to ignore is the one that's actually advancing the payload. I'm curious to see how London operate around that, because yeah, Krawi is adamant that Orisa is the play. And what is so interesting about this is how opposition teams deal with it, because she just cannot be dueled. She just can't. You can't fight her head-to-head like that.
So, do you think London plays the ball here? Like, same type of compositions that we saw on Eichenwalde?
Well, if you're trying to circumvent the Orisa and pressure backliners, I suppose it's all right. Pop them up, give Backbone some decent sightlines on them.
Yeah, and I guess, do you play the ball because you believe the ball's a little bit tankier than the Winston, right? To be able to go up to the high ground and make those type of plays, because that's ultimately where Paris is going to set up, right? They're going to set up there on that high ground. As Dove will see some Widowmaker play here, so that's quite exciting. As I think we've seen some Widowmaker play, specifically on like Junkertown, but that's about it.
Yeah, you think this is more in Sparker's wheelhouse? Mr. O'Neill doesn't quite find purchase with the grappling hook. Generally an ability that aims for you, but I digress. Up he goes. Mouthful. Glancing blow. Oh my, there it is. No healing for him, I guess. Paris weren't able to top him up there, and Backbone gives him 2 body shots and a wave goodbye.
It looks like they just back up, and maybe the message doesn't get relayed, but nobody within line of sight at all to be able to give any type of heals. So now you've decided to play this choke if you're Paris, which is slightly dangerous because you basically give yourself one chance at this, and oh, that's like a biotic grenade, Discord, and then a headshot there from Backbone takes out Cry. Yeah, but you mean you gave up so much space, you're only going to have this one fight here.
So what do you think about how London works around Krawi there, Matt?
Like, what do you mean? How they worked around him? Like,
yeah, like
what, pushed past it?
Yeah, like well, I mean, they eventually had to deal with him, but the way they did it, I thought was quite impressive. This is obviously just a sleep dart, which Orisa is pretty susceptible to, and you just wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's... You see they switch right off of it, where I think that is kind of the way you have to play around the Orisa, and I think more teams will probably copy a little bit what we're seeing here from London today is still very strong to be pushed into. It almost is like weird, Mitch, right? Like, remember, like, Orisa, I think, in Overwatch 1, you'd think of as, like, a very defensive tank, right?
Sure. Yeah.
It almost seems like she's way more effective on the offense, because, like, she becomes very difficult to avoid, right? Like, you know, the offense can set the pace way more with her, as opposed on the defensive end. It seems like when she kind of gets posted up, it's very easy to avoid her and kind of like take out everybody else.
It's been a difficult map for Mouthful so far. Oh, nicely done. Rack attacks down, and yep, Backbone. That recon visor are able to see exactly where to pop the crosshair. Pretty good showing on Widow so far. Doesn't have to be full of flair, just needs to be somewhat effective. Lukemino maybe not aware of Hardy's positioning here. They're taking cover because the Nano gets deployed, but it's not a visor for Dub. Switching off the Widowmaker now to the Soldier. And Mouth, okay, there it is. Finds his third, gets landed with that pulse bomb. Hardy looks like he's just getting out for now.
Yes, I mean, the car gets very close though to getting on through, right? I mean, even though he's able to, is Hardy going to make it out? I mean, he's, okay, and they get Crawley out of this as he was in, I know, the Baby Diva form. Can you actually make a play out of this? Because you have Hardy and Shax here up on the high ground. Like, can you get there fast enough? Maybe like a minefield, at least get a pick before Crawley gets in position?
Oh, looks like they saw Backbone coming here. Oh, they top him up, and Rack Attack just holds the line. I guess he assumes that Backbone's going to just give up the angle because he takes damage, but well, he's being healed.
I thought he assumed that he probably had Defense Matrix help there, Rack Attack, right? Because Crawley was up there on the high ground.
Doesn't last forever. That's the sad part about it. Dub doused in the purple liquid. As Shax was picked off there at relatively close range by the Helix rocket, and Hardy realizing that just the mines is not enough to help him get the card over the line. So this gives Dub an opening now to flank, pressure. Yep, Khan just gets flattened, and a beautiful two-piece there from Dove. And it really,
easy kills there.
It doesn't have to be complicated, right? He just wraps.
Where is Backbone playing from? I mean, he was able to get one from that position, playing out there on the bushes on the side. Not able to get another one, though. So Dub controlling this high ground has been beneficial here for the Paris Eternal. For the London Spitfire, you'll have the Infosight here, right? And you'll also have a Pulse Bomb, as Shax has been so good with those Pulse Bombs. Probably, you know, you're looking at Rack Attack, or are you looking at Dove? Like, who are you trying to get this one on? I think you probably have to have a good idea that the Zen has the Transcendence. So maybe you're looking at making a play for the Soldier.
Rack Attack's in trouble. He doesn't seem to think so, and maybe he's right. Hardy just opts out of that one. Oh my, not ready for that damage. Looks like Shax barely reacts to that one, but I jumped. Expect to see so much get thrown at him now. So we're down to 1:50. London are cutting it close on the attack again.
This has been a good defense for the Paris Eternal. I think better than Eichenwalde, especially because they haven't had to invest many ultimates into these fights, right? You have both support ults, you have your self-destruct to get Crawley and your mech back. You're in a very good spot here if you're the Paris Eternal to potentially win this.
Oh, there it is. That's dirty. And the Nano to make sure Widow can be a factor. Backbone hoping the D-Matrix isn't up by the time he chooses to go for the shot. Lukemino still respecting Backbone as he's not now longer counting on the defense matrix to be in his way. In a position to get some free damage. They think he's moved. Yeah, I think Paris were positioned assuming Backbone had backed away, but that wasn't the case at all. Has to be a self-destruct here from Crawley, but he can't get back in the mech. The explosion goes off, no one's there to see it, so did it really even happen? And Backbone has a nigh unassailable high ground position now.
Well, you are going to have players coming back, as, you know, Lukemino doing a nice job. Oh, I was going to say putting some pressure on, but just a little bit too far out is
there it is.
Backbone on the Widow.
Crawley now looking a little haggard on the point there. Dove gets a body grenade defensively employed, but Landon says one Dove's way as well. He's very low. Orb of Harmony trying to keep him alive. Rack Attack does very well there to stay alive.
Oh,
but Landon just wraps the corner. Finds the kill. Backbone is down. Crowley's still a factor here. It's a 1v3, and Diva's hard to deal with like this. Instant recall there from Mouthful. I think he attempted a pulse bomb. There's a Transcendence here for Khan. Crowley drops out of the mech straight into the path of an orb. And here come the London Spitfire now. They like to keep it interesting, Matt. 14 seconds left in the round. Mouthful takes a faceful. He's going to try and hide behind the car for the time being as Shax has a pulse bomb. Time to deliver it.
He's got a Harmony Orb on him, though, and then Hadi will drop the minefield here on the point. So, gets a DMEC. That's huge.
Dove's got great positioning on the high ground there. Landon has the biotic grenade himself, but things aren't going well for the Eternal elsewhere. Cart looking like it's going to get across the line, and with Malthus falling, there'll be another checkpoint here for London.
That play from Landon, though, was nuts. Rack attack so low around the corner, new. Obviously, an important kill there on the Zen. Has the soldier there with him. He turns the corner, sleeps the soldier, kills Rack attack, and then with the help of Khan, able to kill the 76. They get the Transcendence. They don't even need it to take the point. As this has been brutal for Paris, man, because like realistically, you know, they played well enough to win a series like this. And there's still obviously a chance to win this map, but man, some back-breaking fight losses here.
Landon has 8 final blows on the Ana. The guy is getting involved. 43 seconds left now. Decent amount of time for London to work with. Hardy hit with the body grenade there, and Rack attack strikes. That's his 7th. The support's really getting involved, but yep, that's going to be too much pressure. Backbone gets to him. Rack attack, by the way, still kills the Tracer in a 1v2.
Yeah, and he wants to hold on to the Transcendence there. Is that'll be the nano use here on Cry. Is he wants to push on in. That's going to force the Transcendence out as they get Landon.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad for London now. Transcendence without the Ana in play. Hardy again up to the cart, realizes he needs the rest of his team, and there's 10 seconds left in the round. This one is going to the wire. Hardy may have to touch here. There's not a lot really the Spitfire have in position. Shax will get there, picks up a mini health pack to save in the recall at this time. A big pulse bomb for Shax could be a fight turner. Tough to get in these situations with Krawi on patrol. Shax is hoping just to drain that resource and go for it, but Dove is there with attack visor, and he should be able to put this one to bed. Minefield on the card, and that'll be cleaned here by Rack attack and that Transcendence. Lovely stuff from the Paris Eternal, great defense, and we're going to 4 maps.
You scared me a little bit when you were like, oh man, we've seen Paris in these situations before they had the advantage. I was like, they have to win one of these, right? As they pull it out here at Dorado on the end. As I know Dove's tac visor was definitely impactful. We talk about like tac visor here a little bit and kind of like how difficult it is to use right there in those situations where they're forced onto the payload outside of the cover. It's able to make really good use of it and get a win there for Paris.
Nice looks for the Paris Eternal there. Some really bloodthirsty support gameplay. Landon had a fantastic map, and you got to say Rack attack stepping up to the plate. Doing such a good job of dealing with Tracer and Sombra often at the same time. That's what you want to see from the Paris Eternal. That was a map for individual flair. Don't forget it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if map number 4 has that same level of daring play. Well, the second of consecutive staunch defenses by the Paris Eternal finally is converted into a map victory on Dorado. A strong start for the Eternal, making a lot of use of that Orisa play, and Krawi showing flexibility, moving to the D.Va. And when it counted, the backline of the Paris Eternal, they dealt with all comers, staved off that Tracer Sombra dive, got themselves a well-earned map win, and have stayed alive in the series, Matthew.
Yeah, and now we go to New Queen Street here for the next map in the series. And I think it's interesting. No subs coming in for either team here. Hottie, probably see them play like that Winston-based comp, right? Not entirely sure, like, Push and New Queen Street suits Wrecking Ball, but possibility. What do the Paris Eternal decide to do? Do you try and play the Orisa? Maybe it's kind of a situation where they can't really avoid it. You can play a little bit more aggressive with the Orisa. Or do you just come out with the D.Va look straight away? I think Paris has a lot more options here.
Yeah, maybe when we're dealing with dynamic objective game types, i.e. the objective is moving through the map, then Orisa might be a pretty solid pick. Dove, though, speaking of picks, the Soldier 76 switch came later in the round, and that's definitely what gave him most of his success. Goes 13 Ilios, 8 and 5 there, final blows to deaths, and finding himself into really nice positions, flanking very effectively, and he had to. He had to sort of outdo the performance of Backbone on the Widowmaker, who was looking very, very scary at multiple points in the round. Very large variety of different heroes, a lot of hit scan in that last map. He's staying in.
Yeah, and he also started off the map as Ashe and was able to pick up a few kills right away. Like, got Backbone two, 3 times there on the Sombra, who was able to pick up Shax. Like, was just maybe a little bit too easy of a dive target for Paris's liking. So, swapped him over to the 76. Looked pretty good on it. I think you can play the Soldier here on New Queen Street, where like, then it becomes interesting, I think, from the London Spitfire. We've seen Hottie play what? We've seen him play the Winston, and we've seen him play the Ball. Do they have anything else kind of in store, right? Do they have a Junker Queen type of look? Do they have dare I say, a Reinhardt play, potentially, right? Like, I think this is way more open than I think, obviously, the Summer Showdown was, where I think there's, like, tons of variation in comps you can play.
We've seen teams take like a Junker Queen into a Orisa matchup on some maps.
Yep.
This week so far. Curious if that becomes a factor here. London Spitfire, again, humbled a little bit because their offenses involving Wrecking Ball have been difficult. It seems like they don't want to play Orisa, which is fine, but when it comes to like trying to have impact in fights and actually play the objective when Orisa makes sure she plants herself on it, it seems like it's been rather difficult to have high impact. Without just removing her from the equation first. You remember, like, back on Dorado, Matt, they're able to sleep Krawi on the Orisa, and then just everyone just blows him up instantly. But outside of that, really hard to kill. That base health and armor getting increased here, just, the extra durability goes a long way for the Orisa. Let's see what we get, though. Wrecking Ball is on the menu once more for the London Spitfire.
All right.
Paris, okay, they have Krawi on the D.Va.
Yeah, they played the Soldier 76 right off the rip, so interesting to see here from the London Spitfire, the Wrecking Ball look. How did they decide to utilize this? As
there's no neutral now, right? That's a thing of last tournament.
Yes. There's not going to be a neutral here, but like, where does Hottie gain the elevation from? Kind of going deep, right? There's lots of different like areas players can hide. I don't think it's a very easy task to play the ball here.
Oh, that's cheeky. Dumb. It's a love tap. Up on the high ground as Krawi was hacked there, desuited by most of the Spitfire getting involved there. Nice little tech there, Hardy. The pile driver right in front of Duff, but not enough damage there. Remember, Wrecking Ball definitely needs help in picking off their targets. And Matt, London picked off the D.Va, and yet they don't feel confident going forward as far as we can see.
It's difficult. I mean, they've had Shax like in numerous maps, right? Like, he is the one controlling the objective here because Hottie has he can't really just sit on the bot. Needs to be playing aggressive. As can't actually be able to get a kill and keep Landon alive there. That's massive. You're gonna see it. Yeah, you're gonna start to see the bot moving now.
Now the back line is down. Pile driver there to make it so Krawi couldn't escape. I'm not sure if that was a plan for Hardy, but it looked pretty darn good from our perspective. So the Spitfire play a pick-based comp, with the flankers, but it's really Khan that sets up those opportunities alongside the hacks of Backbone. And now we're on the move.
And this area of the map may be a little bit better for London, right? You can kind of like use the large building here to get the grapple and like launch yourself in deep here as Hadi. Like where the beginning of the map here and like that neutral phase, probably at the worst part of the map for the ball. You see those still, they have Shax. He is the one in control of this bot.
Khan, another pick.
Khan
This
again.
time it's Mouthful. I mean, this is what Rack Attack was providing to the Eternal on their defense on Dorado. Khan been known to be able to do that as well. There's a reason why his last name is Uj. Here's the Bionade on Shax. He still seems happy to stay in the fights, though. Doesn't connect the Pulse Bomb. That was wayward, and now Dove gets to run roughshot over them here with his tactical
I
visor.
refuse to laugh at your
Beautiful
Khan
rocket.
joke.
Oh, I didn't even give you a window for it, Matt.
No,
There was no
you laughed at your
there was
own
no-
joke, which is
No,
like
I didn't
even
laugh. I didn't
sadder.
laugh.
You did.
There
You
was
giggled
no
a little
pregnant
bit.
pause. No,
There's
no, I
a
was
little bit
laughing
of a
at the-
giggle there.
I was laughing at the Pulse Bomb missing, you know? It's kind of funny.
Well,
Not funny.
definitely sound like you laughed at your own joke, but Backbone here, in position here, up on the high ground. You're known to laugh at your own jokes.
I'm laughing at
It's
you
like-
now. Oh, that's a nice EMP. Good
What do you
follow-up
do
there,
here for
Hardy.
the supports, right? I mean,
Oh,
no
you just
defense
chalk
for
that one
that.
up as a strike. Yeah. Reset the bowling pins and go again.
So you didn't get the checkpoint there if you were the London Spitfire, but pretty close. And then you also have the ability to use this minefield coming out of this, right, on that corner, and to be able to definitely secure it. Maybe you kind of force out that Transcendence in the process as well, that Rack Attack is building up towards.
Mouthful going to contest the bot pretty early here, so London actually get nothing out of that fight with. Although they seem pretty happy to play around this part of the map specifically, right? Just because of what it offers, I think, to Wrecking Ball in terms of that, that tunnel over the middle part of the map. When we start to wrap around corners, Hardy has less options for like using a grapple in more neutral territory. Has to sort of throw it up into a window on the other side. So perhaps London want to contain the game to this part of the map. Seems dangerous.
And it's so interesting to watch where Hadi is like playing from, because this is not a map that you think like the geometry of it and the layout really suits the Wrecking Ball, but being able to just roll in up there on the high ground, put some pressure, really doing a nice job collapsing with Backbone. Oh, Shax, look at the movement, man.
Love that. He is slick, and the pressure is immense on Luke Mino. Eventually has to succumb. Not before he gives out the nano boost, though. Dove is the one with that. Now Visor gets him one. Shax goes down there, but Rack Attack's already fallen, and Khan, I mean, it's inevitable. Late in the fight, he's been playing up on that high ground, and he's just picking people off at a distance, but
Paris has gained
bot-
progress throughout all of this. Yeah, Mouthful has just been running the bot down. It's not a ton. I think it's like, 6 or 7 meters, but still some progress gained there from the Eternal. So, dude, but Paris, this is going to be a tough fight. Pulse Bomb, EMP, Transcendence. How do you come out on the winning end of this one? I almost feel like you have to take it early. You're almost going to kind of concede giving up this checkpoint here. Yeah, you see Multiple get on, just stop the bot real quick.
A little London, though, yeah. Again, they want to sit back on this a little bit. Until they find a pick, until they start to decimate the backline, they don't really feel comfortable advancing. Maybe they're respecting the Zen a lot. The EMP should be the starter's pistol for this. Yeah, Defense Matrix was there for Shax, that Pulse Bomb, no connection. A Rack Attack again, defensively, so good at dealing with these dives, right? That's another kill for him, makes it a 4v4, and Crowy doesn't seem to be bothered. He can step up and contest the bot, make sure no one sneaks in a checkpoint gain under his nose. But he's worried about Hardy and what Hardy can do to Luke Mino. Hardy, meanwhile, he's already back on the bot, mate.
Yeah, he was in a really rough spot there, Crawley, as you see like fire coming from both directions, Hardy in his back line. I think what you saw there especially is like London, moving into that part of the map, right, where they back up, like Paris wants to take the fight there. It's a great angle for the Soldier 76, right? It has some high ground, being able to shoot down, no real answer, not really great for Hardy to access that. Khan able to get Rack Attack here and not have to use any of these support ultimates, and now just pushing on up past the checkpoint.
Yeah, inch by inch here. We're on a Spitfire. Don't need a huge advantage, just a solid one. Hardy playing mostly on the flank here. Bouncing between those health pack locations, I like that. A little bit of cheeky tech, gets up on the high ground, forces Dove away from his biotic field. But will in turn have to leave again. That Orb of Discord is something you must respect, especially against a Soldier comp.
London in a real spot, Mitch, to potentially run this the distance. We saw the Dallas Fuel do it the other day. Yeah, with this comp as well, I'd be love to, have the desk, somebody interview them after to kind of talk about this wrecking ball look as, it's a nice minefield.
There it is. Okay, so they get what they want. So it's always the back line first. They just want to make sure healing's out of the picture, and then they can get aggressive. Then they can deal with Krawi. Frustrating to play this way, because Krawi would love to peel back, man. But in doing so, he gives up the bot. He can't be a presence there. Very, very difficult for him to sort of do both things at once. And in a one-tank game now, as Overwatch 2 is, these are decisions you're going to be confronted with, even playing at home.
So the tech visor comes out and players dodge this. It's going to be tough to be able to deal with Hottie, right? There's so much HP. So you don't get anything with the visor, but Rack Attack being able to take out Shax, that's huge. Now you can get the bot going in your team's direction. Nice biotic grenade there as well, Lucamino.
Yeah, we're north of 100 meters of progress, though, for the Spitfire, which should be the most concerning part of this for Paris. Now, again, the checklist involves just getting this butt scratch first, right? If they can secure that, it means that there is the option for a run in overtime that won't get derailed by the bot standing there for a few moments. But look, same issue as the previous fight, right? They're running into a backbone EMP. That's the one that tore apart their backline. That was not a stick, and Rack Attack's already down. This is, EMP now from backbone to set that up. Krawi gets a nano here, but backbone is slowly going to work on individuals across the map now. Khan gets nano, who'll have to transcendence to stay alive.
Yeah, but you kind of think that's an okay look, right? You get the nano on a Khan, he puts down some damage, he's able to stay alive. The Rack Attack's still holding on to the Transcendence. I think it's pretty difficult in this meta to decide, like, when is the value in using it, right? Not like a clear opportunity to do so, as I know maybe if they kind of push in, some early damage down on Rack Attack, Dub switches over to the Ash. So interesting. They started on this at the beginning of Dorado and moved away to it for the Soldier, but maybe with some of the sightlines they're playing from now, they think it's more advantageous.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? What does it offer you against Sombra Trace of Pressure? A little uncomfortable to deal with that, I think. I'd love to know the reasoning, like why you switch at this sort of point in the map here. Again, maybe feeling like he just doesn't have enough lethality as the Soldier, right? Maybe too much consistent damage, not enough of those peaks, troughs. Khan's removed. Krawi makes the dive. Nice looks here. Krawi combining with his teammates up into that tunnel. And here we go into the last minute of New Queen Street. Paris need to show us some real fire. Hopefully backed up with the dynamite of Dub.
Oh, it's tough though. Under a minute. You got about like 80 meters or so to go at this point to get close. You haven't gotten the checkpoint. You need a lot to go right here if you're the Paris Eternal. You're looking at, you need a cheat fight win, right? Maybe it's a multiple pulse bomb that connects. And then you're looking at like 2 fights after that probably to be able to take the lead.
Mouthful proving hard to shift, but the only player currently on the bot, it's a tough job. Krawi, self-destruct here. Desuited at a pretty inopportune moment, so no bomb for him. Pulse doesn't quite connect there from Mouthful either, but Backbone still has to get out. He'll hack that health pack to get it back a little quicker and set up his escape plan. So Lucamino on the Baptiste has that air matrix up now, maybe to combine with Dub. There could be some pretty nasty stuff coming from the hit scans here. Immortality Field is annoying for Backbone. He has to get rid of that. Krawi is able to survive. Okay, hero switches for a Paris. Now we're starting to see why they happened.
And this is actually doable now for the Paris Eternal. You're going to get this checkpoint, right? You pretty much have to be perfect from here on out. You're going to have an Amp Matrix and your Transcendence, so it'll match the other team's double support ults. But you have the Bob in play. Bob in that off angle could be a real nuisance here for the London Spitfire.
The butt scratch though, Matt, they didn't get it before overtime, which means the bot is doing nothing right now. Nothing. Yep. It's just agonizing sitting here as the attacking team who needs to catch up, and you give them so much time for the Spitfire to get back in position to fight. Let's see what happens. Hardy gets nanoed, but he's playing from the fringes of the fight, and Bob just rolls Shax over, so they're back up. Amp Matrix was enough to tell London it's time to go away.
Yeah, they had the Bob on a little bit of an off angle here, so still a ways to go. 30+ meters to be able to take the lead. No ultimates now available. If you're London, do you just end up using the Transcendence, just going out there fighting, looking for a pick?
Yeah, Rack Attack's down. He used Transcendence. He had to use Trans in the previous fight. He was being pressured in a similar manner. This time, he didn't have any contingencies left. Shax quickly running back for some healing. This is 4 players for the Eternal left. The Spitfire are taking their time. Dub gets strips torn off him as he's hoisted into the air by that pile driver, and that's it. Slow and steady wins the race for the London Spitfire. No undue risks taken. That previous fight, they lose a player, C2 support ults used, and they back out of it. Now they come back in with the advantage and close the series out.
Yeah, as London Look, this is a tough series. This is not the Paris Eternal we've seen, recently, right? I know last time. They looked really strong today, and London had to work for this series win. This is a good one for London, getting a win in Khan's first game.
Khan 7-3 in that last map. Pretty insane performance. Mouthful, unfortunately, on the Tracer map. Here's the issue. 0 final blows. Just cannot find any value. There's no easy kills on main tanks, or on tanks, rather, for him. He spends much of his time trying to contest while Krawi is looking to peel back and maybe get aggressive himself. So, again, some synergy to be worked on there between Mouthful and maybe Krawi, just to make sure that they can actually dive those same targets, get the Tracer involved in more of this fighting. And again, if you let Khan, be unpressured by Tracer, sit back. That's why he has 7 final blows, right? Gets to spend much of that round sitting from long range with the Zenyatta and being very punishing. I'm a real big fan of this Paris Eternal backline now. I'm going to put it out there. Luke Mino and Rack Attack, especially Rack Attack, extremely good under pressure. Being able to win out in a lot of those situations reminds me of Violet on Zen at times, right? Someone who could always turn the tables on like a 2v1 where like you're getting dived by highly mobile DPS. So that's a play to keep an eye on going forward. But let's talk about our player of the match here for the London Spitfire. I look really happy with a lot of the performances across this team, but for me, it's going to have to be Khan, Matt. He's the one that saves him on Eichenwalde with those 2 huge kills and looks pretty ferocious for most of the map in general. And a great combo with Landon, who has one of his best games when it comes to playing the Ana as well.
Yeah, I don't think you can talk about how good Khan was in this series without also talking about Landon as well. The supports for the London Spitfire today were so good, and I think adding this Zen, we talked about it, in the previous tournament, in the Summer Showdown, although we didn't see any Zen. Like, hey, this pickup of Khan could be big later in the season when you see the Zen come into play, as Zen always creeps up eventually, and today, Khan was actually incredible here as we take a look at some of his stats throughout the Zenyatta on the match. 6 final blows on the Zen per 10 minutes. Really huge, and then also keeping low on the deaths. That just says, Landon doing a great job being able to keep him alive as well. And also a little bit of extra on it, right? As Khan used to play for the Paris Eternal, gets a little bit of revenge against his former team. I thought Paris, played really well today. In a loss, the best we've seen from them in a while, I believe. With that loss, that knocks them out of playoff contention. Or play-in contention. Yeah, mathematically out. Still though, I think this is a team that can, you play like this, you can definitely play spoilers to some of these other teams who thought that, hey, we have an easy win on our schedule throughout this stage. With the Paris Eternal, it's not going to be that easy, as they looked really good today.
And I'm looking forward to actually seeing how the take of this team evolves over the course of this metagame while they still get to play through the Countdown Cup, because we're seeing a lot of Orisa, a lot of Diva from Krawi. It's been really interesting to see how that plays out and how it tests other teams, right? I feel like the Wrecking Ball, setup is really put to the test against some of these compositions we saw from Paris. So London definitely not getting a free pass. There's a chance that 2 of those maps in a row go the way of the Paris Eternal. So impressive stuff from Paris. London, though, will advance. They're still looking like a legitimate threat now. They're going 12-7, I think. So definitely are playing in hopeful. Stick around, everybody. More games to come today here. Countdown Cup qualifiers already starting to heat up.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Watch Point Break, and I am here with Backbone from the London Spitfire, getting a 3-1 victory over the Paris Eternal. Congratulations on the win. That was a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting. Was it closer than you guys were expecting? They seem to have some interesting plays with, you know, a little bit of Ashe, a little bit of Diva. Did that catch you off guard at all?
I think this type of meta is a really easy meta to drop maps. I don't think they were much better than we thought they'd be. But, you know, you make a couple mistakes and the entire map can just fall away from you, which is, I mean, it nearly happened on Eichenwalde 2 before we got an insane clutch. So I don't think they were any better than I thought they'd be, no.
Hey, interesting. That was the world's longest fight I've ever seen on that bridge on Eichenwalde, and not a single person got hooked, which is the surprising thing of it all. So I did want to ask you a personal question about this series. We saw Sparker come in the first map on Ilios, and he played the Sombra, and then you came in to play the Sombra. What's the difference? What's the strategy between you two coming in this meta?
You know, he's just a bit of an egomaniac, I'm not going to lie. He's meant to play the entire time, but after the first map he was like, this is too easy. So I had to come in last second, which I'm not sure what's up from him with that, but no, I mean, honestly, we kind of just swap it back and forth, depending on certain maps, depending on if we think hit scan or something we need to be played, or things like that. It's just where we feel like, really.
He should check on his ego. I saw the Backbone Widowmaker on Dorado, and it's looking kind of spicy. Sparker should look for his job, you know. You're coming for him. So I wanted to follow up. So London Spitfire, they're known as a rush team, even when it isn't almost the most viable. I was expecting to see a little bit of from you guys. Is it because it's just not meta? Everything else is just too strong with Sombra coming back, or is it just you didn't have the map pull for it in this one?
It's not the best meta for the comp. I mean, we always try early on to force it in a couple places to see. I feel like we've got a good idea of where it's playable and where it's not. So there's not zero chance we'll end up playing it, but it's not a guaranteed. The meta isn't in a spot where it's like we can 100% force it in certain places like we used to be able to.
So you're saying there's a chance. That's the most important thing to me. Okay, so let's look forward. So you guys are on the cusp of locking in a playoff spot. It's you guys, the Atlanta Reign, and the Toronto Defiant, all on 13 league points with 5 matches to go for all of you. 2 spots for all 3 of you guys. Is that on your mind right now? Especially because you have some hard matches coming up. You got Vancouver and New York Excelsior, but you also have Gladiators, Dallas, and the San Francisco Shock. Is that on your mind to just sort of try and lock in that playoff spot, or are you just going match by match?
I mean, playoffs is definitely the end goal. Like it is definitely what we're thinking about and what we're aiming for. But we're just kind of seeing how it goes as it happens, right? We know what we need to do to have a really good chance of getting there, so we're trying to focus on that and literally just game by game see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see you guys play a little bit more. I'm excited to see those matches because every match does matter. Backbone, thank you very much for joining me, and good luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Back to you, Danny.
All right, thank you so much, Backbone, for the interview, and thank you, Scott, for the insight. So London beats Paris 3-1. Like you said, I mean, you said one of your questions to Backbone was that, you know, look, Paris, of course, they lost, but they put up a good fight, and I think that is very true. But unfortunately, they do fall against London Spitfire, and now, you know, their chances of making it into the play-ins is 0.
Ah, damn. It was a long run. We almost got there, but we didn't.
So, can you guys break down this match for us? So, what were some of the things that caught your eye?
What caught my eye was how tactical the London Spitfire were and how paced they were. You know, I feel like sometimes you look at some of these teams around the Overwatch League and they sometimes like try to push the tempo too far. Like they try to go too fast, and that causes some unforced errors, and that can be also how like you're exposed because you're trying to do too much. It felt like the London Spitfire, I was impressed by how they adapted this Winston composition and like took their time to set up calculated, coordinated dives. I don't have the stats in front of me, but something I did pay attention to throughout the series was that London and Paris, they had pretty similar amounts of damage done, like hero damage done to each other. But London Spitfire, they had like 1.5 times, sometimes even on New Queen Street, 2 times the amount of fractional kills of the opposing team, which tells me that London Spitfire is a very clinical team. The damage they do to the opponent team, Paris Eternal in this case, they make sure to pick up those final blows. They don't deal a lot of damage and then let the opponent get healed up. And they're trying to capitalize on each and every dive. So I really like this one on Spitfire. To me, being this slow pace and tactical in how you set up your fights, that's a sign to me of like a team that is very smart and understands the game and how to understand the composition and where to find an advantage and how to initiate. Sure, sometimes you need tempo in your game. You need to step up the tempo to bring it to like the very best teams in the world, like the Shock, for example, the LA Gladiators. But this is a great start for London Spitfire, and if they continue to play like this and over time speed up the tempo as they acknowledge like how they're going to win fights, whether with ultimates or fight conditions, I think they can actually be a very competitive dive team and step away from being this Reinhardt one-trick kind of team. So I realize I've been talking for about 2.5 minutes now, and I don't know if anyone actually understands what I'm saying.
No.
But this is hard to say. I think London Spitfire has real potential to be competitive in the dive comps too.
Yeah, I think, Johnny, honestly, it was a great point, and there was a lot of depth there. My point is a lot simpler. Khan's really good at the game, and I think he adds a lot of firepower.
Damn it! Damn it! Why didn't I just say that? Why didn't I just say that?
So
Oh
much firepower
no,
to the back
dude.
line. Like I think he was player of the match. He was offering so much for this team. He gave them so many openings and windows and opportunities that I think is going to help the London Spitfire potentially get these map wins and match wins against some of these other rosters and better rosters that we have in the league that they are very much going to need if they want to get their ticket to the playoffs.
I feel like now, like as the season progresses, I think London is now, like you said, Johnny, not a Reinhardt Rush one-trick team anymore.
Yeah.
And they're just improving and improving. I'm just saying this to get on
Backbone
London's
Widow.
side. Great job, London. I do have a quick question before we preview the next match, though. Like Paris is, of course, their season play-in chance is over, but they still have matches left. So what should Paris, play for, their team to play for, so that they don't...
Their Overwatch
be
League
so...
spot. No, they have to play for their Overwatch League spot, all right? Like, these players at the end of the season, I have no insight to their contracts or whatever, but like they want to make it back to the Overwatch League next season. And in order to do that, you have to look great playing the game. You have to have great performances. So the players on Paris Eternal, yes, they can't qualify for play-ins, but if you end the season like with upsetting teams, getting wins, looking good, having good performances that people talk about, that is what really is going to make the difference for the players on Paris Eternal. Yes, it's demotivating to not be able to qualify for the play-ins, but put that to the side, start fresh, think about next year, and give it a all.
Yeah, they don't want to go back down to contenders. These players are all very talented, and they want to be able to show their stuff. And I think this match was a step in the right direction. This was a competitive series versus London Spitfire, and they were not as competitive in the last stage when they first got their first look.
True. All right. Time to move on to preview our next match. It is the Florida Mayhem versus the Los Angeles Gladiators. We all picked the purple team. What are we looking out for this match?
Honestly, just to come back into form for the Gladiators, because we can all talk about, coin flip meta of the last one and that Jotes was very isolated incident, but they need to prove that to everyone. They did just lose 2 superstar players. They have a great roster. I want to see them bounce back. I want to see them come out hard. I want this to be a clean 3-0 for the Gladiators to just sort of get their fans and get themselves motivated that they can compete at the top level again.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 because from what we've seen from Florida Mayhem throughout the last tournament, that double flex support looked really good, and they are looking to be improving as well. On the other hand, Los Angeles Gladiators, who are, we haven't seen them honestly in quite a while now, so there's a little bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah. I think the Florida Mayhem as well. This is a team that doesn't slack. They're not going to go into this series and try to be calculated like London were. They're going to come in with mechanical skill and try to take it to the LA Gladiators. So the LA Gladiators, I don't think they have any room to not mess up. I don't think they have any room to plan ahead or try to scheme out this matchup itself. You need to bring your A game if you want to beat the Florida Mayhem. These are no slouches. This is a good team, so it's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah.
True that. All right, let's head right into the action. Florida Mayhem versus Los Angeles Gladiators. To bring you all that action, we have Jaws and Necra.
Hello!
Hi!
Hello!
Hello!
Hi!
What's up, fellas? What's up? What's it going? How's it going? That's big waves. I like that. I like that energy. I like that vibe. Look, I like when you give
Just for you, Jack.
exact predictions. just okay. Well, you know, I'm flattered. Now I've lost what I was going to say. Okay. Look, I like when you give exact predictions. Okay, give me the exact scoreline. How this is going to go down. Danny said no 3-0.
I think.
Give me what it is right now.
I think this is going to be a Gladiators 3-1, and on the push map, LA Gladiators are going to score 114 meters, and the Florida Mayhem will get 64.
Wow.
I think
I feel like you're just saying numbers right now.
I think both teams are going to get 0-0. This is a 3-0 Gladiators sweep right here.
Really? I think it's 3-1.
0-0.
Not even making it to push.
Yeah, don't even make it.
I like that.
What did you say, sorry?
I don't think you can quite. I don't think you can be the crystal ball teller. What do you call them? Fortune tellers. As much as Matt can.
Yeah.
When he called that kill on Colosseo, I don't know how many weeks ago when me and Matt played, and he called it on the second. Who killed who? There's just no way. And I don't. Can you even end a push map on 0-0? Rose, can you even do that?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Why are you asking me?
What?
I don't know. Because Scott said it. And I'm like, well, I think it was someone else. Like, I don't want to
I
just
think that
believe
I would
Scott.
know the answer to that. I've never seen it happen. And I'm not a fortune
will.
teller, so.
I was looking at Necra, and
All right, we're gonna jump to
for
the
a second,
game.
I thought she was blending in with the background.
Yeah, you can't see me.
Capture history.
Yeah, come
Nice
on
t-shirt,
now,
though.
get your
Thank you.
tickets.
Well, true. Tickets are on sale. Go get them now. Woo! All right, anyway, we're going to jump to the game. Florida Mayhem and the Gladiators. Two very nice-looking colored teams, too. Purple and pink going up head-to-head. Rose, it's been a bit of a crazy last couple of weeks. Gladiators, like Scott said on the desk, have lost two of their superstar players. Like, Arn's one of my favorite players of all time, stepping back. Patapan retiring, too. Pretty crazy stuff, but we always knew Glads for this unbelievable depth in their roster, and even adding Happy halfway through the season. Like, wow, when are we going to see every single player play? Maybe this was the evolution that Glads needed after that less than ideal performance last meta.
Yeah, that last meta was really rough for them, especially as a team that has been coined as super versatile in their compositional choices. Being forced to play that one Junker Queen composition really felt like you were putting Gladiators into a box that they couldn't get out of. So I'm hoping that with the meta that we've seen so far, this could be the variety and the spice that they need to really get back into the game. They were at the top, and then we didn't even see them last tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy going back-to-back wins, right, in those tournaments, and then they don't even go to Toronto. Like, it didn't make any sense. I don't think anybody could have kind of predicted that. But I think the upside for the Gladiators there was that they did have super deep runs, winning tournaments, right? So they get a lot of league points coming into the Countdown Cup qualifiers and then into the playoffs, which they have a slot in right now. Of course, they want to keep themselves there, so ideally you get as many wins here as possible. But the Florida Mayhem, Rose, they're no slouch either. We've seen a ton of good performances from Hydron earlier on in this year, and he's come back, probably playing the Sojourn again, and he's been putting up mad numbers, big performances. They didn't do so hot at the LAN in Toronto, but they're still not a team that you can count out. Currently sitting at, what, 9-9? Checkmate's had some good plays. Another team that's quite well-rounded, Rose, too. Someone seemingly being able to play every tank.
I mean, it's going to be the someone versus, I'm going to assume, the Reiner show, right? Because someone, you know, they have this incredibly aggressive style of tank play, but where I feel like Florida Mayhem have struggled in some of their previous matches is really having the DPS firepower to back up that type of aggression. There seems to be some sort of miscommunication with the team where someone jumps in and then there just isn't the follow-up that's there. But with Sir Majid and RuPaul rounding out that backline, you have... I feel like you can trust in them. Trust in the double flex support that we saw when everything looked one note last meta. I think this is a great start for the team so far, and I think Los Angeles Gladiators too. You know, we're going to see a big test of strength between these two teams today.
All right, let's have a look at the Gladiators and who is starting. You got your wish. There you go. Reiner is the tank.
There you go.
Happy, Kevs, Shu, and Funny Astro. Yes, sirree. We're saying Funny Astro again, which probably means they want to run some sort of Lucio comp. I can't imagine. I don't think I've ever seen Astro play a Zen or anything. I'm trying to rack my brain. Not even like solo queue when I see him sometimes. Like, I don't think he's ever played Flexboard. Just insta-locks Lucio, runs it down. But when he runs it down winning. That's the most important thing. You can't be blamed for running it down if you win. right?
No,
That's the excuse I
exactly.
give.
If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then blame your teammates. That's how that works.
Exactly.
No, but that's absolutely right. I mean, seeing Funny Astro in the lineup and Shu as well, knowing that we've seen a lot of Lucio Ana as backlines for some of these compositions we've seen, that's kind of what I'm expecting to see from the Gladiators here, just knowing both how proficient both of these players are on those heroes. And then, of course, we've got Kevster and Happy and Reiner, and this is where I have questions about what type of variety do Gladiators want to go for. Reiner, like someone, can play almost every tank under the sun. And just seeing how, you know, Kevster and Happy decide to round that out is something I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah, Happy. Let's talk about the DPS line real fast. We're going to Lijiang Tower first. Oh, yeah, and King's Rose back too, which is great.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank God King's Rose back. Happy and Kevster, quite a flexible DPS line. And it does kind of suck, yeah, that we did see Arns part with the roster, Padapan obviously, hitting the retirement button. And having Happy come in, you're like, okay, so probably not a better, well, he's not a better winner than Arns, but his other hit scans and how varied he can, how variable his hero pool is someone you kind of want, especially in a meta that you can play almost anything right now. And then you have Kevster, another big hyperflex, can play pretty much anything, Tracer, Genji, whatever you want him on.
Yeah.
So Gladiator's DPS line, especially in this meta, with how it looks right now, looks pretty damn scary. We'll see what they want to run coming out the gate. It looks like Reiner's actually going onto the Doomfist. So fast kills is what Glads want.
Yep.
Florida Mayhem backline, better watch out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of flavors of the first stage from the Gladiators. Reiner playing the super impressive Doomfist, but you gotta watch out for Hydron's Sombra.
Yeah, you can see the hack instantly going on to Reiner. In fact, a double hack back to back. Someone does leap away from the rest of his team. Oh, no! Sono blinks. Sono recall. Oh, what a boot from Sermarched. Nice work. You do end up losing your main tank there if you're Florida. But Gladiators, even Link and Kevster, can cap the point. Good target focus from Florida so far, though. They've been hacking Reiner off of cooldown. Happy gets bionated by his teammate in Shu, but then instantly antied by RuPaul, aiding with the kill, thanks to Hydra. Again, Reiner kind of being, I can imagine, quite frustrated at this point. He's permanently hacked by Hydra. And it's good target focus, too. Doomfist, even when he was DPS Rose, it was Sombra's arch nemesis. Sombra with an instant hack, and you just instantly go down. It's a pretty rough time.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine being able to play tank in like some of the older metas of Overwatch 1, right? I can't play the game. Sombra, yeah, that'll do that to you, that's for sure.
Big dive. Oh, Chainman almost got punched off of the map. Didn't have a recall or a blink to get back on. Now they boost onto Ryan. Oh, RuPaul just evaporating the back line of the Florida Mayhem. They also lose Checkmate. There's a good sleep onto someone, mind you. Who was Nano in that fight. The Gladiators regain control of the point now.
You see them start getting set up too as, you know, Kevster, gosh darn, this Tracer is so oppressive in the back line. I feel for RuPaul and I feel for Sermarched, just gonna have to try to keep each other alive as they have been able to do in series previous. Because you know Kevster's going to be trying to go after RuPaul and take away that large source of healing from the board. But, oh no, Reiner, not like this.
Sleep
not
hack,
like this.
EMP. Oh my god. That's, you don't play the game. That's reminiscent of Overwatch 1 stun locks right there. Reiner dives in, slept, hacked, EMP'd. Disgusting stuff. Glads don't have a front line or a back line at this point. Florida Mayhem with, again, nice target priority onto Reiner. They should get the cap. There it is. Even someone using Primal Rage to dissuade Gladiators from jumping in. It's going to provide a lot of easy ult charge for the supports, or not quite so much as RuPaul only just spawned.
Oh, look at that too. Reiner's going to have to back up and doesn't have any mobility tools to do so because he's still hacked. He's just been kind of enemy #1 there for Hydron so far, and I think that's made it really difficult for Reiner to actually find an opening to go in.
Nice short hop there, using the seismic sand and punching in midair to cancel it. They're trying to just pin RuPaul into this room. A good sleep, but Kevster was there for backup. 2 members down for the Mayhem, and they're both support, so there's damage now. Unfortunately, permanent. 65% of building for the Florida Mayhem. Someone made them work for that kill too, so they got a little extra percentage off the back of that one, but Gladiators are tied up.
I think something else that Gladiators are having some trouble with, just making sure that Kevster has that survivability in the back, is look, Kevster is actually trying to duel Hydron, but Hydron is just perma sitting on top of a health pack that he's hacked. So Kevster already just doesn't have the same routes to access the backline, and I think that is one huge, huge advantage to having a Sombra on your side and not having one on the other.
Kevster forced a recall. Worried if Hydron had the EMP. He doesn't, of course. We can see he's 15% away. Gladiators are only 10% to claiming the point and claiming the round. Kevster, triple blink into the back. The pulse bomb doesn't connect, but it still kills Sir Majed. A good sleep onto Reiner as he was nano jumping back in. The Gladiators and Florida Mayhem trading quite equally, but the Florida Mayhem managed to get that cap before Gladiators find that 100% mark. And now it's going to be final fight territory coming up for Florida.
This has just been so back and forth. Jack, I feel like every single time we've seen a team fight, somebody takes a... Wow.
That is a very early EMP. You see there, 3 people hacked. Kevster instantly dies.
That felt too early.
Florida Mayhem, they do use it fairly early, yeah. Gladiators are going to be able to get into the fight.
Exactly. I know they don't really have much here. Like, someone can just go in and play aggressive, but still.
That's a good start. 5% to go. And Gladiators have already lost their Ana. Checkmate's holding down this rock with the pulse bomb, trying to stop people from getting to the point. Kevster with a triple blink in, but didn't have recall to get out alive. And the Florida Mayhem now in OT. A pulse bomb right next to Reiner. This dude cannot play the game. Florida Mayhem making him click that uninstall button pretty fast as the Gladiators can't get back to the point in time. Another quick touch for Astro, but that'll just be it. So the Florida Mayhem are going to claim round number 1.
Wow. I actually had no idea how this was going to end. Because, yeah, it's just been so back and forth that, you know, I could have really been either team coming out on top. But one thing that really set Florida Mayhem apart in those final moments is just the pace that they set. Someone still likes to play pretty aggressive, but even just the early EMP from Hydron was enough to just kind of scare everybody away. But look at that, too. I mean, just a hack, the follow-up. This is the type of synergy and teamwork we wanted to see come out from Florida. This is something that they were lacking in the first three stages. But it seems like they've really gotten their act together. And the fact that they're also focusing down Reiner has made it really difficult for the Gladiators to have a leg to stand on so far. But let's see if they can turn it around. It was just only 1 round so far.
Yeah, don't want to be one-round Andes. I've learnt my lesson too many times, I think.
It was still super close, too. So maybe Gladiators can also just shut down these angles. I think Happy Sojourn plays way better on a map like this.
It's kind of unfortunate for Happy there. He didn't have enough charge to insta-kill Hydron. He did headshot him, but Hydron just hit the Translocator real quick. Gladiators with a foot on the point, and actually a point cap. Now how Florida Mayhem attack this. Normally it's pretty easy for dive tanks to kind of just send themselves to the back line. There's a lot of people kind of grouped up. But the issue is, as soon as you get yourself in here, Reiner can just punch you away. Not if you're hacked though, unfortunately. But look at the defense from the Gladiators there, keeping Reiner alive. Someone having to jump away. They've already lost Checkmate. They do trade for Kevster, but with Rupal dead, it's pretty much over. Gladiators are going to have to now push on in, get some free old charge. Little headshot maybe, little headshot. Oh, not quite. I thought he was going to hit the right click there, but he didn't.
I mean, that's a big adjustment that we're seeing from the Gladiators already. Just kind of recognizing that someone is the engagement setter for Florida. After Hydron gets a hack onto Reiner, then someone comes in to try to follow up. And this time around, Gladiators are just playing grouped up and waiting for that dive so they can kind of counter dive, if you will. So keep paying attention to who's actually kicking off these engagements.
It was someone and Checkmate that time around. Again, Reiner is the main focus for the Mayhem, and they are hitting the mark. But the rest of the Gladiators not going down without a fight. Pulse bomb from Checkmate, kill, shoot. Did let loose of the nano, and it wasn't a Happy of all people. Hits Majed in the body, but look at this. Still, someone coming back. EMP hits him straight in the back. Happy didn't see that one coming. Tried to go really aggressive on the front line of the Florida Mayhem, but couldn't make anything work. The nano was pretty decent, but now the Florida Mayhem find the flip. About time too, 76% for Colats.
So a lot of percentage to walk away from too, and in such stark contrast to that first round. When Happy gets set up as well and Gladiators get to play from the defense, it's way easier to shut down the corridors of which Hydron and Checkmate would try to go if to the back line, but might be tougher on the ingress.
In the bubble, someone dodges that one. Just time building up now for the Gladiators on that point. They might even find the flip. No, Florida Mayhem do manage to touch. And a booster is available. Primal Rage hit from someone, but he's hit with a sleep dart. Someone woke him up. Who did it? Report him. A boop off the map onto Shu. Checkmate actually finished that kill before he hit the death box there, and someone gets back up onto the high ground. Ryder did punch him off, but he had the jump reset after coming out of Primal Rage. And Florida Mayhem do still control the point. They gave away about 10% there, Rose, but still controlling right now and having both support ultimates, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, you're feeling good if you're Florida, of course. I mean, yeah, you give away the last fight territory mark to Gladiators, but you can just hit the sound barrier here. Just have that sustain, then you don't really care about the meteor strike from Reiner, and that's not supposed to be flashy anyway.
Wow, what a one clip there from Checkmate. All those bullets directly into Happy's dome. Pulse bomb comes out. No! Easy kills for Checkmate. That's a double with a pulse. Florida Mayhem looking sublime right now with 65%. Gladiators, look, they're in one fight territory like you said, Rose, but look how far up Florida Mayhem are playing now.
Well, especially when you just use a sound barrier to try to answer the quick pick. And
jump scare!
Oh my gosh. You gotta
Say
look
no,
behind
watches
you.
his Outlast. Yep, Happy dies, and now Florida Mayhem putting themselves in one fight territory. Nice 180 sleep from RuPaul, he's 10 HP, but Astro finishes him off. Both the supports and the Gladiators pulling their weight just a little bit. Shu does pay for it though with his life, but the Gladiators needed this fight. 90% for Mayhem as Gladiators do find the flip. Now it is one fight for Florida. They're going to come back with maybe just this EMP.
It's even if they get there though too, because Kevster could just take out somebody in the backline with this pulse bomb. But you know that Hydron is somewhere trying to farm up this EMP as quickly as possible.
Back onto Astro, what a perfect amount of target focus. EMP hits 4, a double nade in the front line. Gladiators, health bars just disappearing. And all the meanwhile, someone's just on the point, just chilling. He doesn't need to do anything really. The rest of his team have got his back. A nice double punch there from Reiner. He's nanoed, he's pretty chunky, but he hasn't really got too much support. Shu is just pounding him full of heals and actually naded him to get him back up to full HP. I may have spoken a little bit too soon as overtime is approaching and the Glads find the flip once again. Happy needs to find some headshots. He gets one into someone who can't touch. Shu gets the sleep, proceeded up with a kill. And the Gladiators are taking us to a round 3.
Oh, this is so competitive for our first match of this series. I mean, this is just bonkers because Gladiators played that last fight immaculately. I think there were like maybe 5 times I counted that Reiner could have just gotten eliminated and then Florida would have been able to take the map. But the way that, you know, Reiner played so patiently, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to step back onto the point, to reactivate overtime, waiting for some of Shu's cooldowns to come back online so that he would be topped up in full to go after those low HP targets. It was just really smart from the Gladiators, and that's kind of what you expect to see from them, is this tactical style of play. But we're on Control Center, and this is where things get super funky.
Yeah, is this the first time we're seeing a mirror matchup, I think? In Countdown Cup qualifiers so far? I think it is. Or close to being the only one. Just double May and with the Sojourns, Batiste, Lucio. Kind of classic to run around this map anyway, but there you go. Mayhem do win, end up winning the first fight. So much damage actually done by someone, Rose, there.
Yeah, look at
Already
that.
50% to his ult.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. I mean, that's a lot of hammer swings and a lot of fire strike charge. I mean, look at that too. Someone has been consistently hitting those through the bulk of the Gladiators. So that Earthshatter's going to be coming online fast.
Good bit of high ground there for Happy. Good charge as well, gone off of the wall. As Reiner somehow finds a pin on Lucio. That's not something you don't see every day. Shadow available for someone. He does hit the ground and smacks at that immortality field, and it does die, but the shatter doesn't really find all too much as the Gladiators kind of sweep them off their feet there.
Wow.
The Mayhem hold these points very differently to what Gladiators are doing, Rose. Same with that first round.
Yeah.
They hold off of the point. The Glad's more than willing, especially on the night market, day market, whatever you want to call it. They end up holding on the point or near around it. The Florida Mayhem way off to another angle. Same thing here.
Well, I think a lot of that just has to do with setting up Hydron for success. You know, Hydron and Checkmate, they really want these longer sight lines, and so as someone is able to use the shield, I mean, look at that coverage they get on the point.
All right, Blizzard up for the Glads. It's lobbed straight into the back line. Oh, can RuPaul escape? He can. Still pumping someone full of heals, but look at that, Happy. Was that a double kill? No, not with one rail, surely not. No. Don't get your hopes up. There's another nice kill, though, by Happy. Triple kill for the Soldier. And Florida Mayhem pushed back to their spawn once again. That Kevster Blizzard just isolated someone in the point rows. Couldn't do anything.
Yeah, well, look at how far split up everybody got. Everybody just kind of was in the epicenter of the blizzard and just scattered out like a star. And that was perfect for someone to just kind of get left out to dry in the front, right in the loving arms of the Gladiators. And they've already got 60% and counting. Blizzard, though, for Mayhem.
Yeah, nice wall. Yep, there you go. There's the freeze onto Reiner. Beat comes out from the Gladiators, but it's not enough to save the main tank. But with RuPaul dead, Happy on a nice little angle here, using his overclock, helps Kevs to take care of one. Funny Astro gets a little bit diffed, but Gladiators still control this point. Florida Mayhem aren't going to get back in time before Reiner gets here, and he's got a shatter advantage now.
Yeah, you can see that Gladiators are focusing down someone's shield just to make sure that Reiner's shatter is going to hit true.
Yep, he's going to set up for it. He's looking. Astro gets the boop onto Hydron. Not off the map. I think it was just a kill. Oh, Reiner gets booped into the backline, but a perfect wall from Checkmate stops him from going down. Someone hits a shatter and kills Funny Astro as overtime is here. There is Kevster and Reiner on the point with the backup of Shu. Should be enough healing, as it's only Surmash yet to touch. He is also getting healed by RuPaul, but that's about it. No one from Mayhem can get back in time, and the Gladiators end up securing map number 1.
I think it's just unfair that we got Control Center as the last one, because, like, do you really want to go into a mirror matchup against Reiner's Reinhardt? I don't know if that you do. But the first 2 rounds were super close, and I think that's really indicative for what we're going to see the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Florida Mayhem made the tournament in Toronto.
Yep.
Not an easy feat, and teams that we expected to get there, Atlanta Reign, the Gladiators, like, they didn't end up making it. The Florida Mayhem still with a close showing against the Gladiators start off. They're 9-9 coming into today. They need these points to secure that play-in spot, make it easy for themselves. We'll see if they can do that after this break. We're going to map number 2, King's Row, in a sec. Welcome back. Florida Mayhem with a pretty good start against the Gladiators, even though they go down a map. It was very, very close at the end of it. A lot of big plays from people like Checkmate, Sermajet getting a nice boot onto Kevster, but Gladiators still win it out. They want to continue this run, Rose, because they ideally want to stick in that guaranteed playoffs position. Still a lot more games to play, though, in the Countdown Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I gotta look at one particular play that happened, though, between these two teams, and it was right at the tail end of Night Market, where Reiner just, like, tried to go in for this overtime touch, was going after RuPaul, did get the knockout there, but then look at how he had to keep himself alive with, like, power block and just, you know, going back to his team. Overtime is about to expire, but he still goes back in to reactivate it, and this is when he has the reinforcements of Happy and also Shu's cooldowns available to be able to go back in and actually get this super impressive point flip. If it hadn't been for that, Gladiators wouldn't have found themselves in a position of winning that first map, and I think it's just really impressive.
It's like shades of Punk from yesterday.
Yeah.
The dude just wouldn't die.
He just didn't die.
The boy that refused to die. I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you are a Doom, Junk Queen, anybody like that can stay alive for that long, wait for those reinforcements, you can contest forever because your cooldowns just allow you to. Doomfist, of course, you could, because you've got so much mobility, you are able to juggle quite easily. So yeah, Reiner did a fantastic job with just that. Now the Gladiators have made a substitution. No more Astro. We are seeing Skewed step in, so no Lucio as we go into King's Row. I can imagine it's going to be Zen Briggs, Zen Ana, something along those lines, I can imagine. Or even, yeah, maybe a little Baptiste or something.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Baptiste definitely got a buff, and so you got to take a look at that and be like, yeah, I think Baptiste is like way more viable now. But we've seen Skewed before come into the roster, even on the Lucio role, for these payload-oriented maps. And just the way that he's able to play with the team using sightlines and also the flexibility that he provides for maybe just having a specific strategy for a defensive hold on point A versus point C. I think he does provide a lot of that, but also wouldn't super surprise me to see like double flex support here either.
It's kind of what I was expecting as well. Just a little bit of Zen, a little bit of Ana.
Yeah.
A little Zen, a little Ana. My favorite support line of all time because I like playing both of them.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I knew you like playing Zenyatta. Like your Zen is cracked.
Ana is like, if I make a new account, which I have many, I always get Captain Amaria this skin.
Yes.
When I play Ana.
Okay.
It's definitely my favorite.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, I have to get it, and then that's always the first gold gun as well if when I earn it on the new account.
I'm surprised it's not Zen.
Nah, the orbs are pretty cool, but yeah, I don't know. Something about the gold Ana gun with like the suppressor on the Captain Mario skin is pretty sick. Although the Overwatch League one's pretty cool too, because it's like just like half and half, right? Just like glowing eye.
Yeah,
pretty
true.
Sweet. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
All right, enough about my armor. Let's talk about shoes.
Yeah.
Wow, what a sleep. That's a good way to start off the game. Didn't really expect Sermajet to go down that quickly. I don't think
anybody
either.
was.
Tried to line up for the one right click, you know, but it didn't end up working out for him. Hydron gets taken down by Kevster. This is a different tempo for the Gladiators. Kevster and Reiner have been anti-nated, but points being capped.
After a pick like that, I don't know how you come back. Fortunately, Zenyatta, while he has a powerful kick, still doesn't get back the point super fast. So you can see that.
Kevster get more?
Yes.
He can't do more.
Yes, he can.
He physically cannot do more than this.
Stop.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, they capture the point here.
Easy, easy. You see that little wall climb there onto RuPaul's head, deflected the nade straight back into him. They're hit with the right click and
Is
then
that
the
what we're gonna
dash.
see?
Very
Oh
nice.
no, there's the sleep. Oh.
The ping. He's pinging. He's pinging. Every line up.
Yeah.
So nice.
That's nasty. That's just nasty. Shu's playing like a Junkrat. It's not fair. Like, I don't want to know where I want to know where he's coming from, but I also don't, because I don't want him to surprise me either.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a classic right-click swap for the Zens. Who are like, if I just fling a sleep dart in there,
It'll
maybe
be
I hit
fine.
him. That time he did, so
True.
pretty nice. Nano boost online for just Mayhem right now. Oh! Well, anyway, moving on. Not online anymore. Someone gets almost insta-kill. However, still a little bit of damage onto Happy, who does manage to get away. An orb, Harmony orb, plus a couple of extra shots in from Shu, keeps him alive. And yeah, Shu's still carrying. He do be like that as he kills Checkmate with a nade. Reiners just didn't use that nano super aggressively there. He just kind of stood in front of the Florida Mayhem. It's like, well, you can try me if you really want. Primal Rage activated by someone to keep him alive, but not for long. 2 HP. He's got Harmony orb on it, but he's also got a Discord. Gladiator is still with an unreal amount of pace, just forcing the Florida Mayhem to use ults.
Meteor Strike, like, did someone know that that was online? Because Reiner was just able to get out of dodge with that one. And just having to pop the Primal Rage to get out. Oh no, like, I feel like that's the state of panic.
Oh, what a sleep!
Oh,
My god, Shu is a freak of nature right now.
This
Actually
isn't
leveled
fair.
up. The blade coming out for Kevster too. I mean, okay, yeah. Discord orb, see ya. Yeah, you have to get back out of that one. But again, another big zoning ultimate. You take those.
Yeah.
Someone does manage to touch the point in time, but use the Primal Rage earlier, so it hasn't got much to stand for. The Gladiators, ridiculous pace. 5 minutes on the clock. Hydron, you've stunned, son. And so is Majed. Okay, Gladiators may be a little bit annoyed that they lost 1 round. Last map.
yeah.
Oh, let's have a look at
okay,
that sleep. This is a
Shu.
180 sleep, right?
Yep.
Oh! Give him the bag. Oh, little nade disrespect. You love to see it.
Yeah, just in case.
All right, he
Take
healed
this.
himself, but it looked like a disrespect.
No. Oh, okay.
RuPaul
I-
teabagging his own teammate. Okay. Camaraderie and all-time high. It's all good. Got to keep the spirits up, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have fun playing the game. Oh my god. I thought that was Shu again for some reason. Like, I just wouldn't have, I would have expected it was Shu just trying to, like, kill
Just
Sermage at the back line,
Run to
flanking
the
on
spawn,
her.
start teabagging.
Yeah.
All right, Nano's out. It's on Reiner. Look at this. He's in the spawn. It's not Shu. It's Reiner. I mean, Los Angeles Gladiators have the Transcendence still. They actually have to match Sermaged's there, so no one's going to die just yet. However, that bubble might interfere with the healing. No, not quite so much. Ooh, almost got the punch there on to Hydron. Nice sleep from RuPaul. Happy's actually on the Widowmaker now, and yeah, he's pretty good at that hero too. Hydron does end up falling. But the Florida Mayhem do have spawns, Rose, so the guy need a lot more than just a single kill.
I mean, they gotta make sure they have heads though too. It is Happy we're talking about here that is wielding the Widowmaker sniper right now. Oh, you can't peek your head out. That makes it so difficult. It also buys time for Reiner to get back. Now he's got the Meteor Strike online, can play way more aggro.
I see you.
Right, Shu got another kill. Feels pretty good, man. Bob's out, as well as that Primal Rage. Don't think the Gladiators survive this one. Nope, someone in a small room, very mad. Even the Bob shooting at him too. All right, Florida Mayhem. They still have to contend with 3 minutes in that time bank for the Gladiators, but you got to worry. There's a Blade online and there's that Meteor Strike. A lot of forward momentum can be created with that.
Well, but there's
Happy's
a
on his
Nano
third
Blade.
hero.
The Nano Blade for Florida, and there's no Transcendence right now for the Gladiators.
Look where Checkmate is.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, he's lining up for it. He's
You
ready.
chilling.
Oh.
Oh no. Kevster did spot him. He's going to pull the blade anyway. Can he find a target? Oh! Kevster leapt away. He didn't quite leap far enough though. He does end up going down. 2 ultimates used by the Florida Mayhem. Gladiators, knowing that they don't have Trance, end up backing up. Still got time to play with.
Yeah, I don't know how much more time they're gonna need though. I mean, Kevster didn't pop the blade there. Got taken out, so he still has that available. And then Reiner too, just looking for somebody in the back line. RuPaul or Sermage would be ideal targets here to make sure that you don't get that sustain.
Nice seismic slam cancel again. Seeing a lot of those recently. Nano, Blade. Oh, Summershed, does he get away? He does. But he's half HP and RuPaul's dead. A Transcendence for Skew to keep the rest of the team up and well. Florida Mayhem also lose checkmate, so one less person to touch. It is just Summershed. I don't think he can float fast enough to actually get to the payload, so this might just be it. It is 1 minute and 36 seconds for the Gladiators. To be fair with you, they almost entered with 5 minutes, Rose. So Florida Mayhem with a pretty decent defense on that third point, although it did look fairly dominating from the Gladiators.
Hey, the defense looked great from Florida on that third point. I think a lot of the faltering we saw and the quick pace Gladiators were able to take was just how scrappy the fights were. I don't think I saw a proper reset after the point got captured from Gladiators until they got wiped by Mayhem in third point, just from respawn advantage alone. Neither team really just like, I don't know what happened there.
It felt like a very chaotic game, I will say.
Yeah.
Just lots of fights quickly. That's the best I can describe it.
Bursts of brawls. I don't know.
It's just like consistent. I mean, Glads did a really good job of kind of snowballing their advantage from the first point to second. I mean, someone going in with the, well, kind of surviving with that primal rage after he got slapped. Then Gladiators are like, well, you haven't got Nano, you haven't got Primal anymore, you're away from the rest of your team, because then Reiner received Nano and he separated the rest of the Mayhem from someone. Like, they were able to quickly peek out and heal someone on the streets phase, but yeah, it was pretty rough. Like, Gladiators played that pretty perfectly. Off the back of Shu, I mean, it was him. He slept. The Nanos, so good.
Yeah, not just that, though. I mean, I got great stat here from research. Noah said 10-1 for Kevster, 10 final blows out of 20 for the entire team, and then 1 singular death. And that was when Checkmate came in and sliced him with the Nano. So that's really impressive. On top of that, too, Skewed only died once on their attack push. So yeah, pretty flawless.
The only thing that takes him down is a Nano Blade. That does
Sounds
paint
about right.
a rather grand picture. Oh, nice little punch onto someone. Punches him out of the window completely. Does get back to the rest of his team, even picks up that mini pack. Good space though, creation. So Hydron's got this high ground now with someone. Problem is, you've got to be careful. Kevster and Reiner waiting in the wings, and Happy on his fourth hero of the match. He's on that Sombra. And with Hydron dead, Florida Mayhem in quite the precarious position where they have this Mega Pack control, but they need someone to help Hydron. Or like somebody on the team, not necessarily someone.
Yeah, you do need the help there. I mean, you just need to be able to have the follow-up, and unfortunately right now, Florida is just continuing to get kind of funneled into these hard places that Gladiators have that advantage. I mean, look at the consistency, the angles. That was telegraphed there. Shu knew exactly where he was going to fly.
Shu?
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Jesus. That was a really nice shot in midair, because Checkmate and someone jumped up into the high ground there, Rose.
Yeah.
But Checkmate took way too much damage. He heard the hack from Happy behind him, blinked into the bubble, and then had to blink away out of the window because he was discording super low. Gladiators stopping these dives, and now look at the ultimates online.
They haven't had to use anything yet, and at this point, they could continue to take eco pushes here. Like, they only really need one ultimate to contend with the Nano that they're probably expecting to come out of RuPaul, and they have plenty of answers to that too. All right, that feels bad, but
yeah, probably needed the bumpers on that bowling. Oh, yeah. What?
Reiner's
I guess he was super low. Good EMP. Gladiators just dismantling the Mayhem right now. Oh, and a Nano checkmate. Oh, Transcendence right in his face. He had 20 HP. Wasn't to be. Sports from the Gladiators, in fact, all of them right now showing up to this game. And with only a minute to go, Florida Mayhem struggling to get much done. They made one alteration, Rose, in Summershed jumping over to the Brig.
They did, and that's definitely to help out with the Inspire healing, as Florida has been more looking to take these fights in these rooms instead of just on point. So you know you can be grouped up and you'll be able to take advantage of that tool available to you. but Gladiators just aren't
don't let
giving
him
them
die.
legs to stand on. Like, you can't keep letting this happen. Shoo! Stop it! Stop. No.
Shu is on a different level today.
Oh my god.
Especially on an Ana, doing that much damage is kind of insane. He's got like 3k damage, a lot less than his Zen, but like final blows wise, he's second just behind Kevster right now
He's
for final
stealing
blows.
them from people.
I wouldn't call that stealing.
No.
Good sleep on Bob, doesn't even touch the point. Is there anything this man can't do? Not sure. Reiner takes that charge for his Power Fist with ease. Checkmate's pretty low. They got to do something. Nano Blade not available. Only a single Naked Blade for Checkmate. The rally's going to help him at least survive maybe the initial onslaught from the Gladiators, but this Blade needs to find something. And he's already super low, and Happy takes him out. He couldn't even use his ultimate because he was hacked. Reiner with an aggressive push there with the help of Kevster onto the backline of the Florida Mayhem. They can't even get their ults off. Someone's alive, and he has Primal Rage, but Overtime disappearing. And the health bar of someone doing exactly the same thing. Can someone touch? He does. Manage to get back onto the point. Surmajed's not there to heal. And Nano onto Skewed. Why not at this point? Overtime's being re-triggered once again, but the Transcendence is there. The Gladiator just class on King's Row. They are looking like Gladiators that we've seen at the earlier on this year. The back-to-back tournament winners. That was just an unreal performance.
Yeah. I'm speechless. This is what everybody wanted to see from the Gladiators. This is what we remembered them for. Happy played 4 different heroes in that map? What?
He does it all.
And it was a shutout. Just complete shutout.
Shu looking great. Shu maybe, you know, picking up the honor again just to keep on that hero. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Florida Mayhem right now, after that beating, they're going to need to come back up rather quick because they're 2-0 down right now. They need a reverse sweep right here, right now. We'll have to see if they can find it after this break. We'll see you in a second. Which teams will make it through the Countdown Cup? That is the big question on everybody's lips right now. Share your art celebrating the team you'd like to see move on to the playoffs for a chance to be featured on the broadcast and the Overwatch League fan art gallery. overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. There you go. We've already seen some fantastic artwork throughout the year, so yeah, why not contribute to that and have it shown on the broadcast? All right, back into the game. Gladiators versus the Florida Mayhem. What a devastating loss for the Mayhem, but what a, just like I said before we went into break, a masterclass from the Gladiators. Everybody's aboard the shoo-shoo train right now. Rose, I mean, pretty disgusting stuff from the Ana player. Skew2 also putting in some numbers. Let's have a look at those stats there.
Oh
yeah, some sick final blows there. 3 deaths. Like, he looked good.
Unbelievable. Like that's like a stat card you like print out and like put on your mantelpiece or something. Like have your teammates sign. I don't know. That's incredible. And I think Shu, not only can you like see his impact, but you can like feel his impact. So whether it's getting those influential sleep darts onto an ulting target, onto the Bob. The Bob couldn't even come in and contest the point on King's Row.
Yeah, that was really nice timing on that.
Yeah, like that's such heads up play, and like Shu has just been on top of it today. Like he's thinking 4 steps ahead of what needs to happen, and he's able to deliver.
Yeah, the mark of a good Ana player too, Rose, is delivering both damage and heals, right? You saw him a few times just chunking away at RuPaul on the Ana. If you can weave in heals and damage, you just become an infinitely better support player, like especially on Ana. It's a 3-shot to kill 200 HP targets, and if you are just consistently poking the backline, it can be pretty tough to, if you're the enemy Ana in that situation, to keep yourself up.
Yes.
You have your support passive, but you have to be at combat. You have to rely on your other support player for heals, or like a nade yourself. Like the amount of pressure that you could put on with your rifle. You do have to have a good aim, of course, or at least decent aim to use the scope there at long range. But yeah, if you can weave those heals and damage in, you make for just an unbelievable presence on the battlefield. And the Gladiators, I mean, we talked about how ridiculously talented a lot of their players are, but like the depth of heroes too is crazy. Happy played 4+ heroes in that game. Like we saw a Hangzhou, we saw Zojin, we saw the Sombra. I think we saw a little bit of Widow there as well. Like, yeah, they've got a lot, and I think they've got a lot to prove, especially after not even making it to the tournament last in Toronto.
Yeah, but I think all been able to attribute a lot of that to just them not being able to play the creative game that they would like to be able to. Like, not only are the Gladiators a team that are very tactical, where they will strategically change up their composition based on the map that they're playing on, the team that they're playing against, you know, what types of heroes they're feeling that day. Junker Queen just really doesn't allow you to do that. Like, if you're not having a good day with it, you're not having a good day with it. You can't really switch, or it's kind of a throw. The only team that's really been able to break out of that mold was Florida Mayhem when they started running the double flex support and integrating Checkmate onto so many different types of heroes. But look at this. You know, we're going to see, you know, similar flavors of Gladiators from their strong defensive hold on King's Row. And see it again here on Route 66, but this time around too, Florida just going back to what worked for them, and that's going to be the Sombra really focusing down the back line, and Zermaj is actually going to be on the Brigida. He went back to spawn to change to that.
Okay, you see Gladiators backline, they got annihilated. Before they could jump in, their backline were already dead. That's a very strong start to Mayhem. Mayhem's attack. I mean, yeah, Zermaj on the Brig, not on the Zen, not as an easy dive target as the Zenyatta is. You got the Flower, you got the Shield, Inspire healing too.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially when you had Shu that was peppering down RuPaul, that's kind of a secondary effect if you're running the Zenyatta, is that Orb of Harmony is not going to be for your DPS, like Checkmate or Hydron, that want to go on these flanks and contest with, you know, Gladiator's own flankers. It has to be on RuPaul because you don't want to take away those nade resources as much. So I think the Brigida makes more sense. You have those armor packs and you have more that just helps you heal up faster as well.
God, Reinhardt is just keeping Zermaj and RuPaul busy. They didn't even have the time to heal someone who got taken out by... Oh my god, was that just a right click? I think it was. Unlucky. Unlucky. It's got to be the most satisfying feeling in the world, getting a right click like that, on, especially on a Tracer or a Genji or something.
Well, That's why I thought
Pretty
you
nice.
liked Zen more, because like you have the headshot sound, and Anna doesn't give you that, because you're also
Yeah,
a
that is
Widowmaker
true.
player. That's
That
why
is
I was
true.
like, oh, okay. I was kind of surprised earlier, but yeah, no, it's a good
She
feeling.
still has a sniper rifle, technically, right?
Yeah.
But just no headshots. If Anna could headshot, April
No,
Fool's
she-
patch,
stop
maybe
it.
she can headshot. That
No,
would be
you
ridiculous.
shoot too much power. No.
Oh, what an EMP. Speaking of power, Hydron outputting some right now. Counter EMP, though, from Happy. Reiner is dead and so is someone, so no tanks on the field right now, and Kevster's armed himself with a pulse bomb. He does throw it out, doesn't get too much damage done with it, but receives the nano. Putting a lot of investment here into Kevster to try and take down that backline, but Surmajed standing strong with that shield. Wouldn't have been so lucky if he was on that Zenyatta. In fact, Florida Mayhem do manage to stem the bleeding a little bit, as they do get that payload moving. Quicker spawn for someone as he gets back to the fight.
Gladiators are rushing back into this one, though. I mean, Hydron was trying to lock down at least the underpass to see if anybody would be kind of coming through that route. And look at that. It is going to be skewed.
All right, well, Transcendence still available for Gladiators. Happy and Reiner in a little bit of trouble. Both anti. Happy translocated to get that off of him. And a Transcendence is forced. Okay, someone almost took out Skewed and now has to play a little bit more safe. He is discorded. Does fade away eventually, but he is isolated away from the rest of his team. Jumps straight back in, almost immediately hacked, but now comes the rally for the Florida Mayhem. Health bars are building up quite nicely, as with 30 seconds to go, they need to make a dent into this fight. Kevs is still chunking away. Both Arnas are dead, but the manpower of the Mayhem is still present on the point. If you have that Brig and it's only versus that Zen, you're probably going to win it in those small corridors. And the Gladiators do give up point A, but it wasn't without a fight. Florida Mayhem almost in OT there.
Oh, look at the replay, too. Checkmate just, like, looking for skewed.
Nice.
Oh, the nano. You didn't even eat the full clip there. It's just, yeah, that punch just kind of sealed the deal. The pulse bomb. Yeah, Checkmate
Go
just
Checkmate.
carried that fight. That was impressive. Rewarded with another pulse bomb, too. Hello? Hydron?
Yeah, you take those.
EMP?
Okay. EMP, straight on the Sombra. Happy didn't have one of his own, but wouldn't have been able to use it anyway. Checkmate hit with the recall. Pulse bomb thrown out. Reiner stuck. Checkmate again, coming up with a big pulse bomb. See if Florida Mayhem can take this high ground, does like they're going to be able to. That was just a couple of percentage points away from Happy's own EMP, but they do get another chance to attack here. It's going to be another fight for the Mayhem to try and defend this payload.
Yeah, they have plenty of time to do it, too. I mean, Gladiators basically forced Florida to have to cap that first point in overtime. And so they're going to be running out of time here as well. RuPaul does have another nano available. You could just give that back over to Checkmate, but EMP is good.
Yeah, EMP did hit someone, but he got nanoed and he got bionaded by his own team too, so pretty hardy. That's a Nano Zen. Oh yes, don't want to step in front of that, especially if you're someone. A rather large hitbox. He's actually going pretty deep, and he managed to take out Shu. Skewed is going to go down, so the Gladiators don't have supports now. Surmajed went pretty deep himself. Did take care of Reiner at the end, but being able to play that far up, we talk about Surmajed's like his accuracy on the Zenyatta is just mechanics are so good, and sometimes plays a little bit too far forward, you know, a bit over eager. But on the Brigitte, you can do that, and yeah, he comes up big there.
Yeah, you could definitely play way more aggressive. I would worry though too, because I've seen Surmajed take flanks before, so I don't know if you want a franking Brig by you either, because they could just boop you with a flail into the rest of your team. But I wouldn't play there, Reiner. Not by the stairwell.
He's matching someone now on the Winston. And then we'll Doomfist. Alright, where are we looking, Checkmate? He's the one who's permanent contestant payload right now. But they are slowly moving this payload up, mind you. Gladiators are going to have to pull back their offense for the time being, as a rally has been used by Surmajed. A Transcendence forced by the pulse bomb of Checkmate as Skewed plays up really far and then instantly escorts himself back. An EMP online for Hydron in just a couple of percentage. He's looking at Happy. He must know Happy's pretty close.
Has to be. I mean, look, Hydron and Happy right now are going to be battling it out. There's no defensive support all
Nice
online.
EMP. However, look at that. The Inspire healing going kind of crazy. Even Nano onto Surmajed to keep him alive in that small corridor. Backup wasn't really there for the Gladiators. It was a decent EMP. Oh! Shu just granted a concussion there by Surmajed. 1 minute to go. Florida Mayhem pushing this payload pretty damn far, and Gladiator's got no ults coming back into this.
No, I mean, the thing that they're really
Maybe
looking
Nano.
at is like Nano, maybe that gets Reiner to the Primal Rage for the sustain. Skewed even feels forced into the Brigida here just to have that Inspire healing online. You just don't have the same types of sight lines and just space for the Zenyatta.
Eyes on Checkmate right now. Shu gets the Nano, not able to use it as he gets hacked and instantly taken care of. Checkmate still needs to find a target with this Pulse Bomb. Kevster playing mind games with the supports in the background there, but with Surmajed dying, Checkmate needs a little bit, something more than just a kill onto Reiner right now. Overtime is approaching and the spawns are way in favor of the Gladiators. They took way too much time trying to end this fight, and Shu is now back up and alive with that Nano online.
Yeah, Reiner is up too, so you know that that Nano and that Primal Rage might be coming in soon. Kevster has the Pulse Bomb, plenty of ults on the board.
Stick. Okay, now really no one to contest. I mean, I guess you send your Sombra or your Tracer, but they're not going to be there for long. You can see Checkmate already forced to recall, and Surmajed taking a beating. There's the Nano. Reiner's got Primal, and it should just be it. Overtime's ticking down. No one to touch the payload. Lights out for Mayhem. Can't get that third checkpoint, but a decent push nonetheless.
Super good push there. Not gonna be easy though. I think on the switch up. Florida got taken to overtime just so many times on their attack pushes, and a lot of the time it just kind of ended up that Florida needed 2 or 3 ultimates to be able to throw at a checkpoint in order to capture it. Or they had to wait for Gladiators to just not have anything available. So it really was about having the advantage in ultimate economy. But Gladiators too, like this really is a battle of mechanical skill. You know, the desk were talking about this, right, Jack? That they wanted to see Gladiators just turn it up, be on, their keyboards plugged in, monitors like attached, everything just working properly, the gears turning in their fingers, you know. And I feel like they have delivered that. And Florida, too, like they are a team that really does demand that type of high mechanical precision.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to take down the Glads at the best of times, especially after the beating on King's Row. But, you know, getting it just before that third point, not too shabby whatsoever. Route 66 is another map where it's like, okay, so it either ends on first or we go all the way to third.
Exactly.
I guess that's not too true. I guess there are a lot of second point holds, but
and more
you always feel like
now.
it's... Yeah, especially with the metas we've had.
Yeah.
With the Junker Queen and whatnot. Those kind of comps, they either get stopped on first or go all the way to third.
I don't know, we'll see. We're approaching the corner of the first point that we might see the full hold. So let's see if they can break past this one. Reiner showing us a different flavor, though. This is the first time we've seen D.Va in this matchup between Gladiators and Florida. And so I kind of like that, too, though, because Reiner can just mitigate so much of the value that Surmajed and RuPaul would want to get with their kits. And also just Peel, too. But Hydron has been such a good Sombra, just really focusing down Reiner, that you do have to be really careful as the D.Va, because I feel like you're even more vulnerable as the D.Va gets hacked.
Yeah, you're such an easy target to hit when you do get hacked, because the head hitbox isn't at the top of the character model, it's in the center, which is where you're normally shooting to get like the most effective damage done. So yeah, D.Va not so great when hacked, or native, to be fair.
Yeah.
Nice little focus fire there. But it's an interesting comparison between like the Winston and the D.Va, right? Where they're just protecting checkmate. Because with D.Va, you're more like defensively orientated. You're not there to make the plays. You're there to help peel for Shu, help peel for Skewed, even Kevster and Happy at times. Whereas like when you play the Winston, you are the initiator. You do want to go in. As Reiner, you have to wait for someone else to get a hack, or like Kevster create some space with a pulse bomb or something to then go in for these big dives though. But we'll have to wait and see how. Okay, I was going to say. We'll have to wait and see how Hydron uses the EMP. That's how he uses it. Just insta-kill and 2 support. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, back to the D.Va comment though, right? I think D.Va does have a place in this meta right now. I think that you are still seeing some teams struggle if they have to play against like a really good Sombra like Hydron. But when you look at someone in Reiner and how they match up in their play styles, these tanks fit their play style. Someone's very aggressive, likes to be the initiator, ends up kind of starting these fights more often than not.
Oh, what
Bad
a reaction.
timing there.
So nice. So nice. Talking about mechanics right there on display. Oh, little duel. Oh, Skew gives up on the duel. Surmashed still kicking. Oh, Skew didn't want to take the ego duel at all. Knew he was going to use it here, the Transcendence. Oh, dear. The Gladiators, though, struggling, Rose. There's only a minute and 20 seconds to go. Okay. Oh, wow. That's unlucky. That was a hack as soon as Checkmate looked like he pressed the recall button there. They are still moving the payload, but there's going to be a fair few ultimates burned here, I think, for the Gladiators, Rose. And in fact, we're seeing Skew switch over to the break to be a little bit more defensive. A Nano on to Reiner. A pulse bomb into a small corridor, but an equally good Nano onto someone. Reiner's got self-destruct, instantly hacked, but with D.Va's massive amount of armor, you aren't going to go down too quickly, and you do have that remark button with the self-destruct. Ruboy is pretty low. It's actually jumped down to low ground there to try and match the rest of his team. Ryan is still playing Gatekeeper for his support and has now spotted a lone Surmashed, but still being a Brigitte is pretty nice. Oh, Mayhem, don't touch the point. They were outmanned there, I think, even with someone going down. So rather unfortunate, but not sure you're going to win that in the long haul.
Probably not, but that's okay. We go again. Second point, fight. Reiner still has the self-destruct. Didn't have to use it, despite, you know, the Nano obviously going to be able to keep him alive with that sustainability, that armor as well, like you mentioned. And really, right now, Call Mech is just being used to be able to just get back into mech really fast. You're not even using it as kind of this explosive damage as we have been able to see in the past, or like create space. It's just been a tool to get back into the fight faster.
Nice EMP again. Hydron's really been hitting decent EMPs here. Not even decent, they are good. Remake, and even someone changing over to the Zarya. Loving this meta already. You can just kind of play whatever you feel is working right now. Zarya, classic counter to the D.Va. Nice pulse bomb onto Reiner, instantly double packed there and healed straight back up. They can't take Reiner down, and Checkmate just perma-hack too. He's got to be careful. He can get denied by so many things. The D.Va with the defense matrix, but also Happy hitting him with a hack. Nano boost on the Reiner didn't result in too much, and once again, Rose, we're seeing about a 15-minute engagement.
We're just gonna see that this meta. It's just what we're going to see is like these fights might not have clean starts and finishes, but this one might be.
Ooh, nice EP from Happy. Does it result in much? It got Surmashed down. Someone's shields obviously disappeared there, and that's the opening that they were after, but they still lose Shu in the mix. The Gladiator's still kind of pushing the payload, though. Yeah, so that's still happening. The Gladiators have done a really good job of kind of pushing the payload regardless of how the fight has been going on, so they get a lot of free space just in these brawly scenarios. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, they're looking pretty good pushing onto this last point.
I was wondering if we were going to see Reiner just go for like the switch from D.Va to like another hero and then back to D.Va, but I like the Winston swap here. Identified as well that someone had switched back to the Winston, and it just allows you to have this engage to take these fights a lot faster. And you're going to need to when you have to have a quick reset here.
Oh dear, yeah, Skew got turned into a pancake then. Someone with a nice engage. And this is where, if you remember, the Gladiators were able to hold Florida Mayhem off for quite a while. But you can see now the little white borders through the walls to end up running away because someone ends up getting pulsed.
Yeah, just back up now. Gladiators are coming for you. Skewed has Rally too, which is pretty big going into this potentially final fight. If you can stack that up now, or at least bypass the EMPs. Oh man, that's nasty.
Yeah, Hydra on Sombra looking crazy good right now. His EMP's minimum hitting 4 people, 3 or 4 by the looks of it. So yeah, he's doing a good job lining these up. A lot less stuns now, Overwatch 2, of course, so you can't get cancelled nearly as often. Only the sleep, really. I mean, you're looking at to get an immediate cancel on the EMP at least.
He just keeps these eco pushes though, as the Gladiators. I mean, you had an early takedown in 2 fights now. You know, one just getting a quick pick, and then the EMP from Hydron. And now that that important ultimate is off the board, you haven't expended anything else. So Gladiators get to walk into this one with the rally. They've earned the nano in the process of that. They have their own EMP. And as long as Checkmate doesn't get a pick here now, you're in good shape.
Another really nice engage from Florida. Again, Hydron setting up Florida Mayhem. Does get slept, but who cares, right? I mean, you kill the backline. The Gladiator is still in these brawly scenarios, pushing the payload, but with 30 seconds to go, Rose, they're not in a good spot.
No, they're not. I mean, you use the rally, use the EMP, no value
you get
there.
that pick.
Yeah, Kevster's gonna get staggered out, and you're just at this position now where you're really hoping that the nano onto Reiner is going to be enough to get the Primal Rage to buy you space. You have to outpace Hydron here. You cannot let him get another EMP online. Oh,
What an engage
Florida!
again! Skewed and Shu not having a say in this map. Just permanently deleted. I mean, that's a little bit of revenge right there for Servagen and RuPaul. They got taken to town on King's Row, but this time, Shu's on the other foot. Shu and Skewed unable to do much at the very end of that map. Florida Mayhem, yeah, maybe getting back into this one. Reverse sweep is on the tail with a good start. I mean, shout out to Hydron throughout the whole thing. Checkmate's picking up some big kills with the Tracer, but Hydron's manual hacks and EMPs, Rose, they have been crazy good.
They've been so good, and on top of that too, like not only has that been an engagement tool for Florida, but someone has been following up on those so beautifully. This is the Florida Mayhem we wanted to see. This is really where we get to see them shine. It's when Hydron has been able to play that Sombra.
Well, we'll have to see if this turns into a reverse sweep. Florida Mayhem, they're on the right course. We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. Florida Mayhem, with the help of this man right here, Hydron, take Route 66. What an unbelievable performance from Hydron. His manual hacks, his EMPs, just godlike, honestly. Just came out of nowhere almost, especially after King's Row. You're like, okay, Glads are up 2-0. Yeah. They're going to round this out with a third map, you know? You just kind of go into that mentality of like, well, they just crushed them, right? And Hydron, you know, put the door wedge under the door and said, nope, not today. We're still keeping that wide open to maybe get this reverse sweep. Sombra looked ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, poor Shu and Skewed. Like, obviously, Florida identified that the backline for Gladiators was just dominating on King's Row. We showed off Shu's stat card and everything. I mean, you could see it and just feel it. But they both died 15 and 14 times. And a lot of that was thanks to Hydron.
Yeah. Either
that's
just like manual hacks or EMPs. Like,
yeah.
The target focus was really good from the Florida Mayhem, and that's ideally what you need, right? Yeah, in old school dive, and we've talked about this before, or every single time dive meta comes up, I suppose. It's just whoever executes quicker and whoever kills the enemy backline quicker, and strong backlines stand tall, and if they can survive and wait for their tanks and DPS to kill the enemy backline, then they can help them, you know. And tables were flipped completely on the Gladiators there, as Florida Mayhem were able to do that a little bit quicker. We are seeing a substitution, Rose. We are seeing Skew step away. So Astro in, Lucio, yeah, probably some more. We're going on to Colosseo next.
Yeah, I mean, that just makes sense. We've seen a lot of Lucio and Colosseo. There's some really nice buildings that you can wall ride around, and it just allows you to go super, super fast as a team as a whole. I think this also opens up the door for Gladiators to play a bit more of an aggressive game. They couldn't really on Route 66 when they were focused a lot on trying to be a bit more patient. You called out some of the pain points of running the Diva over something else like the Winston, and you do have to play way more passively for that, but when you've got the Lucio involved, that can really help to speed things up and make sure you're playing the pace that you want to. But Joss, I feel like there's something even more important we have to point out here. We're going to a fourth map. What did the desk say earlier today?
Johnny
3-1?
predicted Glad's win with 114 meters. And Mayhem getting 64, so
okay.
Yeah, we'll see if Johnny the Wise makes a comeback.
Yeah, I mean 3-1
I'm
scoreline
pressing
too.
X to doubt right now. I will
X
say.
to doubt. X to doubt.
It would be a ridiculous feat, to be fair, and I would very much be concerned for my well-being if Johnny managed to predict that. I mean, look, Matt also made a ridiculous prediction which came true on this map, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well,
that's for sure.
I don't know. I mean, are we giving him any wiggle room on this? We have to decide now if we're giving any wiggle room. Do we give him 2 meters either direction for
No, if he makes a pred, he has to stick to the pred, right?
Okay.
Look, he's either Johnny the Wise or Doctor Strange and is seen into infinite different timelines, right? I'm pretty sure he's still Johnny the Wise, and he's not ascended just yet. And if he gets it right, then sure. He's Johnny the Strange, I suppose.
Strange. Okay.
Which some people call him that anyway, but
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right, well, we got to keep our eyes out. Who's coming to play today? Speaking of compositions, though, for both of these teams, I don't know if we're going to see anything too strange from either of them. I mean, for someone in Reiner, they really have been going for this Winston versus the Doomfist, but really when this has gotten dicey and you can make a callback to Li Shang just on Gardens and Market, that head-to-head looked so awkward for Gladiators, and that's why those two maps are so close, is when Florida had Hydron playing the Sombra, and Gladiators didn't really have an answer to it, but I don't know if Happy Sombra really lives up to the same level and the same standard that Hydron's does. That just wasn't the right answer. Maybe it's just completely mechanically skill diffing Florida Mayhem here. So you're not even going to see Happy try to play the Sombra to match that. It's about the Sojourn. It's about trying to just assassinate Hydron as he gets into your backline.
Nice hack onto Kevster. still a fairly small hack in the grand scheme of things. Did get increased by 75% to 1.75 seconds. But Gladiator's comp is still a little bit quicker, as they don't need to set up like Hydron does. Happy just charging off of that bubble. He's hunting for heads. He spots Hydron, does manage to land the headshot, but it wasn't a fully charged one by the looks of it there. The bot in control of the Gladiators now.
Gladiator's gonna get the first crack at this, but it's so funny because, you know, it's been less than a minute.
Ooh.
That's the first pick. We're good.
I mean, that's the pick you want to see. And look at Kevster as well. Being a little fly on the wall, just kind of annoying Sir Marjed. Oh, checkmate falls out the fly swatter though. Takes care of him. Rhino does end up getting antied. But Funny Astro doing what he does best in killing RuPaul. Somehow Rhino stayed alive and killed Sir Marjed. Oh, pokes bomb. Yeah, we will pretend we didn't see that one, checkmate. No worries. Astro does end up going down, but Gladiator's still pushing the bots. I mean, all the meanwhile, Happy has been kind of farming in the back line.
It's been a lot. It's been a lot of farming in the back line. I mean, when Happy's just able to focus down, like it's like what you said before when Shu was putting a lot of focus fire into RuPaul, right? If Happy is just kind of continuing to pepper away at Sir Majed and RuPaul, then a lot of their focus is going towards healing each other. I mean, look at that. Now you've removed a huge source of healing from the board. Now there's no supports on the board.
Jeez, I'm glad we got first person POV at that one. It came out of nowhere. Yeah, someone's got no heal. He's calling for heals, but they ain't coming, unfortunately. Florida Mayhem now, maybe looking to beat Johnny's record here. 114 meters, remember. They are going to unlock this checkpoint. Or butt scratch mode. I will call it butt scratch mode, Avril, because that's exactly what a bot does.
Come on, Avril. Why are you not on the same page? Even I was uncomfortable with it, but like, it's butt scratch mode.
EMP's pretty nice. Nice return beat, though, from Astro. Gladiators with a nano and a beat onto Happy. I mean, he ain't dying anytime soon. Transcendence has been popped by the Florida Mayhem, and the bot is still making its way around that corner. With Kevster dying, you know, it's kind of a shrug here for Gladiators. They don't mind that too much. They got a lot of free space and forced out a Transcendence.
That feels so good. I mean, you really would have liked to have that Transcendence for, you know, any type of just like if there was an EMP on the other side or something like that. It's still a powerful ultimate in its own right, but I think Florida's not going to feel too bad about it because they do get a chance to take the bot back. That's a really important pick onto Funny Astro to remove that mobility, and you're not really waiting to use that Transcendence for anything in particular on the other side. That Transcendence is not going to save you from a Happy snipe. You know, it's not going to save you from getting squashed by a meteor strike either, or a pulse bomb. So, yeah, I think you're okay just using it a bit more aggressively here. Ryder's going to be forced off the Doomfist, and here comes the Winston, and look at this. Happy. Sombra.
Okay, wants to match. It's a complete mirror matchup now, almost. Sermajed's on the Zen versus Funny Astro Lucio, but for the heroes the same. 83 meters. Florida Mayhem barely getting 10. Had to win a couple of fights back-to-back, or maybe 3, judging by how far the Gladiators end up getting that one. There's the small engage from Checkmate. He's so low, though. He eventually gets that orb, but wasn't able to make an aggressive play. Oh, tried to go for the pulse bomb onto Kevster. Not going to let it happen. And Shu kills 3. Oh, classic Shu thing. You know the vibes. You know the vibes. All right, Gladiators off to a good start. Bot is just running backwards, running forward, sorry, not running backwards, towards that barricade. That is what they got. EMP Rose. What do you make of this? I mean, Florida Mayhem, they haven't got any support to back themselves up. And in fact, Sir Mached swapped over to the Lucio. He knows he needs to survive, and on the Zen, it's been hard.
Has been difficult. Maybe that mobility is going to help, but not when you're already going to get chunked down to half. Someone taking that pulse bomb.
Yeah, it does take it, man. It has to back up. It gives Gladiators just more time to push the bot, Rose.
Right. I mean,
Happy's setting up for this EMP.
Yeah, DPS
I mean, now it's just when you want to unleash it. It does hit 2 and checkmating someone in trouble. Another counter EMP, though, just hit 4. Can they actually follow this up with any meaningful damage? Shu does end up going down as Gladiators continue to move the bot, but with Reiner in the front line, just harassing these supports now, the Florida Mayhem are completely distracted. The Gladiators still marching forwards. They've even got a beat to their name with 116 meters. We're going to give Johnny those 2 extra meters there,
Oh, okay.
Rose. I will give it to him.
Sure.
But with 4 minutes to go, the Florida Mayhem need to win quite a few consecutive fights to be in with a chance of taking this map back.
Absolutely. Or to live up to Johnny's predictions of getting 64
True.
meters on this map too. But I think Florida is set up to do that. You know, you have the nano. RuPaul has been able to charge those up really quickly, and when someone is able to have that nano and just that extra safety net to be able to play aggressive with the Primal Rage 2, you can see some really beautiful things happen with that, but not when you get taken out by Pulse Bomb.
Yeah. Okay, that's rough. That's a rough one. That's a go again. Okay, Checkmate doesn't use the pulse. Good stuff. So Mayhem will be able to come back. They got 3 ults, maybe even that beat, but with only 4 minutes, Rose, not looking great. Astro's got a perfect counter action to the nano boost coming out from RuPaul. We can choose the beat to change the tempo into their favor.
But do you want to use it for that, or do you want to use it for the EMP? I don't know if you want to hold on to it long enough to have that EMP come online, though. So I think we might see Funny Astro use that off tempo with Hydron's EMP.
Catch you later.
It was just in the spawn. Okay. All right, there's the nano boost. Yeah. The beat does end up coming out. Only hits 3 from Funny Astro. They're still willing to fight this one as they've actually now killed RuPaul. So it's a 4-on-4 without the Arnas on either side. Someone's got the Primal Rage if he needs to pop it. He's going pretty low and it's actually forced to do so. And now it's more of a boxing match between him and Reiner. He actually dips out of there, doesn't want to take the one-on-one, and now he will. Oh, a proper monkey duel in the spawn doors almost. Nope, not going to happen. Okay. Okay, fine. Primal Rages eventually wear off as 118 meters for the Gladiators is looking rather good to stop this reverse sweep continuing. What is happening? Okay, another swift engagement. Beat comes out from Sermachet, and she dies.
It's like, are you sure the fight is over? I don't think Happy got that memo. I mean, you're just gonna see the EMP come out here. Gladiators just keep in this meta have been just kind of playing with ults. They're playing to keep the lead. If Florida Mayhem can't break this, look at how much time is going to be taken off the clock. We were at 4 minutes. It felt like 30 seconds ago. And now look at this. 2 minutes remaining, and Florida finally able to break out of the stronghold the Gladiators had at their spawn. That was
They
that was
need
intense.
to gain 100+ meters with 2 minutes to go. They need to be perfect. That's
Yeah, they need
that's
to
what
be
you need to be right
perfect.
now. EMP to stop Reiner getting on the back line. Happy ends up going down. He put himself in a position where he could not translocate. The robot is in possession of the Florida Mayhem right now, but the Gladiators, all they really need to do, Rose, is brawl. Just burn down that time bank, send it to OT, and then hope Florida Mayhem don't win 5 back-to-back fights. Shu ends up going down to someone, and a good start for Mayhem. It is still winnable, but it's going to be a struggle.
Well, the struggle starts here. Checkmate has the pulse bomb. I mean, if Hydron and Checkmate can kind of keep doing some funny business in the back line, just really focusing down Shu, that removes a ton of utility from the Gladiators. Funny Astro's good too.
Another nice hike from Hydron there as Checkmate was in the perfect position to clean up the kill. All right, 30 meters and counting. This is the run that Florida Mayhem need. Pulse bomb in the hand of Checkmate. Tried to go for the Ego one onto Kevster earlier one. Picks the easier target this time around. Takes care of Reiner. And here's the tempo setting from the Florida Mayhem. Jumping towards the spawn doors of the Gladiators. But Glads, they got Pulse, they got Beat. And an EMP coming up. And the ult bank from Florida Mayhem looking pretty bare apart from that Primal Rage.
Primal Rage could be good though. You're just trying to get the Gladiators away from you and just be able to capture this objective. And especially when someone needs those utilities to be able to stay away from Kevster.
Aggro EMP. Hits 2. Someone hit that Primal Rage. Bot is still moving. So close to that checkpoint, but the time is dwindling down with only 20 seconds to go. Florida Mayhem are filling the kill feed with their white names, and Primal Rage gone. No EMP for the Gladiators, only the Beat, Nano, and Primal Rage. If Florida Mayhem support gets their ults online, this might be winnable.
I think they can though too. Like they're gonna allow someone to take a little bit of damage. You can see him taking the poke so that RuPaul and Sermasha can get their ults online. But Shu's gonna pop his first.
There's the nano engagement. Reiner now separating the support line. EMP rings true. It does hit Reiner, but he's got the primal. The beat from Funny Astro, it only hit himself, maybe someone else, but it didn't look too effective. A beautiful primal knockoff from Reiner as he boops people away from the point, but it's only him now from the Gladiators to try and contest. Happy's going to make his way back to the point, but someone takes care of him. Overtime still in effect as Florida Mayhem still push.
They're gonna keep pushing, and now look at this, it's final fight. RuPaul has the nano still, it could go on to someone. Checkmate's got the pulse bomb. If anybody on the Gladiators gets taken out here, this is a reverse sweep. It's in the cards.
He's got to get taxied by Sermajed here, so no healing for Florida Mayhem for the time being, and they can feel it. Someone is so low. He eventually gets nanoed as he dips back into LOS and RuPaul. He does get slept, but it doesn't matter. A good start from Checkmate as he pulses Kevster. This could be the turnaround Mayhem we're looking for. On the brink of death, they might just be able to come back. Happy gets hacked, it gets taken down before he can use that EMP. A couple of meters to go. The Florida Mayhem trying to keep themselves in this series. With only 2 meters, the Gladiators are going to have to rely on Happy getting back to that point with the EMP. Health bars are dwindling on the support line. The Florida Mayhem as Sermagen is taken down. The Florida Mayhem lose their tank as Kev to earn himself a post bomb. They push people away. Only 1 meters and 64 centimeters to go, and they can't quite do it. Kevster with a double post bomb in the end. Secure Glads the series. A 3-1, but what a hard-fought victory that was. Florida Mayhem, they so close to coming back on that map. They could have sent it to 5, but Gladiators win it out in the end.
That was intense. That was so intense. Florida Mayhem had such a good shot there too, and they really did stick it to the Gladiators. But ultimately, it just came back to, you know, Reiner not dying, providing enough sustainability to the team. Just having that confidence that Shu, Funny Astros, Skewed when he was in the mix, just going to be able to keep him alive. Yeah, this is the Gladiators everybody knows and loves.
Well, they can be a little bit happier than that, but I think that's a lot closer than they wanted it to be. I mean, Scott said on the desk, right, that you need a 3-0 here. Just restore some of that confidence, get back into the game. Florida Mayhem proving to be quite the tough opponent. Still, though, feels good for the Glads. They got a 3-1, so they're continuing this roll into the Countdown Cup qualifiers. That was tough, man. You're at the very end there, Rose. You're like, yes, map number 5, Florida Mayhem. It just feels, it is pretty disheartening. You saw someone there just taking his headset off. Someone gives him a fist bump. GGs, GFs all around. But what a good showing from the Florida Mayhem. Let's have a look at the very final few moments here from Kevster's POV. I mean, this double pulse bomb at the very end really did seal it. You only have a couple of people left. Oh. Double pulse. I think that was an EMP from Happy there to kind of assist on that, so Checkmate couldn't blink away. Man, good showing from the Florida Mayhem today, though, I will say. What a series we've had. It looked like a 3-1 on, well, didn't look. It was a 3-1, but it was a lot closer than the actual score.
Didn't feel like it, that's for sure. Yeah, that felt like a 5-mapper, like 3 rounds on the final stage. Like, yeah, that's what it felt like. And I think that Gladiators, should be really happy being able to come out on top of this one. In Florida, I hope they can hold their heads up high too, because this was a tough one for both teams.
Yeah, Gladiators restoring some of that confidence though with a dub. And we're going to give the player of the match to none other than Mr. Shu on that Ana. I mean, he had some freakish moments on this Ana today, like unbelievable stuff. His sleep darts, his nades were just so clean. I mean, King's Row, we were saying, Rose, but honestly, just a masterclass in how you play this hero. Damage output, the sleeps, even the heals, of course, do what Ana does best, right? But no one is more deserving, I think, in this series than Shu.
Right now, I mean, it's just, not only is just the flashy plays, but especially when Reiner has to contend with a Sombra that's as impressive as Hydron. when he's hacked and he's vulnerable, like, you know that Shu is there to just pump heals to make sure that he stays alive, and it's been more than once that Shu has been able to keep Reiner up so that Gladiators can flip the point and ultimately win out the map. So yeah, Shu deserves it. 40% sleep dive success rate? That's nasty.
Yeah, you take those, Yeah, 4 sleeps per 10. Looking pretty good on the Ana. For a roster that has so much depth, you want a meta where you can play a little bit of everything, and that's what we're getting right now. So you'd think the Gladiators are going to be able to just continue this. Maybe, you know, this was a warm-up game. It was a close match after all, but the Florida Mayhem did put up an exceptional fight, and I'm super excited to see how they end up after this weekend and going into the upcoming weeks, because Hydra and Sombra also looked really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still really early on in the stage, and as we saw from the Junker Queen meta, it took some teams some time to kind of warm up to it. But with where Gladiators in Florida have set the bar for themselves so far, I mean, we're gonna see them get even better. Like, and this is already so exciting from what we've seen.
Yep, we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've still got one more series up on the table. I think we best jump to Johnny the Wise. It's not Johnny the Strange today. We'll see you guys in a sec.
Monkey.
I can touch. I can touch. Stay card. I'm dead. Tracer. Nice. Holy fuck.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Eight short ball switches to the Widowmaker at just the right time. Perfect. We're free. Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind. Welcome to the Overwatch League Grand Finals.
Over the last 4 years, Overwatch League teams have built their legacies one win at a time.
Now the 5th season is coming to an end, and it's time to crown our next Overwatch League champion.
The Overwatch League Grand Finals starts right now.
Every upset, every tournament, every victory has led to this moment.
And at long last, we're back.
Join us as we crown the world's best Overwatch 2 players, the newest Overwatch League champions.
We're coming home.
Make sure you're there when the East and the West battle it out in the epic conclusion of Overwatch League's 5th season and see who is crowned Overwatch 2's first champion.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
It is do or die. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the Game Break. I'm Reinforced and I'm here with Reiner from the LA Gladiators following a nice 3-1 victory over the Florida Mayhem. Reiner, it got a bit close there on Colosseo. What happened there to end the series?
Yeah, I got pretty close on Colosseo because they kept on like snowballing momentum, and then it was just one fight after the other, you know. But they were playing well at the end, so it's whatever.
Yeah, you know, Florida Mayhem only coming up, looking better each time. The LA Gladiators, of course, in the Summer Showdown. I feel bad because I bring up like the bad stage already, and you guys had just a nice win. Summer Showdown didn't go like really as you guys wanted. How did you guys prepare instead for the Countdown Cup? How did you spend your stage break getting ready for this match and maybe the rest of the season?
Oh, I was just playing fighting games over the break. I'm not gonna lie. You know, just trying to like mental reset. You know, getting like a good like attitude for this next stage, and I think it was pretty good. You know, we all came back like well and rested. You know, it was a nice little vacation. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, even like dating back to last year, you had like Dallas Fuel, Shanghai Dragons. Like they admitted that they took some time off, you know, to rest up for the playoffs. So you know, you could borrow that excuse if you wanted to. You know, you just want a little break before the playoffs. The playoffs is what matters. So maybe, you know, that'll help out later down the line for the playoffs. So I mean, I want to talk about you individually as well. As a player, you know, you come into the season this year and you've been lights out. You know, one of our better rookies around the year. What are you working on, like individually, as you look forward to the playoffs and trying to improve your game? What are you working on as a player yourself?
I think one of my biggest like priorities, like as a player, is always just to like try and work with my team more, because I'm a very like solo queue type of player. I can always like make plays by myself, and that's why like even like in today's match, like I would always like lean towards Doom, because Doom compared to Winston is a lot more of like a solo queue character. You know, you just go in there, you kill, and you know, that's how it works. So with Winston, you have to be a lot more coordinated, you know, 3-2-1, and I think like over the season, I've been trying to improve that a lot, and it's still something that like I try really hard to work on, because it probably is like my biggest weakness.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, when you play ranked, then do you just like solo queue ranked? Because I tried to solo queue ranked and it doesn't go as well. But it sounds like that's your strength. Like you play solo.
Yeah, I love playing solo queue. That's why I love Ball, because Ball is literally just a solo queue character. You know, you don't have to work with your teammates. You just slam, kill. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love that. So I was going to, this kind of threw me off now, because I was going to ask you a question of if you had to pick a teammate of yours to duo with in ranked, who would you pick? But then it turns out that you solo queue in ranked, so it kind of ruined my question here. If you had to duo with one of your teammates, who would you go with? Because I asked this question because, I mean, legitimately, like the LA Gladiators, one of the most stacked rosters in the league. You have Kevster on your team, you have Shu, one of the best flex supports in the league. If you had to pick a teammate that like really impresses you and that you enjoy playing with, who would you pick?
It's always Kevster. Kevster's like awesome to deal with. He's a funny guy, and then you can just play Ball Tracer, you know, easy wins. It's really fun to play with too.
Yeah, Ball Tracer. Yeah, I love that as well. Yeah, I kind of want to deal with Kevster too, and my ball is not so good, but I'm sure it's a lot of fun to play with Kepster. So yeah, I'm jealous of your tank experience there. It's pretty different from my tank experience in ranked. Anyway, to wrap up, of course, you know, I feel like the Countdown Cup is a bit of a revenge tour for you guys as well, because obviously you won 2 stages so far this year. You've had an amazing year, then a bit of a letdown in Summer Showdown. You know, Toronto Defiant, when they beat you guys last stage, they like almost like bagged on you guys a little bit and were like, you know, sorry, see you, LA Gladiators. So I feel like it's a bit of a revenge tour for the LA Gladiators now in the Countdown Cup. Is there any team that like you really want to beat and you're like maybe getting a bit overconfident that you need to put down?
We don't play on this stage, but definitely Toronto. I really want to beat Toronto. Especially because that DM at the end, it wasn't even justified. We didn't even say nothing. You know, we were being good kids in that match, you know? It's just not justified. Then, you know, Churong starts chirping, you know. Come on.
I feel like it's a sign of respect, though. They're just like, oh, LA Gladiators, you know, they're the best team and we took them down. So, you know, they get a bit overconfident, you know, flex their muscles a little bit. So,
we were not the best team back then.
You know, true. But you did win 2 stage titles. Anyway, I would try to frame it as like, you know, praise. Like, you guys are really that good, so teams look forward to playing you guys. Well, that's good to know, because it seems like Toronto Defiant, they're looking to qualify for the playoffs anyway. So, you know, I'm looking forward to a potential Toronto Defiant versus LA Gladiators matchup as well. Anyway, thank you so much for this interview, Reiner. I had a blast talking to you, and congrats on today's win, man.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. All right, see you in ranked, maybe.
See you in ranked, maybe. Johnny,
it's over.
No, I have hope. You guys probably can meet. But yeah, Reiner, thank you very much for the interview. And Johnny, of course, thank you for the questions. I'm actually very happy that my answer, I had this question in my head, and Reiner answered it for me indirectly, because I was wondering why he was playing so much Doomfist. It's subconsciously the fighting game. The fighting game. That was subconsciously in his
just
head.
transferring it all over.
Yeah,
to
all over to Overwatch,
Yeah.
and he found a lot of success. So good for him. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about this match. I think Florida Mayhem, they looked pretty good, but they just weren't enough to defeat the Los Angeles Gladiators. How were the Gladiators able to defeat the Florida Mayhem?
Honestly, I think that they just played the objective better. Funnily enough, I was looking at this match and I'm like, I feel like the Florida Mayhem just killed more people, and it was true. They actually got more final blows in this series than the Gladiators, even with, you know, that dominant King's Row. But it felt like the Los Angeles Gladiators, they were just able to get more control of the point. They were able to get more value out of their advantages and just push through. But this was a competitive series all the way, all the way through. And we even saw a Ryan matchup here on this control center. But I was thoroughly impressed from everything I saw from the Mayhem. They have that double flex support with Sir Marjan and RuPaul, and they put on an absolute clinic from time to time. Hydron did a really good job moving over to that Sombra as well. So they should be a scary team that people should look out for in this, playoffs moving forward and this stage. They are still vying for a position to get into the playoffs, but it's unlikely. So they're probably got their eyes set on the play-ins. What can they do? How can they turn their season around and potentially get even deeper? But the Gladiators, they're 100% back at this point, in my opinion.
I mean, Johnny, do you also agree? Are they 100% back, or is it, are there still some mistakes to be sort of fixed for the Gladiators?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, the LA Gladiators is back. I think there were a few moments here, like, for example, Kepster trying to shut down the backline here on point A, for example, struggling with the teamwork. And, I think that's a great point that Reiner mentioned as well in the interview, that he's trying to work on synergizing with the rest of his team. Happy is fresh to this team. If Happy is going to play Sombra, like, that's a pretty, like, shot calling kind of role where you have to actually scout through your team. You have to call the hack targets, and then you have to call the MPs, right, too? So you need your team to be able to be on the same page as you. So Happy into that role, and then you need Reiner and Kepster on the same page. I think they have a few things they could work on to synergize a bit better. I think the tempo is definitely there. Like, they just mechanically look like absolute beasts when it comes to Overwatch. But getting on the same page a little bit better, synergizing, I think they could work on that. But I don't think, I don't want to take anything away from them. Like, Happy is still pretty fresh to this team.
Yeah, and also Shu. I think Shu is just a DPS. I don't think he's a healer.
Well, he puts it up. He had like 4 final blows than everyone else on his team on Kings Row. Like, his ability just always impresses us time and time again. And when you put someone like Skewed on double flex support next to him, there's nothing that this backline can't do. They're a deadly backline, and we haven't even talked about the, happy Kevster duo in the front line as well when you start talking about this team. So they are a team to be afraid of if you are the San Francisco Shocks, the Dallas Fuels. It feels like the Gladiators are back in a big way, in my opinion at least.
Right. All right, let's move on to the last match of the day. I think it is the New York Excelsior versus Toronto Defiant.
Absolutely.
Right. And this match, I mean, from what I saw Toronto Defiant yesterday, I don't know, they didn't look that, bad. I think they looked pretty good. For New York Excelsior on the other side, I don't think, for me, I don't know what to expect from this. What can we expect for this matchup?
Dive. We're going to see New York Excelsior. They're going to play Winston or Wrecking Ball, and they're going to play Tracer Sombra. That's what they're going to play.
Who's this Sombra player, though? That's the question I have. Who's the Tracer? Like, Yaki's probably the Tracer player. Have we seen Flora Sombra since he's been in this league? I'm trying to think about it, racking my brain, and I don't think we have.
According to Noah, they have both played Sombra, but I don't know anything more than that. I just got a yes. Because that's what I asked myself, too. It's like, I feel like both of these guys have played Sombra in the past, but I don't know what to expect. Here's what I will say, though. New York Excelsior, I think they are the best. They play their best when they play like the Winston and the Wrecking Ball composition. And like if you put Yaki on Tracer, for example, like this is really when the New York Excelsior could come alive. So I honestly think I think there's a small chance of an upset here, and I'm looking forward to it.
I agree with Johnny. I think this should be a good meta for them theoretically. Am I buying in? They're 3-15. We always say that they should be good in this meta, all that type of stuff. Right. They haven't lived up to that expectation, but I'm curious to see. They are out of the playing spot right now. They need to start getting the wins, and if they were ever going to turn around, it will be in a meta like this.
Right. I mean, they are, again, 3-15. They definitely need as many wins they can get to get the play-in spot. But it's against Toronto Defiant, who are sort of on the rise right now. So let's take a look. Let's see who will get the win for this matchup, Toronto versus New York. And for all the action, we got Jakra.
Jakra.
Hi, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, guys. This is like Chakra, but Jakra?
Yeah, I like that. I vibe with that.
Oh.
That's good.
That's okay. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, okay.
I love how Costa and Johnny come out here and be like, "Yo, dude, this is their meta, man. There's an upset, bruh. Don't worry, they're gonna make it this
we're
time."
trying, Jack.
I'm a long-term
what do you want me to do?
of New York Excelsior stock, okay? But look, they're not doing great. Let's be real, okay? Scott, you had a 3-hour rant on Plat Chat the other day about Yaki not being a top flex DPS or like a DPS, and yeah, I mean, come on now. Come on now.
I am buying New York's stock low.
Buy it when it's low.
You're buying it low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sell it. What are you going to sell it, though?
I'm gonna sell it for so much
when are you going to
clout.
sell it?
Hold it forever.
Dude, we are so close to the end of the season. When do you sell it? I'm pretty sure the stock market will reset for next year. Maybe
for next year.
Like, what?
You know, run it back next year. You know,
Okay.
Yaki in the lineup. You know, maybe pick up a player or two. I'll sell it next year. I'll hold the bag for a bit. You know, I'm a patient guy. It's fine.
A patient guy. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay, dude. I mean, look, there is a small chance for an upset, okay? But Toronto, being Toronto, they still look pretty good.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, Jaws, okay, give us the number, okay? What's the percentage here? What's the percentage?
Give us the number.
We all agree that there is an outside shot. What the New York Excelsior have been looking somewhat better. They should be good in this meta. Are you going to go higher? Like, I'm thinking 15 to 20%, or am I being too generous here?
15? No.
15?
No, actually, no. I think about 15%. I think that's good. 15%.
That's what I was thinking.
There we go.
Okay.
Random numbers at you.
Give me all shares you got. I'm all in, baby. Let's go, New York. Yaki, get
Johnny's
it.
buying low, and he's going to sell lower. I can't wait. It's going to be a good year for the boys in the stock market, that's for sure. You're going to get eaten alive by Wall Street, my friend. All right, let's get into the game. Toronto Defiant versus the New York Excelsior. Is it going to be a dub for New York? We do talk about it a lot, Rose, and kind of like a little back and forwards there, but like, this should be their meta, right? There's a lot of components to their team that do favor a more like dive, like hyper-aggressive. Yaki on Tracer. Kellen has been a pretty good ball player. Winston looks pretty okay. Their backline, everybody's kind of always talked about how it's solid with Gangnam Jin and Ansun Jae, which is more of a later pickup for the New York Excelsior. They had a double flex support, and then they added Ansun Jae, so they've been a little bit all over the place, but the Toronto Defiant, they've come off like a really good streak at their own homestand. Like, they still probably feeling pretty good. They're 10-9 overall this season.
No, they're definitely in a good spot right now. The hype is still very high for them. And even yesterday versus the Atlanta Reign, that was a close match. I mean, I think like that was very devastating for the team of Toronto, but like they're always going to come back stronger and better than ever. And knowing that they, you know, what they felt from the fans at their homestand, I hope that can power them through to take on New York Excelsior today. We're seeing a consistent lineup from them. It's kind of been the same 5 as we saw through the Junker Queen meta, and now coming into this stage. Hoppa, this is why I thought you were biased, because it's Hoppa. Hoppa in tank role.
He is one of my favorite players.
I know.
So,
I know.
Toronto, do me proud. Wait, we got some. we got some Twilight DLC. I've not seen Twilight ever wear a hat. Twilight DLC just dropped.
Ooh.
New hat. Could be a hat diff. Maybe they got beaten by the Atlanta Reign. They were like, hey, look, at the end of the day, you just got to wear a hat and then you play better. Maybe that was the secret
he's
tip
getting
that they
serious.
were dropping. Exactly.
Turn backwards too, so he's getting really serious.
I mean, they kind of need to, right? They still need some wins here, and denying Excelsior is ever so sweeter. New York need wins. 3-15, like Danny was saying. It's a tough spot to be in. They want to be in the play-ins, but they are currently one of the bottom 3 teams we have in the league. But there is a couple of changes to the roster. Of course, Ansun Jae was added late. We do have Ho1 starting today, which is a little bit crazy. You'd think maybe Gangnam Jin would be it because of the honor, but we're actually seeing Ho1, who formerly, if people haven't tuned in a lot this season, don't worry, because we haven't really seen Ho1 all too much. We saw him against the Vancouver Titans a couple of weeks ago, where he only played 1 map on Gibraltar, and they ended up losing that map. Formerly Blue Moon, he went by, but now goes by Ho1. He's been the substitution a lot of the time for a lot of teams. Even when he was on O2 Blast, he subbed in for 1 game, 1 map on King's Row. So he's been this piece that maybe teams see as a quick fix. So we'll see if he can do that for the New York Excelsior.
Well, maybe you say quick fix, I say secret weapon. I think this could be the secret sauce. I mean, you said 15%. Maybe this
Were you taking higher?
I don't know. Maybe 20. Somewhere in the realm of 15 to 20. 15 was the first number that popped to my head when we were thinking about percentages, but just looking at how New York have performed over the course of the season. I know they've added in a few more pieces. They added a coach to their roster that I feel like has been having a fairly big impact. Like, Gesture as an assistant coach, I think is pretty big, especially for just being able to bolster up Kellen's confidence and making him into a better tank over the course of the season. Now you're in a situation where, like, you get to play to your own strengths. You're not forced into this Junker Queen mold. So like the desk was saying, maybe we do get a chance to see some more dive moments from New York and get that backed up by some of Yaki and Flora's best picks.
Yeah, maybe that is the secret tool that they need. I mean, clearly they've seen something in Ho1 that they like during scrims. I mean, with when it comes to dive, like Gesture's one of his better heroes was the Winston, so playing in this kind of meta might suit them quite well. Teaching Kellen a thing or two. Maybe has the Hyung effect, maybe. The older brother effect, just being able to grab a team that is so low down on the leaderboard right now and just bring them back up, because they're not theoretically out, right? And that's the big thing that's worth keeping in mind. They're not theoretically out, but you really need to be perfect, if not completely perfect, to make it into play-ins. I mean, it starts right here, right now. We'll see what they can do. Yaki, I can imagine, is going onto that Tracer, like Scott was saying. Oh, okay, Hopper. Yeah, okay. Teasing me a little bit there. Hoping we see the Battle Cattle, but it's not going to happen.
But
it's actually going onto the Zarya instead.
Well, I mean, don't you kind of like this look from him a little bit better? It's been proven, right? The Orisa, maybe not so much. We haven't seen a whole lot of it this season, but the Zarya, you know for sure Hoppa can run down some folks with that.
Looked like Kellen almost got booped off the map there, but managed to regain control of his feet as he jumped back up, but unfortunately gets rolled anyway. And there we go. Hopper started off this one quite strong. It's quite frustrating for Kellen. I mean, if he used that bubble early, Rose, he's right in the wings. He was on that high platform that entire time waiting for a hack.
I mean, not only that too, but Finale going to be on the Reaper. That's a pretty historic counter pick to Winston. Just because of how large of a hitbox that Winston has, you can just Wraith Form into the bubble, Wraith Form away. Just the mobility just makes it difficult for Winston to find that value. So Kellen does have to be very careful here.
Very aggressive push from Hopper and the gang. They don't find too much, they end up just speeding away. Bit of energy granted at least to Hopper, but as he was naded with no bubbles, he has to back off and counter what exactly? Kellen actually takes down Finale as the New York Excelsior do end up capping the point. That's a big disruption shot by Flores, hitting a minimum of 3 targets there on the side. Toronto Defiant and Ho1 with another big nade. Toronto Defiant health bars disappearing. Okay.
Woo!
Good sleep too.
This is what I mean. We still had some question marks maybe over how Ho1 was going to perform on New York. You give a lot of backstory on this player, but we haven't had too many examples. But I like what I'm seeing so far. At least those sleeps have been good. Those nades have been really impactful. And Yaki too. Look at that pulse bomb at the ready, just being able to get value.
God, you see his face there, yeah. He was not expecting that EMP so early. He just did it right in his face. All right, Excelsior still get a, 50% almost on the board, so you gotta take that.
Yeah, and for the EMP, when they didn't have to use anything, that's not too bad. Now you're kind of looking at a pretty even slate where Ansun J is not gonna have the sound barrier at the ready, but you still have 4 ults for New York versus the 4 that should be online for Toronto for this next fight. But I worry, how do New York really be able to respond to this Death Blossom and grab combo that could be coming out here from Papa and Finale?
Twilight gets booped down. Oh, a preemptive pulse bomb there from Yaki. Thought Twilight would just straight to the left, but ends up having fancier footwork. Finale gets slipped. Ho1's actually kind of nasty on these sleeps. Flora does end up taking down Finale with a headshot with that rail gun, but Toronto Defiant still in control. Hopper sustaining through that fight with a nano from Twilight. And Twilight's ability to stay alive in these fights is second to none. Excelsior didn't end up using that beat, even though Grav was thrown out by Toronto Defiant, so they'll have it for this next engagement.
No, they didn't have it yet. Ansunjae got killed before he was able to activate the beat. And even before I think it even came online. So yeah, the sound barrier is good, but gotta take out Finale first.
Chorong? Oh, Chorong dies. So does Twilight. Wow, there's the beat from the New York Excelsior. Tempo flipped in their favor now. It was OT, so they needed Summit. Kellen put his name on the board. Now 1-fight territory for Defiant.
Feeling pretty good about that too. I mean, they got 2 chances here if they're fast enough. If the Death Blossom doesn't work out, Hisu probably has enough time to get the EMP online too. And because of the late sound barrier, you know that's not going to be available for these final moments. So I think Toronto's feeling really good about this one as long as they play their cards right. Finale just needs to use this Death Blossom.
Oh, there's the stick. Oh, lands straight onto Chorong again. Oh, New York Excelsior. Right on the wall for Chorong. Both supports dead. It's pretty, you're still okay with that. You get one more fight, Death Blossom, EMP. But you can't give time to Ho1 here to build up towards that nano. It can save a key target.
Exactly. And I mean, Kellen might just even take some poke here. Look at that. He's just going to be playing far forward.
He's going to touch.
Yeah. You'll see the touch there, but, I think that in New York, he can definitely turn around. They just need to make sure that they force Hisu to use the translocator so that it takes some time away for this EMP.
All right, Kellen going for the engagement. There's the Death Blossom, and there are the kills. Ho1 and Ansun J end up getting shredded. Twilight kept alive by his teammate. Oh no, Kellen! Oh, Kellen! Oh my Kellen! Toronto Defiant. Yeah, they lose their main tank there, and they're going to lose control of that point. Toronto Defiant still have the nano. It may be a zero-charge Hopper, but it doesn't matter. Still a lot of damage. Overtime's ticking through. Just the Tracer to touch. Yaki has got Pulse. Maybe gets somebody. Does get nanoed. Throws the Pulse out, maybe. He has to get back to that mega health pack to get some additional HP. They are still fighting as the beat comes through. Toronto Defiant still have so much left in their tank to be able to fight this. Hopper even with a grab online in 5%. Ansun J's already dead, and Excelsior still need to continue to touch. It is Yaki on the board right now with a kill onto Finale. The stick comes out, hits Twilight. Yaki putting the team on his back. This is what you want to see if you're a New York Excelsior fan right now. Kellen's made his way back to the fight, but with little support, I'm not sure he can stay alive for too long. Hopper ends up killing him. He's used the grab already, so there are no ultimates left. Yaki finds a third kill. Ansun J gets back, but it's not enough. Toronto Defiant are going to take that round. Yaki with a backpack full of Excelsior right now, but unable to clutch it out in the final few moments.
That was still so impressive. How many members of New York were able to come back? Like, that was some. That was
like
so
Ansun
much
J
stall.
came back like 4 times. It's like, I'm back, and I'm dead, and I'm back. Oh, here's the double death blossom we saw a minute ago.
Right in the corner.
Boop. Yeah, you can't even sleep that either because it's bubbled, so didn't really have a chance to hit that with some counterplay.
No, that's why the Zarya is so good against Ho1's Ana. That's just, you just can't, there's not a whole lot to stop that when you've got the Zarya bubble around you. But Hoppa's not on Zarya this time, it's going to be the Diva. Now what do you have to say about this, Jack? Hoppa Diva?
Hoppa Diva?
Diva
It's
Hoppa.
always a good pick if Hoppa's playing it. There you go. I like the backline of the Toronto Defiant though right now. Chorong and Twilight. Oh, okay. I don't like that too much, and I don't think they do either. No eat for the nade for Hoppa. But being able to protect Twilight and Chorong is going to be good. However, a D-suit is not great, even a big anti-nade. Ho1's anti-nades have been pretty clean so far. Kellen taking out Hopper after he was hacked. Flora's in a bit of a precarious position, almost going melee mode versus the 2 supports from the Toronto Defiant, who are now playing in traffic. Yeah, the cars don't kill him. Excelsior did take him for a ride that way though. Toronto Defiant are going to have to reset. Excelsior do cap the point. And look at that ult charge too. Ho1's almost got that nano. Might be available for this next engage.
I think it was a mistake for Toronto to wait as long as they did over by that Mega. Because look at how much ultimate charge New York were able to farm off of them as they kept standing on that health pack that Hisu had hacked. And now I feel like New York are in just such a good position being able to take this high ground too, where Ho1 has amazing sight lines over the team, and especially when Kellen wants to play around this center platform. You're just going to be able to farm so much charge. That nano is coming online very quickly.
Look at oh yeah,
that
there's
doesn't
Yaki
feel
dead.
good.
Hisu was just perma trying to get Yaki there.
Yeah.
He was just in stealth looking for the hack onto Yaki. Nice boop onto Kellen by Twilight. Another nice boop by Twilight, just kicking people away. But yeah, Kellen, he did get kind of bogged there a little bit. He got that nano, but a whip shot from Chorong and then a kick from Twilight stopped him really doing all too much.
Just when Defiant's able to get these big first picks too, New York just have to play with their backs against the wall, and it doesn't allow them any room for error. And yeah, poor Kellen there getting bullied a little bit. But look at Hoppa too, just like all of the defense matrix, damage mitigation. He's gonna have the ult online.
What?
Looking for Yaki maybe for the pulse bomb?
How did no one see him there? He's just crouched.
Stealthy.
He's in the vents.
Yeah, get him out.
Same with Hisu,
Eject
to be
him.
fair. Look at him go. There's Transgate. There's the EMP. Oh, instantly Kellen and Flora fall over. Ansun J not quite quick enough to use that beat. Even if he used it preemptively, not sure it would have saved him as it would have got stripped away. Yaki does fall to Chorong, once again hitting with those whip shots. All right, Toronto. You can tell Excelsior was... It was really interesting there because Toronto Defiant were playing up, and that kind of telegraphed to Excelsior that Hisu had EMP, so they were very hesitant to move up road.
They just don't want to be the aggressor. They want to be able to react a little bit more, knowing that Toronto is going to be going in for hacks. They're going to be going in with the Tracer in the back line, Hoppa even diving in too. So they are just kind of playing this patient game, but Yaki looking for that target finally.
Oh, sticks the wall. Even a rally from Chorong there, that could have been deadly if that pulse bomb did land. Florin on an interesting angle. Didn't quite find that shot, hit the Chorong shield. As Kellen is just getting farmed right now, but he do be farming to himself. He got a double kill. Excelsior don't control the point right now, so Toronto Defiant, if they can brawl out for long enough, it's going to be good for them. Kellen does end up going down now with 90%. Excelsior needs to come back pretty quickly. Yaki and Flora should be able to touch, but it'll be final fight.
Yeah, look at the two. I mean, Hisu has the EMP. That should just be a deal breaker right there. Toronto should take this.
Hisu just waiting for... Oh, Yaki can't even touch now. I don't think anybody can touch. Oh, no, the EMP does come out. Kellen jumps over, dead before he hit the ground. And the Transcendence to boot. Toronto Defiant had way too much there for Excelsior to deal with. Even, I mean, Twilight right-clicking Yaki was the cherry on top. Toronto Defiant, they're going to claim map number 1 against New York Excelsior.
Good stuff coming out from Toronto. That should be a nice confidence booster there, too. Just having a strong start. New York, though, no slouch in this map. Still able to take that first round really, really close there on Gardens. And we're seeing so many bright moments. Hole 1, really nice nades, great sleeps. And also just the Yaki lift there, vanity deadlift, as we could maybe say, on that final round too. So really good stuff. I think we're gonna have another good one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's any roster changes. Can't imagine there will be though, but we'll have to wait and see after the break. We'll see in a bit. Welcome back. Toronto off to a good start with a 2-0 on control. Heading to everybody's favorite map, Kings Row. Now we'll see what Excelsior want to play here. Well, same with Toronto, to be fair. We do have a substitution, double flex support. Ho1, Gangnam Jin in for Excelsior now. Ansung J taking a step back.
Yeah, so maybe we see the Ana and the Zenyatta here, which seems to be the kind of a classic flavor as we look towards even just our second series of the day, just having the Zenyatta and Ana constantly available for both Florida and Gladiators. But, you know, I like the sight lines. I like how Ho1 has been playing with the Ana, so I think this should hopefully
pretty
be
good.
Yeah, hopefully a smooth transition to work with Gangnam Jin here.
Yeah, hopefully. That's what you need right now for Excelsior. You need dubs, and you need them fast.
Yes.
Okay, not fast, but you know, you just need.
You need dubs, and you need them now.
Just a couple of W's. That's all I'm asking for, Chief. Right, Excelsior on the defense. Toronto Defiant on the offense. Will we see the infamous Orisa? Will we see it? No, probably not.
No?
Probably not. But I want to see it. I want to cast some Orisa. I'm going to be real.
We'll get the chance. We'll get the chance.
Orisa, very
Just give
fun
us an
character.
Atlanta Rain game so we can see Hawk go nuts.
True.
That was crazy yesterday.
That is very true and real. It is. All I'm saying is, her javelin is potentially one of the most satisfying abilities in the game now.
Yeah.
If you play it at the Overwatch 2 beta, obviously the game comes out soon, right? So you'll be able to play it soon. But hitting a javelin onto someone and then them getting hit into a wall, like, it's satisfying. Like no other. There's a lot of abilities in this game that are quite satisfying, but there's something about like throwing a giant javelin at somebody, especially a support or a small, like a DPS, one of the small characters, you know, and then just, yeah, it's pretty awesome. Especially when you hit from long range too, that does feel pretty good.
Yeah, just yeet it across the map or something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I feel like that's why like watching sleeps from like a far distance are always so satisfying too. Like just any of those projectiles hitting their mark is really fun. But no, sorry, Jaws, we are not seeing any Orisa. It's going to be more of the same from both of these teams. With the Zarya and the Reaper here for Toronto Defiant, and New York actually going to put Flora on the Ashe this time around. So having that dynamite damage for when Toronto try to make their move through these stairwells.
God, you've got to be careful of that damage there, Hopper. He's got one bubble. Does use it to push forward. A lot of squishy supports in his sights. Separates himself from the rest of the team. Even gets anti, but he doesn't care. Him and Falani, two-man wrecking crew to push onto this first point. Kellen is, well, he do be chilling. No, he's back. He's running away. It's all good. Yeah, didn't really have a say in that fight whatsoever.
No, and in Flora too, just really not feeling the Ashe right now, apparently. You're going to go ahead and use the DPS ultimate passive to keep a little bit of that ult charge, but ultimately switch over to the Sojourn. And I feel like that's been pretty effective. When you have these long straightaways as well and the disruptor shots that Flora has been able to control some of that territory with, that could really help out New York here to funnel people on Toronto into a position where Yaki can just kind of go in and maybe get a pulse bomb, get a quick one clip, anything to really help out the damage front here.
See Finale like baiting Flora. He's like, I know you're high energy.
Yeah.
I know you are. Just take the shot so we can go in. All right, there's that disruptor shot. Didn't really hit too many people. A little bit of damage onto Hopper, but that's just about it. Hack onto Kellen. He is nanoed, but now he's sleep. Nice stick from Yaki, though. Just ran through, but a perfectly timed bubble from Hopper to save Finale's life. Yaki a little bit pissed about that one, I can imagine. A nano boost available for the Toronto Defiant as they walk this payload through the streets. Gangnam Jin, who's changed over to the Lucio for this streets phase. Oh, Hopper! Yeah, other way, friend. Other way. 100 energy. And a little bit of a dream. Let's see those mortars hit. Looks like New York Excelsior want none of this. They've actually done a good job, Rose, of just backing all the way up, but now they've got to contend with this grab and EMP.
I mean, Kellen's going to go ahead and peek his head out, just try to get some charge here for Ho1 to try to get that nano back online and also draw the attention away as Yaki's just in the back.
Oh my god, everything thrown in there. You got that beat to sustain, Hopper throws in the grab so they can just int onto it. Very quick pace by the Toronto Defiant. And they got EMP and they got Death Blossom for last point.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty good.
That feels good. Wow.
I mean, Flora's going to have to come up big with this overclock. He has to snipe somebody to stop this like ridiculous pace that they're setting. 5+ minutes. We've seen a lot of fast pushes on Kings.
Yeah, I was going to say Gladiators-esque? Gladiators-esque. I don't know if Flora even gets the overclock online here, Jack. Like, before Hisu goes in with the EMP, this is a race against time.
All right, Excelsior trying to look for something in this fight. There goes the EMP, and Kellen instantly killed. And they still have that Death Blossom building up. 4 minutes plus. Flora's got the ult rose, so he did get it, luckily. But look who's in the back line. Oh, it's Finale. Oh, baited. It was looked like he went for the ult there, but not quite so much. He's just going to hold in this small corridor. There's the nano. Oh, the Death Blossom comes out. Nice boop onto Finale by Gangnam Jin to stop him getting any damage done with that ultimate. All right, Toronto Defiant, they're forced back.
And the disruptor shot too. Just unfortunately, Hisu will be able to get away, but yeah, I mean, Flora was able to come in clutch, but it looked a little dicey there. There's still over 4 minutes for New York to have to defend this third point. Hopefully they can continue to rotate through things with a Primal Rage to just disrupt Toronto's brawl. But I mean, you gotta contest for this high ground too. A lot of responsibility on Kellen's shoulders.
Look at that. Oh, Flora just got 2-tapped there. Yeah, that over health from that Lucio ult means absolutely nothing when you're that close with the Reaper. And using those Hellfire shotguns. 3.5 minutes to go for the Toronto Defiant, and they have basically wiped Excelsior. Flora's going to come back on a Reaper of his own, but I think it might just be too late. A teleport? Oh, Kellen can't quite get there either. Kellen was also pretty low, so not sure how much of effect that would have had. 3.5 minutes for Toronto. See if Excelsior can match.
That's lightning fast. It might be a tough one, but especially when like Finale's Reaper.
Yeah.
Gotta remember the buff that Reaper got. The Hellfire shotgun spread was reduced from 8 to 7 degrees, so it's a lot tighter. You're gonna hit way more of that damage into whoever you were shooting at, especially at that close of a range. And when you're looking at larger targets too, like a Winston.
Yeah, it's all headshots.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's just critical damage right there.
Yeah, I think Mitch talked about it, or maybe Matt. Probably Mitch. But that was what everybody was running in the very early days of like Alpha and Beta and stuff, because Reaper did get nerfed, and that was the thing that got nerfed, was the spread on the shotguns. And now that's been buffed slightly again. You can see Reaper being a little bit more viable. Although, to be fair, everything's viable right now, it feels like. Even the battle cows, so not complaining. Let's see what Toronto... yeah, I mean, that's fair. Have we seen Bastion yet? We haven't, right?
Not this stage.
No. I would love to see more Bastion. He did get buffed.
He did get buffed.
So, yeah. So his Ironclad passive has been enabled again. So when he's in wheels mode, when he's like a little walking turret, he does get 20% damage reduction. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough, unfortunately, to make him meta.
No, Junker Queen Bastion strat. 30% movement speed buff. Go.
And then Lucio on top, so you're just whizzing.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like an F1 car, but you're Bastion.
I want to see it. Oh, maybe someday, but not today. Same old here for both of these teams. I mean, Gangnam Jin actually going to be going with the Zenyatta to kick things off again. I just don't feel like the Lucio is providing the presence necessary. But you really need to be able to follow up on those Discord orbs. And this is going to be kind of slow going here for New York. They're playing this, more dive-centric composition with the Winston and the Tracer. But Toronto can just kind of run at anybody who decides to try to get close. So do you have time for the setup?
You do really need Flora to open this one up with a headshot with that railgun. Oh, Yaki with a nice blink away from Isu, doesn't get hacked. Finale dead though is not good. Kellen's going to have an easier time now as they drop to the point. They've already gained a tick. It's now up to Toronto what they want to do about this. Twilight's got the nano in a couple of percent, so maybe sending Hopper down there to contest. They got to do it soon because third tick is on the horizon. Nano boost comes out, it's on Hopper. Yaki fails the jump with the double blink. He gets taken down by Choron. Hopper naded, instantly cleanses himself with his own bubble, and Kellen once again put to sleep. Twilight does not miss those. New York Excelsior have a couple of DPS ultimates, but that's just about it. 2 ticks on the board with 2 minutes remaining. Not too shabby, though.
No, not too
kill onto
bad.
Choron.
Oh, don't know if you need it either. Overclock's happening.
Okay, Hopper, what you got for me? 10% towards that grab. Already used one bubble. He's getting booped and bopped around, and that bubble from Kellen was actually kind of clean. It stopped Hopper from getting healed. Floor with a nice triple kill to capture the point. So they get a payload going. Okay, 4 minutes in the time bank, and Gangnam Jin is going to be the payload, unfortunately.
Be
Just
the
support
one
things.
with the payload.
Yeah.
No, don't worry. I think Ho1's gonna join him too, just to make sure that the payload is extra safe, extra supportive.
True.
But you know,
Very true.
Hoppa did get the Graviton Surge like before he got taken down. So that's available now. If he really wants to pair that with the Death Blossom, that should be coming online too. But Hoppa's been more than okay
look at
with
the
just
speed.
popping the grab. There we go.
Nice Transcendence. Can Violet get the nade? Doesn't look like he has it online. The beat from the Toronto Defiant. They're going to have to use it for that. Oh, the stick. It didn't land. Chorong was on the floor, and the pulse bomb landed right next to it. Good start from Yaki. Can they follow it up, though? Kellen. Oh! Jesus. You got slaughtered. Just a little one-shot to the head.
Yeah.
That's rather painful.
They're like jumping over him too, though, and then you hear like the shots.
Style
and you're
points.
like, yeah,
Style
goodbye. Well, that's the Graviton Surge off the table, though. So is the Sound Barrier. Toronto now really looking to kind of solidify their defensive hold here as Hisu just keeps farming up the CMP. And the EMP Death Blossom, this was a fight winner there for them on Oasis.
Oh, what a nade. Ooh. Oh, finally goes down to a headshot. But yeah, you see Kellen kind of jump in, got naded. Unfortunate. We'll see what Ho1 can do with this nano boost, bros.
Maybe just give it over to Kellen. Just make sure that he's a little bit closer to that Primal Rage.
Oh,
but
another pick.
Wait, press the advantage here, New York.
Okay. Flora's going crazy. Oh, he gets the nano. He's got the ult too. You got to be careful. One shot into Twilight. A second shot hitting Hopper's dome. He gets healed up just a little bit, somehow surviving. Flora using basically his whole ultimate there to kill Hopper. Beautiful stuff from the marksman. New York Excelsior should be able to get this second point now with the status of the Defiant right now all the way back in their spawn. Almost a 4-minute time bank going on to third Rose.
Well, here in New York, you absolutely need to take an eco push. Like, they're not going to be able to match the pace of Toronto right now. It's, unless they just keep kind of getting these big first picks. Flora just, like, honestly opening this up right now for New York. That overclock just won them that second point. Now you need to be able to take third. Flora's taken names. Maybe you don't even give Toronto a chance to use this EMP or this Death Blossom.
He's who's positioning right now. He's with Finale on the flank.
Oh, yeah, look, they're
EMP
looking
could be
for it.
pretty big. They've already spotted Ho1 and Yaki. Oh, he did get revealed. No, he's good. So a silent stealth assassin. Finale super low and Yaki picks him out. It's a really nice play there. He didn't have that Wraith Form. Pulse bomb for Yaki. Escorted by Gangnam Jin. The stick's good. The bubble's better. Hopper saves his flex support. And earns himself a Graviton Surge. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And the New York Excelsior, they don't expend a ton in that fight. Only that Pulse Bomb, but it gave Toronto Defiant enough time to build up to a couple of support ultimates of their own.
Yeah, I think you take the trade right now if you're Toronto. Just like, you know, the Pulse Bomb coming at you, just using that opportunity to capitalize on that forward positioning, use the EMP. He's just back on a signature pick of the Ashe, and that definitely has way more point presence.
Oh, the disrespect. Flora gets solo grabbed there, but receives the beat from Gangnam Jin to keep him alive. Death Blossom in the back. Harkens back to Beyblade era. He only gets Flora as Ho1 throws himself off the map there just to hit the reset. They know how much Toronto Defiant invested into that fight. So New York deciding to go again. Finale switching over to the Genji. Okay.
All right, I mean, why not at this point?
Chorong to the Zen.
We're going to see them switch to heroes that are going to be a little bit better at getting that burst damage. You've got the Orb of Discord online now. When you know you don't have any ultimates on the board, I don't think you care too much about giving up anything because you've got nothing to give. So go for these quick picks, go for this more explosive types of damage, and see if you can outlast those ultimates of New York. You just need to get them to overtime here.
Oh, Yaki almost instantly died there. He's good though. Kellen's also pretty low. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. Gangnam Jin is already dead. A lot of reflected damage straight back. Yaki hits the recall, only granted 100 HP. Flora still opening up a lot of these fights with this railgun, and even Kellen trying to find a little something extra. But he's so low, and with a Discord Orb applied, you're not winning those, unfortunately. Does Toronto Defiant looking like they want to hold Excelsior here? Flora even switching over to the Ashe to match Hisu, but will he get a Bob in this minute? Hisu's got one in about, well, now.
Yep, that's online. Charong's going to have the Transcendence online, so double support ultimates for Toronto in these final few seconds. And Yaki just, again, looking with Flora to try to get a pick, because that's really what it's going to take right now. Force out the Transcendence, outlast that, hope that you get something else online for yourself.
There's the pick, Rose.
There you go.
That's exactly what you need. They're going to nano finale though as he jumps to the back. He did get naded and he's so low, 13 HP. Dashes back to the Transcendence to heal himself back up with a kill onto hole 1. Excelsior need to reset, and they need to reset fast. 20 seconds to go.
And Finale and Hisu now can still play Doorman with the Bob and of course the Dragon Blade. Gangnam Jin still doesn't have the Transcendence up yet, so this damage is going to stick.
Yeah, are they even going to be able to touch? Finale's built his Dragon Blade up pretty damn quick, by the way. Oh, Yucky! Nope. Shin's broken, and so are Excelsior. Toronto Defiant with a second map under their belt. Looked pretty good for Excelsior entering into that third point. They couldn't quite cross that final mark there.
Toronto definitely making it difficult for them. Just the way that they were able to lock everything down, and also just using the empty slate to give themselves some different pieces to make that defense even impenetrable. Just good stuff from them. New York is still putting up a great fight, but they've got to turn it around this next map.
Yeah, Flora's definitely had a good game so far on King's Row. See if they can turn it around, if there's any subs after the break. Welcome back. The time has come to see your heroes rise at the Grand Finals. Pre-sale tickets are on sale right now, so make sure you go grab them. Get early access and a pre-sale discount by subscribing to the Overwatch League newsletter. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Anaheim, California, in the Anaheim Convention Center, where some say it all began, Rose. I mean, it's going to be a banger. I can only assure you.
It's gonna be a good time.
Half the weather might be too hot, but I don't know.
You don't really? Oh, come on.
Actually, at that time of year, it won't be too bad.
No,
actually,
that's gonna be gorgeous. Yeah. Gorgeous.
It will be the perfect level of weather.
Yes, it's like 70 degrees. That's Fahrenheit.
That would be perfect.
That's pretty perfect. Or like 65.
As long as it's not near 100.
No.
I don't think.
Is it still 100 over there?
No, it's definitely cooled down a little bit, but yeah, me and Matt were complaining on the way back from Toronto how hot it was.
Good.
All right, we're into map number 3 this series. So Toronto are 2 maps up already if you've only just joined us. We do have a couple of substitutions too. We have Although and Muse coming in for Defiant.
All right, Muse. Huh. This is exciting. Muse and Aldo. Now, what do you make of this, Jack? I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of Muse recently, just because of like the Junker Queen meta. But like Winston, Dive. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, it just feels like we want to run Genji and we want to run Winston.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what it feels like to me. We'll see if Excelsior can kind of come back here. They're still 3-15, of course, for the season. They're in with a chance of getting to the play-ins, but it's looking rather slim. They need the win. They really, really do.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it starts here for them. They haven't made any adjustments going into this map, and I do think that on Dorado, you fare a little bit better being able to run the dive that you would like to be able to if you're New York. Like, you have the pieces. You've got the Kellen Winston, you've got Yaki and Flora that can really follow up with that. I think Yaki's Tracer has been really impressive already so far this series, and then Hoan as well on the Ana. Just really being able to keep the team up as long as, they're not getting too hard focused. We'll see if that continues to happen. I mean, I do get a little nervous when I see Aldo come in because he does like to go after the back line a lot. So Ho1 and Gangnam Jin do need to be very careful if they continue to run this double flex support. There's not a whole lot of escape with either of those heroes unless you decide that you're going to run the sleep dart. But that has to hit its mark. So very little room for error.
Yeah, definitely easier said than done most of the time. I'm really curious what Muse wants to run. Does he run Ball? I almost doubt it. He's, probably going to play Winston. And then Although on the Genji, but I could be wrong. Obviously, there are some spawns, so not worth speculating right now.
No.
We've seen Flora back on the Ash. So Flora did fantastic work for New York Excelsior on map number 2 on King's Row, just opening it up with the railgun shots and even a couple of nice shots on the Ash. We'll see how they want to play this one. Yeah, it's going to be Muse Winston and Although on the Genji. I'm waiting.
Waiting?
I wait. I'm waiting. Okay, there we go. Tracer. Okay.
Oh. Okay. Well, now that's kind of a different look right now. To be fair, like, we haven't seen a whole lot of Tracer yet from Toronto. It really has been very focused on like the Sombra and the Reaper, unless Finale kind of feeling forced to play the Tracer on City Center. But I mean, although it really does have the capacity to play quite a few of these more like solo mission-oriented heroes.
Wow, I want to giving us a treat right now on these anti-nades. Hit a double there onto Toronto Defiant as they try to push their way onto the high ground.
Yeah, so I'm just going to eat my words real fast. And let's just talk about how well New York Excelsior are doing on the defense right now. Yeah, super impressive plays so far, and I think that when you're able to play Kellen on the Winston, and on Dorado specifically, you can see that Kellen's going to try to balance playing on this high ground to be able to control the ground units of Toronto.
Okay, Hisu with a nice little one-tap there onto Yaki. All right, now they're getting past the pain point. Bit of an easier angle here for Hisu to shoot at. They'll be on his level, rather than Flora just towering above him. Very, very close range fight for an Ash. He even jumps in there with the coach gun onto Kellen. Oh, and Choron, of course, he's just swinging away. So you take the high ground away from the Ash team and the Zen team. Pretty tough for them to rotate freely.
Even after
already. Wow,
yeah.
Isu's on the high ground.
No, you just take that point. You can't even get back if you're New York. Toronto definitely did what they needed to do, which was just kind of ignore the high ground. If you get the payload underneath, like as you mentioned, New York just didn't get the rotation they would have wanted to as quickly, so they got punished for that. Kellen just got completely isolated from his team and unable to get the healing necessary, but New York, they don't walk away with nothing here. They got the nano out of Twilight, and they have 4 ultimates on the board.
Ooh, although, yeah, that recall just didn't expect that damage from Flora. You see him blink into the wall there by accident. That was unfortunate. With him going down too, it's pretty rough because Excelsior, they need to be able to just hold this point or this section of the map so Flora can have free reign on this high ground. Same with the Gangnam Jin. Yaki hunting, waiting, spots Hisu, pings in. Oh! Flora just killed him before he got the pulse on him. All right, okay, that's teamwork and then some. Chorong does manage to peel for Twilight quite effectively. And now it is Flora versus the world. Look at that. Oh, nice little shot onto Muse. Muse went in pretty damn deep. Even a Bob available for Flora if he just wants to guarantee this fight. Looks like he's going to do that.
Well, that's 4 ultimates off the board here from New York, and a large overcommitment. They didn't need all 4 of those, and I think that's a huge miscommunication from the team. Already you saw that there was a mismatch there where, you know, Flora had already picked off Hisu, and then Yaki went in, still threw the pulse bomb, didn't find any value from that. I don't know what pressured out Gangnam Jin to use that Transcendence, but now that's not on the board to be able to give you sustain versus this Bob, so you don't have any choice really but to back up from the Bob, which Toronto can just use as a zoning ultimate here. That's rough. That's just rough if you're New York having to use so many resources at once.
Oh wow, look at that. Choron gets that nano from Twilight to make sure he stays alive as Kellen got a nano of his own and jumped down to the low ground. Alright, the payload is still moving. As soon as it's under this bridge, Excelsior going to have a lot less room to kind of work with, but Flora's still dominating from the height. Isu's just not really had a say in a lot of these fights because Flora's just constantly there, just tagging him, just constantly putting pressure on him and his healers to keep him alive. Another couple of kills from Flora. All right, Excelsior, let's see what you got. 2 more minutes to go. They are not letting them go with this high ground. And Toronto Defiant, Rose, it looks like they're more than willing to kind of push under, but that gives Flora so much room.
Well, especially with the dynamites, and then you've got Yaki that'll come in and just do the cleanup. That's dangerous. And no matter how you slice it, Toronto just really are trying to mitigate damage, but yeah, ultimately kind of doing more. But they're going to take a different approach this time. They're going behind the church and trying to go through the courtyard, but New York have definitely sniffed that out. Yaki's giving that intel over right away. You can see Gangnam Jin also just throwing volleys. See if anybody's going to peek their head out that way.
Ooh, look at that, yeah.
The wraparound. Oh, the bait!
They form a little conga. Oh, Choron fell off. Oh, they all fell off. Oh, rip.
All
fell
right.
off. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate, losing Muse. And the payload was in quite an awkward... Oh, God. All right. Although turned into barbecue there. The payload was in kind of an awkward position too, Rose, because it wasn't far enough where Toronto Defiant could get the high ground and then get the payload under them.
Yeah.
Although with Chorong and Hisu picking up kills, with Hisu receiving the nano this time around, this might be the push that they require.
Yeah, the wraparound is good. They just kind of pincered New York as they went after them in the stairwell, and that bought enough time for the rest of Toronto to come back. And yeah, just like that, huge flip of the script here for Toronto. Hisu as the Bob. I mean, Flora can still throw that one out, and New York is still winning in the economy race. But I don't know, if Hisu can keep getting shots like this, then maybe we're in okay shape for Toronto.
There's the Bob. They're shooting at each other. They do be having a showdown, though, while the rest of the action is taking place. Now the boost onto Kellen. Overtime is approaching, 15 seconds to go, and Flora kills. Oh, just just a casual double kill on the back line from Flora. You know how it'd be. 10 seconds to go. The Toronto Defiant have 1 member in the vents in Excelsior's base. Maybe they can touch, maybe not. Chong's even switched to Lucio. It is although, can he get the payload touch? No, he doesn't, but someone does. Excelsior, they still need to defend. Can it? Oh, no. Although gets the retouch just in time, but it's going to be staggered members of Toronto. Defiant, Kellen now playing Gatekeeper. Muse using the Primal Rage, but that looks like it's going to be it. There you go. The payload is going to halt right there and then.
Right, stopped right before that second point. This is really good defense from New York. Hisu didn't find nearly as much value on this map as in King's Row. And then you also have to take a look at how well Kellen was just controlling high ground. That was masterfully done. I think that's one of Kellen's brightest moments this season, is just how well he was able to navigate keeping control of high ground, but also reacting and responding to what Toronto were throwing New York's way. Great reactions.
Yeah, very winnable for New York. Toronto Defiant, like you mentioned, couldn't give Hisu enough value, enough space to get good dynamites or just get a good angle onto New York Excelsior. Flora had him that entire round, it felt like. We'll see if the same thing can be said for this one. Oh, this must be Flora's little double kill onto the backline. Oh, look at that. They're just lining up for him.
Oh.
Nice little quickscope shot there onto Chorong, and then... Boop.
Yeah, they were trying to group up, but they just walked right into his sight lines without looking in that direction. I don't even know if that would have helped, though, if we had actually seen the Brig shield go up for the regroup. There was a lot going on in those last 15 seconds, and yeah, who knows? Who knows how that would have played out? But it didn't play out to get the second point, so now Toronto are looking to try to defend before that. Same old from them. This time it's going to be like, you know, Muse trying to control the high ground, and we'll see how that goes.
It's a pure mirror, too.
Yeah.
Both teams run the same thing. Nice little body block on Kellen. Yep, no escaping that one. All right, Hisu has the high ground. This is what Toronto need to be able to defend here. It wasn't granted it last time, really.
No, but maybe Hisu, like, just needs the sight lines, needs that space, and it just bides a little bit better on the defense. Means that Flora's going to have a little bit of a rougher time trying to get those headshots onto Hisu as well, but also... Yes, scare the Tracer out of its hiding hole.
That is a duel you don't usually take, the Ashe versus the Tracer, but Flora does it anyway. He did have the orb on him, so he would have been a little bit safe, but still. Flora's got some cracked aim at the best of times. Easy trying to... Look at what New York Excelsior are doing. I mean, Yaki's just trying to distract Hisu long enough so the rest of his team can make an entrance. Both Tracers recalling there. Another nice nade from Ho1. Lights up Chorong and Twilight. But the slow but steady progress is currently being made by New York.
But Toronto, they're not just letting the payload get pushed underneath without giving up some of that space too. Like, they're making that quick rotation that we would have liked to see New York have done when it was their turn to defend. And like, yeah, bought enough time for the Nano to come online, and might be all she wrote for this attack push, for this fight.
Like it. Nice. Oh, wait, Muse almost went into the terrain then. Oh my god. Is he going to survive? He is. Wow, he gets out alive.
Impressive. Thanks, Twilight. Thank
Twilight being the savior there. I mean, at least Excelsior have their own Nano now.
Yes.
So they can look to open this one up a little bit better than they have been already.
I mean,
Double
look.
pulse bomb for either Tracer.
Look, Kellen too, like outpacing Muse just a little bit with the Primal Rage, and so with the Nano, you're bound to get that Primal online, and then maybe push your way past, get Flora a bit more space, and have that Bob come online too. There's a lot that New York could throw at this one, and they have a minute and 30 seconds to do so.
There's the first kill, and it's Flora. Nano onto Kellen, forces the Transcendence out of Chorong as he leaps for Hisu, bumps his feet, but he's still activating that Primal Rage. Hisu's being kept alive, not for long though. Yeah, Twilight couldn't repeat that because the Bob was right next to his position. Bob on Bob violence there as Flores takes out Hisu's. Might have been a different story there if Hisu managed to stay alive, but good positioning from the New York Excelsior as they take that first point. Blue box of victory just before that second one. All they need is that high ground and let Flora pop off.
Might be able to take it too. Kellen has been doing such a good job of creating that space, but wow, are they going through the museum right now? Okay, no, maybe they were kind of posturing around it for a little bit, but whoa.
We'll take that.
Yeah,
nice pulse one to gang the Jin, forcing the Transcendence. It's pretty good. It's a big ultimate out the way.
Yeah. I mean, you're at least like with 3 minutes left, you're expecting that you'll be able to get maybe 1, 2 more online, depending on how fast Gangnam Jin is really generating these. So it's not too bad. There's not a whole lot else you're saving it for either, except unless you want to try to contest with the Bob if you don't feel like you can get out of the way. But Yaki also, you know, trying to look for a pulse bomb. Sleep.
What a sleep by Ho1 there, and manages to survive it. Wow. It looked like it was a death sentence there for him, as Twilight also lobbed the nade after Muse as he was nanoed. Good peel from Excelsior. Couple of minutes to go. They're playing the Gladiators game right now, just permanent pressure on that payload. A boop from Chorong. Yeah, he's using his feet, but Kellen with the LG and a leap onto Hisu. Twilight does sleep him, but Twilight is so low right now, and in fact, so is Muse. The Toronto Defiant not having a good mainstay on that high ground. Like you mentioned, Rose, perfectly, Kellen's been doing a fantastic job of stopping Toronto Defiant getting these angles.
There's no one else that you really need to send with him either. He's fully trusting that Ho1 and Gangnam Jin are going to be able to like help him out. And oh my god, look how low Muse is touching the cart.
Yeah, he only had that Zen heals. He was kind of looking at Chong to give him some health. Yaki, and although dueling out on the point. Yaki here with the recall as he was glowed bright purple from that anti-nade from Twilight. Hisu dead. Means that Twilight might be in a little bit of trouble, as is Chorong. This is the last legs for the Toronto Defiant, although hit with another recall, but couldn't get back to the payload in time. The New York Excelsior maybe looking at a reverse sweep. I feel like I've said that twice already today. I mean, hey, you take those. New York
15%.
taking Dorado in 15%. It's still, you know, it's still there. Still a low percentage, but it's possible. I mean, Flora just had a fantastic game on the Ashe. Just didn't give Hisu a chance.
No. Flora and Kellen too, both of their presence is absolutely being felt in this game. Whether it was headshots from the Ashe, just Kellen. I don't know. That's a power duo right there, and Toronto's going to need to figure out something fast against that if they don't want to get run over by it and reverse swept.
Let's have a look how that pans out. Toronto Defiant, New York Excelsior going to a map number 4. We'll see in a sec. Toronto Defiant and the New York Excelsior going to map number 4. Pretty reminiscent of our earlier series. Maybe New York looking for that reverse sweep. We're going on to Colosseo as our next map. This is for push. Got substitutions in too. So Finale and Hopper coming back in for Toronto.
Yeah, going back to starting lineups here for the match. And especially on Colosseo, it makes a lot of sense. I think Muse is going to be used by New York Excelsior primarily as a Winston specialist, and Hoppa just has a lot, or excuse me, Hoppa just has a lot of, you know, versatility when it comes to being able to play like the Zarya. We've seen just a lot of different looks from him already, and I think like the Zarya is the one that really makes a lot of sense here, just to kind of keep running down New York.
Yeah, Ansun Jay's back in too, so yeah, complete starting lineups for both teams. Colosseo is the map. Does make sense though, Rose, like you were saying, you want to run less main tanks, maybe have Hopper back on that Zarya. I mean,
yes.
Hey, it's been working out, right? The Zarya Sombra Reaper comp, kind of rush style, flavors of old, something that a lot of teams were rather used to earlier on in the season. Speaking of which, the season's gone by pretty quickly. I always feel like this. I'm like, wow, it's we're in the last tournament already, or the last qualifiers, or however you want to call it. I know. I don't want to bring the mood down or anything.
No, I'm sad now.
It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Don't be sad. We're seeing Toronto take on New York. There you go.
No, it's true though. I'm here. I'm here for it. I'm here for all the action so far. It's been really exciting. Flora and Kellen specifically on Dorado just like really livened up the match and just honestly came alive for themselves. When you look at their stats as well, Kellen and Flora, they only died 4 times. They got, what, 13 final blows for Kellen, 11 final blows for Flora. The insane amount of damage they pumped into that too. Like 12,000 damage for Flora. Almost 10,000 for Kellen. It was just like night and day, I feel like. But that was when you had a lot of verticality to play with. Kellen really looked like he was like in his element for that. But we don't have the same type of verticality here. And Kellen is running into some of the same barriers that were holding him back in these first 2 maps of the series, and that's the Reaper, the Zarya, and the Sombra. Jack, it's back, and I don't think Kellen's going to be too happy about that.
It is back. Ansun Jay, definitely not happy about that. Yaki does finding a solo kill. In fact, a double solo kill onto Chong and Twilight. How does he do it? I do not know. No supports now for the Toronto Defiant, but no health bar for Yaki. Yeah, did get hacked, so couldn't hit that recall. Couldn't hit those blinks. Not going to move too far though. These fights are going to reset pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're still playing to try to take that meterage advantage, and so New York's going to try to push that with all they've got. Flora gets a little bit bailed out there by Kellen, though, with the bubble. Has to power slide back, just really get out of the way.
Oh! Finale teleporting in front of Flora. No, not exactly where he wanted to be, but he chose to do it anyway. Hisu translocated back, Flora just tagging him. Just knew exactly where that translocator was placed and finished him off. New York Excelsior standing at quite a good pace for themselves, and Colosseo is definitely a map where you can play super far up. You take that high ground, you give Flora position. He's even got that overclock Rose. I mean, Excelsior look fantastic right now. Nano boost onto Kellen. As now he marches on forward, trying to force bubbles out of Hopper, so it's easier for Flora and Yaki to get their work done. A boop killed for Finale, onto Finale, and Hopper falling. Like, Toronto Defiant. This book getting unstitched. Twilight dead, goodbye. Wow, this is a New York Excelsior just turning this whole series around. This pace is what we wanted to see from them from the very beginning.
Right. I mean, this is going to be butt scratch mode initiated. Hisu's not even going to try to translocate maybe onto the point. Oh, just going for the EMP. They don't even care if they get the checkpoint here.
Yeah, Hisu using that old super aggro, like getting taking care of Kellen, but that's a big ultimate off the cards.
I don't know. I just feel like you would have tried to like do it on top of the to like contest or something before that checkpoint got unlocked. It must feel really
spotted.
I don't know.
You're right. Hisu pretty low too. A lot of people pretty low on the Toronto Defiant side. Finale chasing after Flora with the shotguns. Oh, he's nano, but power sliding away to safety. And Yaki takes care of Hisu. Toronto Defiant, they've still got Grab and they've got Death Blossom. They also have that beat. Looks like they're going to use both of those at the same time. Not sure where that grab went. It actually landed on Ansun J's head. He did use the sound barrier. It applied to 3, but he still ends up going down. A good sleep from Ho1 will end Finale's life. Rather scrappy fight right now, but Toronto Defiant, lacking their Reaper, lack a lot of that damage. And Yaki is just pumping it into the back line.
Yaki too, just like continuing to hunt down everybody on Toronto. Oh, Hisu.
I mean, 66 meters and counting for the New York Excelsior. I guess not counting right now. The boss not moving, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, like it can. They're gonna clean this up too. Toronto have to back off from this.
They threw so much into that. Oh, that's not good. There's a nice bubble reaction there from Hopper, making sure Finale doesn't die. So, okay, so that's another reset, but this time it's in favor of Toronto's. Kellen dies to those shotguns.
Still contesting, though. I mean, New York are feeling pretty good about, just sitting there, waiting for them to line up. Flora's going to knock them down. Hisu doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, God. Go on, get a third, get a third, get a third. Oh, Hopper gets nanoed, stays alive. There's the third. Fourth, maybe? No, gets lasered out of the air. Flora can't seemingly do more on the Sojourn. Did it on King's Row. He was opening a lot of those fights up, and he's doing exactly the same here. Toronto Defiant forced to scurry into their little hidey holes. They've got a EMP online, though, Rose.
Yeah, they did earn that, and that can definitely be helpful, as Hisu's not going to allow this to happen again, as they try to keep kind of moving forward. But okay, New York is paying a lot of respect to Hisu Sombra, as they have to.
EMP hits Cullen and Ho1. That Death Blossom results in his death, but he took care of one of those supports. But Flora, oh my word, is he having a game right now? Finale and Twilight death. Maybe another one to come. Overclock only found that one kill, but it doesn't really matter. The damage has been done. Chorong dead. Goodbye, Toronto Defiant. Once again, they're investing this EMP super early on in these fights, Rose, and not able to come up with anything after that.
They were really hoping that Death Blossom EMP combo would be enough, but we're actually seeing a switch out from both of the DPS players on Toronto to go to the Ashe and the Tracer. So now, Hisu gets a chance to play with these longer sight lines. I think there's less synergy between Hisu and Hotba now, just knowing that Hisu has to play a little bit farther back. But at least Finale can now try to get into the back line and have that recall to still stay a part of the conversation.
Oh, nice stick. Yaki ends up getting into the grab himself. Actually gets nanoed. There's a beat too. What a good response from the New York Excelsior. Yaki's going to just take care of Hisu with ease. Yaki and Flora are flourishing right now on Colosseo. That barrier is just going to keep on moving.
Everybody on New York right now has woken up. I think that Dorado win has given them a lot of confidence, and Toronto, they're just struggling against this. Even the answers that would have hard-focused Kellen just aren't working anymore, and it's the respect that New York is paying to Toronto to just give them space sometimes when they were being rushed at. Hoppa 2 making a change. It's Diva now.
Yeah, he wants to be able to eat those rail guns because Flora's just doing too much work with them right now. Ho1 ends up falling over to just Hopper alone, in fact. Or maybe Finale peppered him a little bit too. The target's got to be the DPS, the Excelsior. They're doing way too much. Toronto Defiant eventually regain control of that bot, but not before Excelsior almost get 100 meters. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Oh man, I don't know if that's enough time for these changes from Toronto to really take effect. New York already have such an insurmountable lead, it feels like, in this map. And Toronto, they do have some ultimates to spare now, but you've got to find value with the Bob. It's just not nearly as heavy hitting as the overclock from Flora. So
pretty smart dynamite there from the Ashe. All right, here's Flora. Oh, doesn't quite get knocked up. Just send a railgun towards Bob's head, though. Takes him down pretty low. Yaki in the backline, as always, misses the pulse bomb. New Excelsior without ultimates now. They got the nano online, but that's just about it. And Hoenn hasn't got to that peel, so Hisu taking over. They still got a long way to go, though. With only 2 minutes, Excelsior are going to get another couple of fights to stop Toronto in their tracks.
Well, Hisu switching over to the Ashe might be just the perfect thing that they need. You know, there was a little bit of synergy lacking between the Zarya and the Ashe, but now that Hoppa's on the D.Va, you really can mitigate a ton of damage. But not if Kellen just Goomba stomps you.
Jeez.
Hello?
Look like Mario right now. Kellen takes 3 lives with him. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Didn't see that one coming.
I don't think Toronto did either. Now that New York have taken the pot back as well. Yeah, Toronto walked away with a pretty hefty amount of meterage, but they didn't unlock the checkpoint. They're really looking at being able to use this transcendence, hopefully to just get them to the sustain. But this is within 1 more minute. You use the support ults here, you're not getting them back.
Chorong is anti, but he is nanoed. No more Matrix for Hotburn means 1 dead Zenyatta. Twilight and Chorong falling over, and New York Excelsior coming back. 48 seconds to go, Rose. Toronto have the self-destruct, they have the transcendence, but look where the robot is. New York just need to be able to brawl at this point. There's 40 meters that's separating the teams right now. That is Toronto winning at minimum 1.5 fights, or maybe 2, in fact.
I mean, look at the switch, though, from Flora, from going to the Sojourn to the Sombra. They got the EMP. They can just shut it down here, Jack. There's only 20 seconds left.
Yep, Chorong has hit the transcendence of his life right now. Already Ansun Jay's under pressure by Finale. Forces the recall, though, on the Tracer, who still wields that pulse bomb. Excelsior looking to end this right here, right now, as they hit that EMP. It's a 5-man. Hopper still managed to get the E onto Yaki's pulse bomb. But with Chorong and Finale dead, this looks like an Excelsior victory. Yaki filling the kill feed with blue. Flora's going to match in there too. Overtime is here. Toronto Defiant are not. Excelsior determined to take this to a map number 5. And they're going to do it. Toronto Defiant fall on Colosseo as New York take them to control once again.
15%. 15%.
15%.
I don't know. Were we not generous enough? Like,
maybe.
Were we undercutting them, underselling them? Maybe. Oh, no.
Well, I mean, look, the whole desk right now is shorting Excelsior stock. It might pay off for the
Johnny's
Excelsior
fault.
believers. We're going to a map number 5 right after this break. You're not going to want to miss it. 15%. 15% is what Johnny gave this. New York Excelsior, right now, about to prove a lot of people wrong, potentially. We're going to map number 5. Reverse sweep on the cards for New York. A lot of momentum Toronto Defiant had. I sound like Yoda there. What did momentum Toronto had? Yeah. As they came into map number 3, they made some substitutions. They put Muse in, they put Although in, and that steam kind of ran out.
Yeah, well, strong mental you need going into the 5th map of the series right now, where, yeah, that really, Dorado really looked like a derailed Toronto Defiant. I mean, even looking at some of the checks and balances they put into place for Kellen's Winston, the Sombra, the Reaper, the Zarya, like, what do you mean? Like, that's huge to try to deal with a Winston. And it still didn't work. Like, New York right now, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Flora just continuing to pop off on almost a deadlift. Almost a deadlift. 25 eliminations, 17 final blows from Flora.
I actually have to, I've unfortunately been made aware, and I'm going to have to give a formal apology to Johnny Reinforced Larson.
Oh.
It was Caster that said 15%. Sorry. You bought all the stocks.
Oh.
So did I.
Okay.
So,
well, it's Johnny's fault for shorting all the stocks is what's happening.
That's
Is
my,
that
maybe
right?
Johnny is... Maybe
Johnny's
Johnny
still complicit.
is doing a little bit of both here. Maybe a little market manipulation going on. Not quite sure. Someone investigate this man. I do have some very interesting information about the recent game of Overwatch that we played that Johnny may have cheated. So we are investigating that.
What?
More to come. More to come. We'll
What?
see. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm looking
Expose
forward
being
to
released soon.
Episode 4.
All right, back into this. Map number 5, Toronto Defiant need to stop this reverse sweep right here, right now. Looks like they want to go back to what they've been doing well with, or at least started the series off pretty well with Finale on that Reaper. They're doing the bubble, the Reaper strat. And Excelsior putting Flora still off. Yes, that's what you want to see. Flora back on the Sojourn. This is New York Excelsior and how they've been winning these last couple of maps. Is Flora just absolutely popping off? Just finding these initial picks with the railgun. Anton J taking care of Finale. Toronto Defiant rumbling at the seams. Wow. Twilight switching over to Moira of all picks.
Huh? Okay. I mean, why not? Like, I've not seen Moira in a long time. As not like a, rush back to point sort of strategy. You're not running into like a Sombra on the other side, so you can at least get those coalescences without knowing you're going to get hacked out of them. So maybe that's going to be the strong strat here, but it's not going to save Chorong right now.
It is not. Hoppers luckily got a bubble. Oh, Flora with a nice little 1-2 there. On one angle, zips to another, taking the 1v1. It's more like a 3v1. Flora had the backup, but Twilight does not. I mean, this strategy from the Toronto Defiant right now is run and gun. They want to run at somebody. The problem is, a lot of people have mobility on the side of New York Excelsior right now. You saw Flora that whole time, Rose, on the high ground. They couldn't even look at him.
They can't. Who's going to go up there to touch? Now you've got Hoppa on the Diva, so maybe that's going to be who you send after Flora. But like, Finale, even if you try to teleport up there, it's telegraphed. Flora could just kind of run away from you.
He's already on the kill. Now, decisions need to be made by the Toronto Defiant. Do they fight or do they back up? Yaki is just sitting there with a pulse bomb. Doesn't even... Yeah, look at this. He spotted people, doesn't need to use it. No. If he can get a pulse bomb kill, actually, right now, as they're resetting, it's highly unlikely because you have Phage, you have Wraithwalk, and you have...
Defense Matrix, too.
The Matrix. Yeah, I was going to say, you cost them a lot of time. Ooh. Attempted. It would have looked cool if he hit it, but he did not. And that boost on Kellen is going to be pretty good, though. This run and gun strategy from the Toronto Defiant can't work too well without Lucio. And they're all split up too. Coalescence used and that fade from Twilight, so he's quite vulnerable at this point. Same with Flora. Toronto Defiant eventually dispatch with him. Have to utilize that EMP to keep themselves in this fight, but Excelsior are going to match that with a beat. Anton J, Ho1, and Kellen on this point in OT. Toronto Defiant's health bar's dwindling. Hopbit's been isolated, gets that mega pack just in time, but the rest of his team have to invest even more into this fight to keep it competitive.
Wow, that Kellen surviving as long as he did forced the sound barrier out of Trong, and that's massive. I mean, Chorong right now, Lucio's just as it is have a tough time keeping up the pace of the EMP generation from a Sombra, and Flora just switched over to that. So, you know, you were kind of on an even playing field of 0-0, but Flora's gonna beat you there. Already 40% towards an EMP right now. So yeah, take the quick
Viz
reset.
hack onto Kellen, yeah. A big reset. Oh, he sleeps. He's all good though.
Ooh, are you sure? Oh, that was close. Hoppa's there. It's okay. Defense Matrix is good. But now that New York have reset, they're really just trying to make sure that Toronto feel forced once again to just use their entire slate of ultimates. They've got 4 in front of them, and if New York can stay alive, that might force them to use all of these valuable ultimates, especially the EMP.
All right, Kellen gets forced away. That Coalescence is a bit too much damage. A lot of the Toronto Defiant members just huddling into this small corner, taking good care of themselves, or Twilight taking good care of them with that Coalescence. All right, 60%. They're still willing to push. Wow, a very aggressive EMP from Hisu. Excelsior were not expecting that. Even more staggers here is pretty nice. And they do have the beat coming up, Rose. If Choron gets hacked out of this beat, or if he uses it too early, Flora could end this round quite easily.
Yeah, this did buy them time for Chorong to get the sound barrier online, and that's what I was afraid of, was Chorong going to have that as an answer, because Flora's already ready to go in the back, hunting down Chorong. Like, you know that's one of his primary targets right now, to be able to shut that down. Oh, hack 2.
There's that beat. New York Excelsior gonna let loose with their EMP. Chorong and Twilight, no abilities and nowhere to run. A self-destruct from Hopper to get the remake, but he's killed off by Yaki. Overtime is here for both teams, as it's 99% on either side. New York Excelsior find the reflip. Finale burning the Wraith Walk. No hope for him now, unfortunately. That beat from Toronto Defiant, it did hit 3 as Hopper comes back on the Dupis, contest a little bit more, but the manpower is there. Excelsior with an overwhelming presence on that point. Twilight can build up Coalescence pretty quickly, and the kills aren't coming through that fast either, so they're able to keep juggling this point. New York Excelsior needs to be able to focus someone down before Twilight gets this support ultimate online. The Nano Boost finally is there, and even a recall from Finale. He can't triple blink back to that point in time, and Excelsior 1 round away from claiming that reverse sweep.
That was such a competitive round, too, and it's been like that the entire series, where, you know, Toronto, they started off really strong, and then in New York, they started to get better and better, warmed up over the course of the series, but even in that first round of Nepal, Toronto, like, they did have a firm footing on the point. They had to invest a lot of ultimates for it, but they still were able to carve out that specific opportunity to do so. Toronto can't make any mistakes here, though. They can't let New York win another point, or the series is just over. So, yeah, I don't think you're even going to see them try the Zarya here. Yeah, Hoppa's just going to go ahead and go right over to the D.Va. They did start to seem to fare a little bit better when we had the D.Va over the Defense Matrix instead.
Wow, look at that. Nade hack onto Kellen, has jumped back. Oh, Twilight gets booped off the map. Straight into the pits by Anson J. I don't know where he came from. Oh, God. I don't think Twilight knew either. Oh, a little bit of aggro. Does end up going down. Oh, Toronto once again, Rose. More than happy to switch to this Moira instead. A lot more survivability and frontwards pressure. But Excelsior are going to win that fight just off the back of that boot from Anson J.
I mean, this is just like a death ball. Yeah, you really want to just kind of run them
let's
down.
have a look at this.
But yeah, oh, this is the boot.
Oh, look at him go.
Oh,
Ooh,
right
cheeky.
around the corner. Twilight had no idea that was coming his way. But I think that's what I love about Anson J so far. Like, you don't see him. You don't know where he is. You don't see him on the map. but good stuff is happening.
I mean,
that's
I'm going to be honest,
Colosseo.
Rose. I don't see Toronto Defiant on the map either. They are just getting spawn cam right now. Like 25% for the New York Excelsior. They're pushing all the way up. Flora's got 2 kills on Finale, like back to back. Dude walked out of spawn, got body shot and killed. Not looking great for Toronto Defiant right now.
They just don't really seem like they know what they want to play. And as soon as what was working for them stopped working, that's when they really started to panic. And so we're seeing a lot of different looks from Toronto that just aren't working right now. I mean, Yaki's going to get another opportunity to use a pulse bomb here. That might not even need it. Twilight's just dead.
Jesus. Oh, and Anson J got a boop on Hop of all people.
Boosters
Where
must have
are
been
Toronto
down.
Defiant?
Oh man, I mean this is rough. They had a rough series yesterday, going to a map 5 versus Atlanta Reign. They were able to get themselves there, so they almost got the reverse sweep. But you know,
He's the king of stealth.
yeah, they're not looking behind them.
Oh, okay. Pulse doesn't land. Both supports were in the air at the time the pulse landed, but Torong now firmly planted in a grave rather than the floor. Uh-oh. 80%. Excelsior looking good. 3 ults to spare, and one of them is the railgun. That overclock from Flora has done so much work this series so far. Toronto Defiant needs to come back.
I mean, they've just got their first ultimate online. Maybe the Coalescence is able to push New York away?
There's one. Twilight's using that Coalescence. Someone from Toronto still needs to touch that point. It looked like Hopper was there to trigger overtime, but Excelsior end up using that beat. Chong does the same, so just over health versus over health at this point. But Ho1 gets chased down. Antuche comes up big with another boop kill onto Finale. New York Excelsior are routing the Toronto Defiant right now. That EMP is pretty good, but Hopper's the only one there to follow it up. Self-destruct. Kellen bubbles it, and with a victorious roar, Kellen on the point, Excelsior with a reverse sweep against the Toronto Defiant. What a series! Toronto had that at the palm of their hands, but Excelsior unwaning in their pursuit for another W. They are now 4-15 this season thus far, Rose.
Well, we said that New York, while they're on the outside looking in, needed a win today. And they needed wins fast. They did get one. I mean, it does mean it's at the cost of Toronto taking another loss to start off this stage. But I think if you're a New York fan, I think you're hoping that the stocks you bought that you've been sitting on so long are finally going up, and this might be the start of something really great for them this stage. They look so good, Jack. They earned this win.
Yeah, short sellers in shambles right now. I'll tell you that for free. 15% is all that they gave him, and they took it and ran with it. The Jaws and Reinforced Hedge Fund, it's working out pretty well for us, not gonna lie. Stocks bought and stocks cashed in. New York Excelsior off the back of, well, this guy's play, Flora's play, who's gonna be our player of the match, are gonna take this W. What an unbelievable performance from Flora. His sojourn, the amount of picks he got starting on King's Row was just extraordinary. The majority of final blows, almost every single map for the Excelsior. What a fantastic glow up for New York. I wonder if this can continue. Toronto Defiant have had 2 back-to-back Game 5s, Rose. They've lost both of them.
It's been a little bit of a struggle bus so far for Toronto. I hope that they can hold their heads up high. You saw how their home crowd was able to really bolster their confidence, and so Toronto fans, if you're out there, show them some love. You know that they've heard you, and they've heard you loud, and they've heard you proud, so they definitely need that going into the rest of their qualifiers. But man, New York.
Damn, those numbers.
Man, New York. Whew, Flora. Where you been, bud?
61% rail accuracy. Railgun kills per 10, looking at almost 10. Final blows,
That's
over 10,
nasty.
almost 10k damage as well. That's throughout the whole match too, not even just that last map.
But
Flora is looking good.
It wasn't even just a Sojourn, right? That's just his Sojourn stats, but Flora showed up on the Ashe. He showed up on the Sombra. And this is after a lot of people had questions about, you know, who's actually gonna play the Sombra? Do they even have a good Sombra player on the team? And you know, for start of the series, I think that Sombra did look a little rough, and we weren't even sure it was gonna come out because, yeah, like, is there a chance that we even have that as a pick for New York? But okay, Flora, show us what you got. That's 3 heroes you got down pat that you like took out a top team with.
Yeah, I mean, carry this performance on. Might see yourself in the play-ins. Even Ho1 picking up his first dub of the year too.
Impressive play.
Stocks up for New York. Feels pretty good. And there's actually an interview with Ho1 coming up after this break. We're going to jump to it right now so we can get a couple of words from our victorious team.
나 오빠 있어.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Ho1 from New York Excelsior. Ho1, congratulations on the win. And this is the first time, I actually got to talk to you. So I know that I think it was last stage or some time ago, we did see you on one map, but this was the first time we got to see you throughout the whole match. So I just want to hear your thoughts. How was it playing, your first, I guess, like a full match. 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 저번에 살짝 한 맵 뛰시는 거를 봤는데 그때는 너무나 살짝 봤기 때문에 오늘 어떻게 보면 호원 선수의 첫 이제 경기, 풀 경기를 뛰시게 되셨는데요. 좀 오늘 경기를 한 소감에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 어떠셨나요?
일단 처음엔 좀 떨렸는데 하다 보니까 이제 긴장도 풀리고 해서 잘 돼서 이겨서 좋았어요.
At first, of course, I was really nervous at the beginning, but later on, as the series progressed, I got a little bit better. I was out of the nerves, so it felt a lot better, and also it really helped the fact that it really felt good to just get the win. You just mentioned that you were a little bit nervous. Was there something that, or someone, or something that helped you get over those nerves? 방금 이제 호원 선수가 좀 이제 오늘 첫 경기에서 어떻게 보면 조금 살짝 긴장을 하셨다고 말씀을 하셨는데 이 긴장을 좀 이렇게 풀어주기 위해서 좀 뭐가 있었나요? 아니면 좀 어떻게 선수 이제 팀원 중에서 좀 이렇게 도움을 주셨거나 했던 분이 좀 있나요?
일단 저희 그 코치님들이 그 응원이랑 격려 많이 해줘서 풀렸던 것 같아요.
It's definitely the coaches, the coaching staff really helped me get over those nerves. They were pouring compliments to me and was really helping me out, telling me good things about my play. So I think that really helped me get over my nerves. All right, my next question is about this match because I don't think a lot of people expected New York Excelsiors to win, but you guys did get the reverse sweep on the Toronto Defiant. So how did that happen? What helped you guys get the win today? 자, 마지막 질문으로 오늘 뉴욕과 토론토의 경기 제가 봤을 땐 많은 분들이 뉴욕이 솔직하게 말씀드리면 뉴욕이 오늘 승리를 거둘 거라고 예상을 안 했을 것 같은데요. 그 예상을 다 뒤집고 오늘 승리를 거두시게 되셨는데 이 역수입 좀 어떻게 이루어졌나요?
일단 처음엔 또 긴장 많이 해서 잘 안 돼서 준비한 것도 잘 안 되고 못했다가 세 번째 맵 때 한 맵이라도 이겨보자 1을 갈고 해서 그리고 흐름 타서 이겼던 것 같아요.
All right, so at first, like I said, me and I think everyone was a bit nervous for today's match against the Toronto Defiants. But so because of that nervous factor, all of our plays, everything that we prepped for, really didn't work out. But I think it was in map 3 where we really thought as a team that okay, we should at least get one map. Like I think we should really try our best to get at least one win at least one map. And I think that sort of snowballed, and we got into the groove, and that ultimately led to our win for this series. All right, Hoon, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 인터뷰 너무나도 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 호원 선수 너무나도 감사드립니다. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
New York versus Toronto Defiant.
I'm rich! I made it!
Oh no!
To the moon!
You're right, but your Preds aren't rich. You're still poor on the prediction.
My bank account, I'm loaded. All right, we're going to Vegas.
For HR, this is a joke, okay?
Yeah. It is, of course. Yes, everybody's a joke. But I mean, here's a fun fact. I heard that only 5% of brackets had New York winning over Toronto. So 95% of the bracket, including us, got it wrong. If that makes you guys feel any better.
It does make me feel a lot better.
Me too.
Right, yeah.
I'm not that sad anymore, but actually, I'm still sad. But I'm happy for New York
happy
too.
For New York.
I'm happy for Gesture. Gesture, good job. Anyway, I don't know.
Gesture. What did
guys, tell me. How did this happen? How were New York Excelsior able to get the reverse sweep on Toronto?
I think Ho-Won said it just as well. You know, they went to map 3, and it felt like. I don't know if this was Toronto Defiant's plan going into Dorado to put Muse in and put Although in, and that was how they want to play a map with high grounds and where they need to play Winston. But after that map, it just felt like New York Excelsior just came back with so much confidence. They were playing a completely different game. At the beginning, Toronto Defiant putting on a clinic of how you should be playing this Xayah Reaper composition. They're playing it smart. New York Excelsior just couldn't come up with answers, with Finale just sort of existing in their backline. But over time, New York started to adapt, and then it was Toronto who just felt like they had no idea what they're doing. In these last couple of maps, they were making switches left and right. Hopper was going to Diva. We even saw some Twilight Moira in the final stages as a final ditch effort. and it just got away from them, Johnny.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It got away from them. I mean, I want to give credit to New York Excelsior, though. I think that they really came alive here on Dorado, and this is where, you know, Kellan playing the Winston, for example. This is the hero that he made his name playing in Contenders. Next to Heesang, for example, you know, Contenders, great synergy with a Tracer player. Now you're playing with Yaki here instead. Toronto Defiant subbing in Muse, you know, it kind of threw things, I think, for a loop. And then here on Colosseo, I mean, New York Excelsior came out guns blazing. Floor on the Sojourn was spectacular. The way he's able to find these headshots. I also think the way they engaged on top of the Toronto Defiant, particularly when they started playing like the Zenyatta, for example, they found the right angles, they made it awkward for the Toronto Defiant, and then here, as you said, like Twilight swapping to Moira. I think it's defensible, as in like maybe it's 2-2, you're questioning yourself a bit, and you're like, let's step up the tempo and let's like dive whole one on the Ana, for example. But I think it was pretty clear that like it didn't work, and so I'm questioning like, is Twilight or Moira like giving you the best chance to win at this point? Not completely sold.
It also comes down to the idea of like, is the Diva Moira something that they've played in scrims and they're like, this is a good strategy in these maps, or is this just what we're doing is not working versus New York, we need to switch. So, you know, as we said, it got away from Toronto, but I think New York Excelsior, all the praise needs to go on them. I think they were a great team. That was the best look we've seen from them all season, and they are playing for a spot in the plans. I think with the standings come up right now, we were sort of discrediting them, being like, oh, they only have 3 wins. How are they going to string it together at the end here? But this win, all of a sudden, they go up to 4 points. They're only 3 points out of the running. If Boston has, you know, a couple of bad losses,
points.
and New York starts coming around, I don't know. As I said, maybe I'm just trying to give them hope. And we said 15% chance for this match win, and here we are, Johnny. Anything's possible.
95% of everyone, people
I mean,
got it wrong.
they win to win 4 matches because they have a worse map differential than Boston, right?
Yeah, well, actually, before we move on from here as well, Toronto, this loss hurts.
Yeah.
We were talking about
they're
them.
0-2 now.
Yeah, 0-2 in this stage. We were talking about them trying to get above this green line. With another loss, they went 0-2 this weekend. London Spitfire and Atlanta Reign in the driver's seat to take those positions.
Yeah, I mean, we will have to wait and see if Toronto Defiant could bounce back from the 0-2. But again, big congratulations to New York Excelsior. I think it's a great start for them.
Yeah.
We'll see if they could continue this.
This is their meta.
Forward.
Yeah, this is
their meta.
The talent is there.
We called it.
You're dying on this hill, Johnny.
Yeah.
Are you going to die on this hill?
No.
New York winning it all.
No.
No?
Good job, though.
True. Great job. All right, we took a look at the standings. So, everyone, you guys know the time. It is time for the best of the day. I'm just going to get right into it. My best of the day. You know, I think the Shoo train is back on track.
Yeah.
I think it's back on business, and we saw a glimpse of that today. I think it was on Kings Row right here. Shoo does is that a 180 flick?
Whoa!
Start to checkmate. And then he throws a bio grenade for good measure. You can't take that. You think you can get me? Yeah, you sleep and I got you. And I thought it was really cool. Shoo is just he's a monster.
You could put a highlight reel from just this map of Shoo on that Ana. He was absolutely ridiculous. Talking of cool guys that don't look at what they do, let's take a look at the London Spitfire. You know, just sort of flexing on their team.
Everybody here. Ready, boys? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. In the zone. We're gaming. Okay.
Wow.
Who said now we're gaming?
That sounded like Sparker.
All my thing is, they counted down. Their coordination in-game is way better than their Sunglass game. They were at all different times. They would have lost that team fight 100%, but at least they look cool.
Land those glasses.
Why? And another big question: why isn't Khan in this? Like, why does everyone else like put on the sunglasses?
He's new to the team.
Yeah. You know, the new guy doesn't get to put on glasses. Okay, he's got to wait until a new rookie comes in, and then he's won with the ball.
Wow, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
In Sweden, we have a term for those kind of glasses. We call them fast glasses. Like
fast?
You're looking fast. You know, like you're like a professional like biker. You know, and like you're going like really fast, and like you're like I'm going. You know, like you're fast. Like you're on a bike. You know, or like maybe you're skiing with those glasses. You know, fast glasses.
Yeah.
That's what we call them.
Glasses.
Yeah.
And learned a new term. We're learning a lot of words today. Like singular.
All my Swedes know. You know?
Singular.
Can't see you out there.
Yeah. It's like 2 a.m. in Sweden, but you know they know. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Reinforce. How about you?
Swedish people, Kevster, let's go, man. Show me what you got, Kevster. Come on, make Sweden proud now. Great best of the day moment from Kevster here, of course. Wait, no. This is no. This is not it. Production. No!
Oh, no! Oh. Was he wearing the glasses? Is that the problem? He was going too fast.
He wasn't wearing the fast glasses.
Yeah. I mean, Tracer, look bottom left. She has some glasses right there.
That's true.
Yeah, she has some glasses, but Kevster didn't have them IRL. If you had them IRL, Kevster, you wouldn't have. This is unfortunate. He didn't have the recall, of course.
Yeah.
Very sad.
He also blinked backwards, which was his real problem.
Well, no, it wouldn't have been a problem if he didn't get booped.
Yeah, but if he well, yeah, I guess that's true.
Which
but
came first, the boop or the blink?
I guess we'll never know.
All right, guys. I think it's time to look at tomorrow's schedule because we're at the end of the day and we are excited to see what we have in store for you guys tomorrow. So here are our schedule for tomorrow for the Eastern region. Dragons versus the Tigers. Pandas versus Guangzhou Charge. And then, what's Philly? Adam versus Wings.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
That first one is a giga banger.
We haven't seen Shanghai play yet, but I'm confident that they're going to be good in this meta.
Oh, yeah. With Sombra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Philadelphia Fusion, this would be a peak time for them to lose. Valiant looks pretty good.
Stop.
I'm just saying, everything's gone downhill lately.
Stop.
Maybe Valiant's time
All right,
now.
West Titans versus Spitfires, Shock versus Washington Justice, Florida Mayhem, and then Boston Uprising.
Hey, last time the Shock and Justice played, last stage, it was a 5-map banger. Washington Justice, they were up 2-0, remember? And then Shock, I think, reversed up or something
That's
like
happened multiple times to the Justice this season. Justice, close it out this time.
Yeah, close it out.
I believe in them.
But they never close it up.
But this time, Danny, that's what we're saying.
Maybe closer back in the roster.
All those answers will be all those questions will be answered tomorrow. So guys, tune into Overwatch League tomorrow. But with that being said, everybody, we're gonna close it out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 안녕. 잘 가.